Paborito nila yun din eh, no?
Nag-butterfly si Ame. Daya na ka ng hero mo, nag-butterfly ka pa.
Ay, magpahawi, pre.
Bawal walisin.
I'm doing it, pre.
Sakit din kasi ng ano, pre. Sakit nung, no, first skill ni ano.
Petos.
Ito, butterfly.
Wala siyang pakisasbin, no? Uy,
Gago.
kinalmot.
Ito,
Kulit ka, ah.
GG.
Gigikol ka talaga. Carry deep, pre.
Call nyo na para makapagpahinga pa.
Oh yeah, patay pa si
GG,
Ame.
gago ka, pre. Miss doing it.
Si XSS, pre. Galing.
Offlane, pre. Offlane talaga.
Mars, pre. Galing.
Offlane mid, pre. Grabe, offlane mid ng ano, XG.
Dali ng buhay ng carry talaga eh. Pag ganyan yung offlane.
Mars pa utang.
Yan talaga magdadala sa kanila, pre.
Isip mo na,
Offlane,
reflect. Hinga malalim lang.
Demo muna.
Nung natalo XG sa
Kalma
sa isang game, bawg offlane eh.
Mas
Kailangan offlane bawgin nila eh.
Parang ano lang, team spirit. Pag bog si Galap,
Ano?
hirap sila eh.
Bawg yung Don B. Bawg yung Don B ni...
And we'll see who
Paano
wins
sila
that
dun eh?
battle later down the line. Well, the first step has been made by
Lugi.
Extreme Gaming. They
Kapag
take that
hilamos
first
sa
one of the
Shinki.
best of 5 and are in a strong position to
Ayan
move
ano kaya gagawin
forward
nila
in
sa... Ano
this
kaya gagawin nila sa...
series. How did they get to this point? That's why we got the experts to talk about it. Tigov, Effie, and Kezu. This game started fairly slow, Kezu.
No, it did, but one thing that surprised me quite a bit was
XG pipili,
how
ay
hard
ano,
it
di ba?
is.
Falcons
This
pipili.
usually doesn't happen when you play against Falcons.
Next
They're very
round,
good
next
with like
game.
the lane swap, and they did do that again. They put the engine in the offlane. Crit on the Snapfire in the safe, and honestly, it had a very big impact on this game. Crit didn't have a good time there. He got a very late level 6.
Pipili sila kung first pick.
Popper. Walang tao na.
Xingqiu got a very early earn as well on his Woodwing. Went around,
Lane
got a lot of
chances
stuff done.
si
So to me,
Snaking,
then the mid game slowed down, but yeah, overall, XG,
Aba nung
I
ano
think
niyan,
they
pre.
feel
Ang
like
haba
they
nung
brought
streak
their
niyan sa
absolute
hero na
game
yun.
game one.
Enchantress, no?
20 plus daw.
Nabuhos na lahat. Boy,
20 plus win streak.
He's only ever had like 4 deaths, 3 deaths, but this time, yeah, he has 3 deaths more. His second most deaths so far. Often it's like 1 or 2.
Ang trash talk, pre, kanina. Wala bang trash talk?
XG, they identified
Wala.
Marine.
Ano yan, pre? Ano? Ano sila dyan?
We've talked about it before.
Ano, high respect na laban yan, pre. Walang trash talk eh.
Off of the shoulders of Malverine's timing, off of his tempo, and he could
Ano,
have
trash
created
talk,
that game.
pre. Ano
Extreme
na yan?
Gaming
Red
came
Bull.
to win today. They played with so much
Kada laban, red,
confidence.
pinum-
Ay, si Ame.
Hyper focus na.
Ano, pre? Iba si Ame na cold brew.
Ay, na pre, kailangan mo ng sugar rush dyan. Sugar rush, caffeine, lahat na.
Usually they're the team bringing
Pwede
three
naman.
heroes.
Pinakita kanina, pre. Umiinom siya ng ano. Umiinom siya ng cold
Monster,
brew.
pre, pagsabay niya na.
Oo, kailangan ng Ultra Instinct yan, pre.
Very long time because of that, and they didn't have the damage.
Galing, bro.
Si Ame.
Sino mag-layer niya, no? XX.
There were also like so many clips of
Tayo na
Xingqiu.
din,
They are
ang galing
about so
mag-Mars ang
many
puta.
small
Huwag niyo nang
things.
bibigyan
The
ng
way
Dawnbreaker
XG
yan.
earlier, like Burst Malrine, Atos, Hex, Stunlock, you go this, then you go on X, and he did some
Yung
things.
yung gumagalaw eh, yung may impact eh.
Someone else. Then you have a bush rack to like.
Pag naghihintay lang, pre, na naboboard na ata, pre.
Countless times he lives because he
Naboboard, pre, pag
Kailangan
pang lang.
itemization.
Oh, kailangan niya initiate.
Kailangan niya yung gumagalaw.
The game goes, at least
Tayo rin,
until
tayo
Falcons have like 6
madalas
on
na
every
nanalo
attack.
ganun.
This Ame Ursa, he just eats you alive.
Active no, active lineup.
Oo.
Especially later
Pag
in the
nadating
game
ka tayo,
when what
namili
they had to
agad
do
yung
on
map natin,
Falcons was
tas
to
tayo
play them
nakakamba.
up, push these side lanes out.
Lagi tayo naunahan sa first tower,
Tower.
eh.
A blink Abyssal Blade so early
Hindi,
into
sa pag
the game.
ano
You'd see
tayo,
a hero show
yun
top,
nag-choke yung
instantly
map.
get Abyssal. If
Parang
you're Ember, you
hirapan
have to
tayo
run it out. If you're a Pango, you have to just
Pag
go.
Naubusan
na-
ng requirement.
A means
Pag natanggalan
for
tayo
you
ng
to
first
control
tower,
the map
pinilit mapa.
after that initial aggression.
Yung
Yan,
nag-early game
pre,
yung
mid.
kalaban, no?
A lot of the
Nag-group agad.
grand finals would be how
Hirapan.
Mid talaga, pre. Kailangan yung mid natin, hindi mabasag agad pag tayo.
Maybe 31-11. Like the fight.
Ang bilis lumit na mapa natin pag basag mid, pre.
Execution of the spells.
Pag dumadalaw kasi ako, pre, ang hirap na, ano, sustain yung mid.
Opening up the fights. Like
Ah.
everything XG.
Hilig din nila dumalaw sa mid.
Mid game timing. So I'm really
Napupush din yung ibang lane na lang.
How can
Ayan,
Falcons
baba.
try and
Basta
change up
agad.
that pacing, not allow them to kind of.
Pwede rin naman natin ano eh.
Where they are
Pwede naman natin i-match yun eh. Pag nabasag mid, basagin din
Oo,
natin.
ganun dapat.
We saw it. It was
Hindi
the
na sa
first
pag di
pick
pa
card.
kaya.
Para ano na
Very
lang.
heavily
Kasi may timing
prioritized
talaga yung
his
ano, yung
in
hero
this
or
draft,
item eh.
And I would love to see that be recreated in the next game. They didn't even care what kind of matchup they would get. So
Saka feeling ko mali lang tayo na ano, pre.
For them, and that he did. He was
Mali tayo
always
sa
finding key
engage.
targets in that mid lane
Aha.
fight. They got the kill on Ember.
Pag ano pala dapat, pag defensive pala yung lineup niya, mag-push na lang kayo para sila susugod.
Overall first
Oh,
pick
may mga
Mars.
ganun.
And it makes me wonder, I think,
Hindi yung tayo kasi kahit defensive lineup, naghahanap tayo ng
one hero that the
mahirap
series
yun.
kind of starts revolving around.
Pag counter set lineup, kailangan mag-push lang pala. Group up tas push.
That is also an option.
It could absolutely be Mars. I'm
I
gonna
love
expect the
those
same thing in
spray.
game 2. It's gonna be first picked or it's
Mga
gonna be
mga napanood sa mga matchup ng TI Defensive lineup, pinagpupush lang yung carry.
Happened that allowed XG to like even get to this stage. They don't have the BKB yet on Ame. They need time, so they go ahead of him. They smoke ahead to make sure they're around the Roche pit and allow him to farm. But look at
Yun
this
dyan, ang bilis nila makaramdam sa word.
They protect their triangle. Falcons are like, okay, the game is about
Pansin ko yun pag ano, Aaron, nag-rank or ano,
because this D-ward
pinipinagad
happened,
ng carry,
XG
para
the
dito.
like, yo, they must have seen me place this ward, so I'm now gonna go D-ward, your ward that is on the lane too, and these are the small things that actually...
Grabe parang 3 minutes, tatlong ward na tanggal.
26-minute, Roshan hasn't died yet. 28-minute, you have another Roshan, you have a 4th D-ward coming out from the teams against each other, and in the ultimate last split, this is now 30-30, look at the minimap. Ame is now down bottom, so is Roshan. He's had enough. He uses the Fog of War to blink into the pit before Falcons are ready. And this is like 4 to 5 minutes of small macro gameplay that allowed them to take the very first ages of the game. And this is really what then started a bloodbath.
Kung pinag-aralan nila ng mabuti yung Falcons, iniwasan nila si Omar i-pick-off.
Team's way, but vision is incredibly important.
No, it is so critical. And then when you see the dewarding happening from Kezu's clips, there's another moment in the game where they set up the map in such a beautiful way that they are able to smoke for 1 whole minute, and Falcons have no information. Often when you're off map for about a minute, you're going to be identified. But you see here, Crit, he's drawing on the minimap. He's like, guys, they're on the top side. They're even using a scam. But look at the creep waves. Top's hitting the top tier tower. Falcons, mid is getting shoved in, but XG, able to utilize the vision that they placed, and there is just no good wards on the map for Falcons to truly understand. One's on the bot side, one's on the top. The map is getting choked out from the vision game, and when you get to play a slow game, vision is critical. All it takes in Dota is one jump to unlock the next big objective, be it Roshan, Tier 2, High Ground, and XG played it flawlessly in the mid game.
Yeah, and why was this a slow game? Because after the
Naka-YouTube ka ba,
I
Luis?
was told, Effie, that Falcons was going to have a very scary early game, and in my head, scary kind of coincides with maybe being active and aggressive, but it didn't turn out that way at all.
Well, they lost their lanes really hard. They were bleeding kills, like, left and right. They couldn't really set up for power runes the way that they are. They couldn't get their wisdom shrines early on, and naturally they're just going to slow down because of that. They hit their tempo based off of how well they played their first 10 minutes, and XG had their number in this one. They were going to play slow because they were just waiting for their Ursa's BKB timing, but after that, even though there weren't a lot of kills, they were playing quickly on the map on Extreme Gaming. They were ready to just jump any target that showed on the side lanes.
Yeah, the early game definitely did not have as much action as maybe we thought initially, but that's okay. The action that was there was very mechanically skilled, isn't that right, Purge?
That's right. Those early game fights after you lose your towers are so important because they beat back your opponents or stop them from taking more ground. So that's why this fight was so important at the 18-minute mark for Extreme Gaming here. They've got Blink Dagger on the Mars. They're able to jump and spear back Mallory into the tower, and they throw all of their damage into him, basically, almost all of their ultimates. But killing him is important because he's the one that's going to be disabling, staying alive, and stopping their heroes from blinking around. So really good teamfight disruption from the Pangolier, and eventually, with this great hoof stomp that happened here, it basically set, oops, wrong tool. It sets up a very good stomp and very good arena, which looks like a great opportunity. But Skitter jumps in, and something I want you to look at is look at how much armor he's got here. He's got 8-8 right now. I'm going to do the zoom in one. But as soon as he gets close to the Elder Titan, Nova, this armor number drops down to 0. And this is the exact moment that
yung base armor, Fred,
and if you take a look over here as well, he forgot to use Warcry, or he chose not to because he wanted to jump in immediately. And as a result, he's got -8 armor because of his Mask of Manus, which is why he died so stupidly fast. I mean, they even used the
Kasi yung ano pala, Prime Splitter, pag max, pag level 3 na, 50% ng max HP yung damage.
This is a really sick read by Extreme Gaming to recognize, oh, we're down 2 heroes, but we can still blow you up right now. So they took that opportunity, won that team fight. And that
so kung 2,000 HP ka, 1,000 yung damage.
That Falcons had didn't get any stronger.
Yeah, very well put there indeed. And of course, both teams are looking forward to seeing what might change in that game number 2. Maybe different pick order, different heroes, definitely as well. And I'm wondering, what can we really learn from a game like this? Because considering it was so slow, do you think either team will try to speed it up, or is that too risky? Because playing that fast does come with risks.
I would say that both teams actually kind of got what they want. Even like Malvin, he has a lot of level 25, level 30 heroes. He didn't have the best game, but I would attribute that more to Extreme Gaming. I think they played very well. They didn't give them many like opportunities in the game, so I wouldn't even call this an off game from Falcons. I just think XG, they brought their A game. I don't think you change too much when it comes to the draft. You just gotta bring it in the game.
Agreed. I think Extreme Gaming, like, they have their momentum from their amazing win yesterday into their energizing win today into this game. They caught Falcons off guard, and now Falcons have to wake up because if you look at their draft, Skeeter on Sven, ATF on Pango, Malrian on his Ember, Snaking on his Enchantress, Crit on his Snapfire, these are their heroes.
Well, I know two people who are great at waking other people up. Slax and Tsunami.
Hello, everyone. Yes, yes, indeed. Can we tell the future, my friends? This is the Oracle TI, in case you didn't notice, because you're dumb. Anyway, yes. Will we be able to tell the future here today? In fact, we will. You see, in pubs after the International, there's a bit of time until the next patch, and typically, people will pick whatever they picked at the International, making, you know, pro builds into very, very bad pub builds. So, I have gathered the greatest seers in all of the arena, the random people standing behind me, who will make prophecies upon what we will see in your future disgusting pub games. Let us go and speak to other seers. Hello! What do you think we will see after the International in pub?
Walen?
Marunong marag-Dota yung katabi ko, pre. Na may tinatanong.
Parang ano yung pre, yung pag nanonood ng, ano, movie, tapos ano, hindi kilala yung characters. Papaliwanag mo isa-isa. Mas matagal lang sa Dota, pre, pati item, ang dami.
Dami yan, pre.
Demo mo na lang, pre, sa kabilang screen. Spirit, pre, change lineup si Spirit.
Skitter. Sabi mong pogi.
Sino?
Skitter, pre. Gwap pogi.
Peter, the porn star.
Si ano yung pre, 33.
Eba.
TikTok. ITER.
Sino yung matatanggal sa Spirit?
Hindi ko alam, pre. Saan mo nakita yung balita?
May nakita ko na sa mga group eh. May nag-post. Ano daw, change
Trending naman yan.
Change roster daw sila, pre.
Baka kasi ano, kasi para si Lard, ano, papahinga siguro yan.
Ito galing yun. Galing.
Si ano, sa ano din ata eh. Liquid din ata eh, mag-change eh.
Silverlight.
Tanggalin na Silverlight, pre.
Ano daw, si Insane yata, nagbabalak na
Mag-i-retire na daw
eh.
eh.
Di ba? Kuha sila bago post 5.
Ano yung?
Bakit?
Snacks na lang.
Ilan pa?
Si ano, si Stormer, walang team yun. Kunin muna nila.
Pa-shoutout nga si ano eh, si Lupon.
Nabutas yata.
Pasyate kay Gabi.
Gabi, pre, kunin nila. Malakas mag-Dota. Gabi.
VPN na lang.
May chance pa si Gabi kunin.
VPN na lang na, pre.
Kaysa kay ano, Armel? Kaysa kay Armel?
VPN na lang. VPN na lang.
Ay, yun pala yung issue nila, ano, tamad na sila mag-trap.
Oo.
Saan daw?
Wala, pre, orb effect talaga pag puro unit.
Si Armel din, malakas consistent eh.
Ikat. Ikat na lang para mura.
Kaso ayaw nila ng relocation, pre. Ayaw nila. Malayong bansa eh.
Sige. May pamilya na rin yata kasi yung mga yan.
Oh, may anak na rin si Gabi tsaka si Armel eh. Kaya umayaw sa secret yun, pre. Si Armel.
Daddy duties.
So, layo daw masyado ng ano eh.
Muna.
Si ano, pre, si Yoragi, kunin nyo na. Lipat nyo na ng team.
Si I Love Time, pre.
So, si ano. Ay, di si Thompson, pre. Next year daw, tatry daw siya eh. Sasali siya ng
Alam ko
team.
wala na, pre. Retired na daw talaga.
Dalawa.
Tatry daw siya pero baka pag TI qualifiers na lang siya sa
Hindi na.
Ako pag kasama si Ana eh. Package nila ata sila eh.
ano daw, check daw niya pag ano na, pag pa-TI na ulit kung may available pang team.
Ngayon, side quest lang eh.
Sinahid ko saan lang ulit eh. Si Seven di na daw, di na kaya yung grind. Sabi na niya.
Nakaya.
Pang-pubs na lang siya pre, tsaka stream. Di na kaya mag...
Si
ano.
Ramses pala
Analyst na
pre,
lang.
dahil ko nakikita yung stream dito. Daming views
Alin?
pala nun, daming viewers.
Sino?
Si Ramses.
Bakit so?
Dami viewers.
Pre sa ano, sa Russia. Sa Russia pre. Sikat sa Russia masyado eh.
eh. Marami pa kayo ano, Gork.
Ni Gork.
Match kayo. Match kayo pa kayo.
Yaman na nun, pre, di ba ba? Si Gork?
Si Gork.
Gork.
Hindi ka naman matututo sa stream niya eh.
Pero si Ramses, mas malaki pa yung views oh. Hindi na kailangan mag-pro nun.
Si ano rin eh. Sino yun? May mag-stream? Yung dating mid ng Liquid.
Si Quave ah.
Ay, yan.
Ano yun eh? Attitude issue yun ka. Wala na kumu...
Kupal.
Oh, wala kasi mag-Dota kaso ano eh. Kupal eh.
Kupal ka pre. Wala talaga.
Matic orb effect ka nun pre pag pangit ugali mo eh. Walang kukuha kahit saan.
Ano mas okay pre? Yun o ano? Sugarol.
Ha? Yung Sugarol pre, willing mag-grind kasi ano.
Depende ng game. Depende ng game pre.
Ay, wag yung ganun pre.
Ay,
Pero
ganun.
yung ano, yung kagaya lang ni lulong sa sugal pero hindi ito throw yung laban.
Game 2 pala kagong bilis ah.
Yan din, wala din kukuha nun pre. Siya. Taiga.
Wala na yun pre. Nag-stream pa rin yan eh, nakita ko.
Helmet.
Sugal.
May supporters pa rin pre.
Parang 8 viewers.
May.
Hindi, malaki yun.
Tayo na clear skin si ano, Genshin Boy eh.
Ranking.
Auto ban yan pre. Di pwede
Ban ba
bigay.
kanina? Game ban.
Ano yung first space ban yan? Ano kaya kukunin yan? Mag-first pick na ba Falcons?
Malrin, dapat di seryoso masyado. Tatalo ka niyan. Tama si ano. Sino to exercise ba? Yung nagkakape?
Si Ame pre. Nagkape kanina. Cold brew lang pre. Chill lang yan pre.
Yan dapat pangit ano lang. Relax lang.
Daming papel oh.
Coach nila?
What about that?
Si UI coach nila sa ano eh. Sa Falcons eh.
Tama si Marlon.
Since
Marlon,
last-
di ba ano yan?
Since last year pre. Oh, since last year. Last ng ano nila.
Sa salita pala to si Grit.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the last
Nonchalant
time
yung bro.
Army played in the grand finals, he ended up losing.
Tamang comment lang.
And they ended up winning
Wala nang
2-1.
bubahan dyan.
Ganda rin yan eh. No?
Hindi ngumingiti si Mallory.
This time, this could be
Sira laro mo yan.
Tira lang naman yan. Shadow content.
Okay, ano yun pre? Ganyan yan pag natalo na.
Yung last ng master niyan, di ba? Pag lamang.
Oo. Ano nga siya pre? Ano siya? Masyadong madaling matrigger.
we all love Ame, and there is a reason he is called the uncrowned king. If you look at his top,
Gamit mo.
Ang ano, lagi din. Taas ng place niya lagi.
So many counters, other lands, and
Dati. Nung pick pa ng China.
he gets
11, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Second, 5 games. TI9, third place, barely misses out. TI10, he goes to the final.
Dalawang second. Yung third niya yung sa ano, sa Liquid.
And again, TI11, he gets
Tinalo siya Liquid.
So this could really be the one time where he
Bali
can
Dubai.
do it. He's up
Alam mo.
one game.
Irakal yan, pre.
Ame, tapos player.
Maybe do it this time.
I will say it's so impressive to have played 6 internationals and all 6 of them you finished top 6 with even like second and third being the most common one. That is
Baka yan na yung next back pre. Kailangan gray hair na.
let alone being able to come so close to someone that ages time and time again.
Amerikano lang
And
pala,
this
pre,
time
mag Red
to be
Bull.
gaming
Guys,
definitely
Amerikano
on the
lang
right
sila.
track to take this
Copy lang,
grand
pre.
final, but I'm sure Falcons has
Kadaya
already done
tabs.
some homework in the meantime. There's one question
Dahil
gatas, pre, lang gatas.
Dahil ang pre, Delix yan.
Order ka na din pa. Order ka na ng concept canton habang game.
Best of 5 yan, pre.
At may canton ka pa rin habang game. Pabutang ka.
rotations possible, or maybe
So, taga-punas ka naman na ng ano dyan eh.
he has a win condition on.
Yung ano na lang, kanton na lang yung wala.
With the Pangolin pick, that was
Crazy
probably going to be
daw.
the case, but with the
Wala
Goodnight
akong
picks,
ano,
they had to find a
sa
new
mga
solution.
pro.
And at
Wala
that
akong
point,
inaabot ng
Dote was
pagtatay.
banned, Earthshaker banned.
Wala, pre, ano lang.
Gitna ng
Na, di, naiihi meron.
You got to slot Mario
Na ano sa true side.
in the draft, potentially.
Well, let's see if they do that.
Pero nagtatay, wala.
Head into the second game.
Boss.
Mali mo ngayon, pre, yung first time.
Naglampas dun.
Di, pre, naka-ready na yung ano niyan. Gamot, nakagamot na yan. Mars, si Mars ba Ivan o pick?
And we are in the thick of it.
Autoban pre, oh, Mars ES.
Ano, first one din. Sa
Di pwede bigay pre yung combo sa sniper. Di,
Extreme Gaming this time.
Mars
The
ES.
pickup of the Beastmaster as kind of expected.
Yun din,
the
binan.
Mars was
Pati
back
isang
on
toro,
very
sa respect
back
na
out.
Chen yan no, Chen ni Snaking. Masyado marami aura.
Particular game, and they answer with an Enchantress.
Best pick.
Gyro Weaver agad.
But they've just put
Ba't yun na yung sniper?
on
Makipik
Ay, di, tama yung ano, tama Gyro Weaver.
They do got a centaur. They don't want any of his shenanigans this time around.
Hindi, ano, Falcons pumili. Falcons pumili.
Already banned or picked.
May throw side to.
Marine will have to think about a new hero once again that he hasn't relied on.
Sneaking yung 2-time lang. Wala man lang,
My take
ano.
on that last game
Pro
was
side.
that the Ember would have looked better
Second pick ang ano pre, mas kinukuha.
because Ember is a hero that needs to
Sa ano, sa decision.
and they were feeding on these side lanes. Typically with Falcons, Snay and
Tama.
Crit
Tortillas.
rotate so early to play with Mallory, and this just didn't happen. So the Ember looked bad.
He also looked a
Ganda
little
nung ano,
between
gyro
the
ban.
slight change, some of them he was missing in the
Gyro
middle, when he
Weaver.
got ganked by the Hoodwink.
Chantress
The
ulit.
players would have been able to jump out. He was
Walang counter sa Beast
He
lane.
played it that many times in his career. He did play it once already at the international. It looked really dominant, but compared to his other heroes, it just didn't look to be in the same league.
I like that Falcons don't shy away from the edge, right? The snaking edge looked phenomenal in the entire tournament. It looked good last game too. So just because you lose once of it, don't go away from it. You're up against the Beastmaster.
Gaya
and at
Robin,
the
ha?
same time, XG, they've banned out
Ano pre, counter sa Beast.
In my mind that Falcons would
Tanggal
love
ano,
against
dahil sa
Beast.
block.
Got the gyro.
Tanggal kagad yung ano, yung board.
Unlike other carrier players, he cares a lot about having, like, his game is like important to
Bi-
him, but it's more important that
Bibi ni
he
ano,
slows you down.
ni
So
Amaro.
they're gonna have to look for a replacement that links
Right,
well with
boss.
Ench to slow down
Oh,
the Beastmaster.
Tiro.
And it does give
Hindi
him
ata
the
nag,
GG to
oh,
go
hindi
on.
naman nata nagbibibi si
One
Skater.
dominator, that's fair, it's honest though.
Hoodwing, dalawang break.
I mean, you know it was gonna happen anyway. With
Huwag niyo i-carry baby yan, pre.
old school lane counters as well.
Battle Fury.
Enchant the Dominator, but you just
Hindi na- ay, hindi nila ang one snap.
Mahirap mong buhat ng...
Falcons want a lot more.
Kailangan din ng gugulo lang.
The way that ATF plays the
AA
Goodnight,
pick?
he's throwing in
Sino? Si XS ba yan kanina? Kumuha pala ni Jerome si XS.
pacing.
Ano?
Oh,
Kailan din,
pre.
no?
Falcons, it's what they're going for, but once again, this
Jerome.
TI player pa pala pre.
Gitna. Kaya pala ano pre, wala, kaya pala di natin naririnig.
early game, it doesn't
Nagbatak
Ang
muna.
balita pre, nagtitrain.
It's the same
Nag-bootcamp lang.
They owned with it in game 1, you take it into your game 2.
Ganda, ganda naman ang pick.
Respect, incredibly strong. You've got
Kahit
the break,
ano
you
naman,
get some
Joe
roar
Blink.
into the sharpshooter. There's a lot of damage
Primal.
coming out to you if you're Falcons. The good thing for them also, they can flex the Bristleback. Yeah, it is.
Primal.
I would say Amar plays it probably the best out of all the players they have, but it would be a nice answer for
Primal.
you in the lane against the
Primal.
Beastmaster when you play this Bristle and Edge together.
Mal, Reem, Primal Beast. If you want
Walang
to
armor
create
yan,
some
pre.
chaos in the game,
Sa,
throw in
ano,
the Primal,
Ender.
throw in the Bristleback, just run through.
Malalaki
XP.
lang
Don't give
HP.
them time to think about the early game because, yeah, Falcons, they want to fight this time around.
Primal Beast doesn't put XM,
May break.
I would say, it doesn't put Mallory in a position where he gets counter-picked by XM or
May
has to
break.
worry about his pick. Last game,
May
was
break
Queen
sila
of
sa
Pain.
hood
That's a
lane.
lane-dominating type of hero. He had to go for the
May
Ember.
Primal, may
Primal
break.
Beast on Mallory,
Sa
he doesn't
Aghanim's.
even have the
Aghanim's
lane. He
pa.
just cuts the waves, drags them behind towers,
Ano ba yun
pulls
dyan
the
eh?
waves, and always
Ano
makes
yun?
sure he has his farm regardless of whatever pick will come out on 18 here. 4XG.
Si Malrin pag nag-primal, ano yun? Dagger BKB refresher mo bago mag-ult.
Having escape pact is critical.
Daming
with
dadaan.
with the Hoodwink and the Beast
Yung
Monster
box
in
ba
play,
ni
wanting to
Ringmaster sa ano lang, targeted
I
lang?
don't mind it at
So
all.
magana pa rin yung AoE?
The cool thing about Ringmaster is that it forces your pick that
Alam
you
ko
maybe
gumagana
wanted
dapat.
something different to have to be a hero
Hindi
that
ata.
builds Nullifier. If they were looking at a different
Alam ko yung
style of
vulnerable
carry
ka,
for
kailangan
offering
ano,
another
kailangan
repeat
ma-dispel.
of that Ursa,
Nalipay
they
ganun.
can't do that comfortably because Ursa doesn't
Kasi
slot
alam ko
the
nadadad
Nullifier
Sonic
into
Wave
his
sa
pool
box
early
eh.
enough.
Always the way when there's not a lot of lockdown and pucks in the pool,
Yeah.
XM's gonna want to pick it up.
Ano yan?
Just great
Counter sa
against the
Beast.
backline, right? You're
Parang
gonna show
hirap
them to each
nung,
other.
ano,
Easy
push
always. You
lane
want
nila.
not just the physical
Falcon.
guy who abuses your physical damage, you want the spirit with the magic damage.
Last
X and
pick
Puck,
ano,
it has looked absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, yun pre.
Phenomenal.
Tama
On
yan.
Falcons too,
Last pick.
you have the option
Pusher
of
na
flexing
hero.
your heroes around. I would say that Amar is the better bristle. And
Medusa,
Mara
pre.
is the better Puck abuse,
Medusa
but they have
ata
the
yun eh.
options
Di yata
because
sila
they
pwede
have the
mag-ano,
last pick off the draft.
Medusa, maganda Medusa.
NP?
Let's see
Calypso
what's
mag
getting
NP.
banned out here. We got the Dragon Knight already removed from the pool. Looks like both teams want to get their carry for their
Dogi
overall
ata
last
pre,
pick.
may ano eh, hood
So we
Vic.
see what fits in there. And just for my own personal mental state, we have the puck.
Di sila
versus
pwede
Primal.
mag-Medusa dahil sa
Regardless
L.
of how that goes, Malrine will always have a game, right? Because his Primal, the way he plays it, he doesn't have to be on the lane. He'll go
Pag
anywhere
AG
else
hero
that
ka,
he
di ba?
Primal
Lahat sa
is one
base.
of the best cores in the game. That if you have a bad lane, your ability to skip waves, farm, and recover is there.
Ay,
So
bagi,
you also
pre.
utilize Primal in every game possible, good or bad. To have it.
Masi-zero armor ka sa Elder, di
And
ba?
what makes him effective in an early game, it's the question of how successful will he be when he's off the map.
Gagi, pero pag
or
nakabox na
rotating
mabawasan ng
sidelines,
AOE.
when they don't see where he is,
Direct
how
sa
afraid will they
meron pa
be?
din.
And if you have
Direct
one
sa
good
demo,
link
pre,
on a
clean
side
list,
lane
men.
and an ET on another,
Nakabox na mabawasan.
you can't really stop this Primal Beast from earlier.
Bali,
They
save
don't
lang.
have to
Target
in and
dapat.
trampling over you. They don't have the lockdown to do so
Gago.
against
Bali, save lang ano
Otherwise,
lang talaga.
potentially, lifestealer.
Save lang pala sa Ron.
Dati hindi ganun eh, binago ata eh.
Baka binago.
Dati invulnerable, di ba?
It gives you ways to eat
Oh.
through the bristle back through the game.
Mamamatay
You don't
ka.
really care about edge. Like, the game kind of secures the scaling field.
Try mo sa ano, mga Requiem
I'm
ganun.
also kind of looking
Why
at
so
like, is there
Wave?
something else you have to respect from Falcons, like if they do go for some, you know, if they
Ito
go
ba
for
ng
like
Medusa ba?
round, is there something
Lahat
you
eh.
have to really respect? Because
Mamamatay
Ame,
pa rin
he's
kahit
also
nasa
a very
box.
versatile player. He can play any type of carry.
Wow,
He has
Wales.
the 5 minutes open to like
Paglabas ng box, patay.
him and like also make it easy.
I will say, this is, I think, a rare case of where we see
Just bet na naman ba to sila sa
in
Falcons?
the overall or in the last big phase, it's still 2 minutes left from their bonus, and that doesn't happen very
Ay,
often.
yan.
And
Kasi
for me,
natanggal yung
that's
tanggal ano
shows
eh.
confidence from Extreme Gaming in this draft in particular.
Tinanggal kasi ulo sa Medusa eh. Kaya maganda sa ano yung Ben eh.
And they
na-flex
don't
yan.
even need their bonus time. They're gonna. They only
Ano?
use 3 seconds
Kukos
of
cost,
the
pre.
entire draft. That, I don't think it's
Iikot
ever
lang.
happened before. They go
Ikot
for
farm.
There is no
Bagay, kontra din yun sa Enchantress, hindi kailangan ng ano.
You've seen Arme with the cling. It's a
Diamond
it's a
burst.
very annoying hero to play against.
Burst
You're relatively
kills.
tanky with your, of course, with your ultimate. Yeah, it's just insanely.
Gumagano ba yung
Very,
first kill
very,
niya, no,
very
Clink
strong.
sa box?
And he's the
Ano,
nullifier
first
hero. Clings will buy it so
Ano, first
comfortably.
Straight na yung, ano,
So
yung
important to
sunod-sunod
play
na
against
pana,
Grandmaster.
di ba?
It's not the easiest
Oh, ano
strategy
yun
to
eh,
find
yung-
if
ay, di,
I
nasa
think
shard
it's
yun,
correctly,
di ba?
because you want,
Tama ba?
you need some type of stun or
Shard ba?
I'm
Di
sure
ba ano yun?
you have, like,
First
Bristle
Yung
and
Ace,
Armor,
di ba
but
nag-links ka? Yung
very
ano, yung
easy
barrage
to
siya na...
You don't have the best grab, like right now you need to
Skill yun, di ba? First
grab
kill.
them with a fight.
Hindi, nasa shard, di ba? Tapos pinahina. Parang kung pinahina damage eh.
So I'm not sure if they want to take it here into like some offline pick for Amar. They can do the lockdown. Do you just give him the bristle? Put
Magana.
a guy on Skeeter who can do the blink stuff because that's why XG banned those heroes. You have no
Abot
Parang-
you have no Sven.
Parang nakaasa sila sa ano,
Another option is just
nakaasa
to
sila
carry
sa
that
break
build
ni
to Orchid.
masyado.
Those do happen, so there's also
Peter.
Faceless Void.
Let's see.
Apat yung i-break na hero.
For Falcons, though, they have to make sure that when they make a move, it's a move that is their own kind of identity. It cannot be fixing an XG problem when they're skipping away playing behind you, because like Ken's already mentioned, the elusiveness of Link, Puck, and Hoodwink will just pick apart any 5-man ball that wins down the lane.
I think
Oh,
normally
that's
when you
not
play
right.
these heroes
Oh,
as the game
no.
progresses become very problematic,
yan,
like
sir.
Puck, because you lack disable, a 5-man ball can be very effective, especially before your lanes. You just make it so that they don't
Wala,
have a
sis.
network advantage, you
Hindi
end the
gumagana,
game
pre.
before they're too strong.
Baka
And that's
skill,
another
pre.
way to play into these
Hindi
proximity
gumagana.
storms. So if Falcons
Ano yung barrage? Yung ano? Yung barrage? Gana?
comfort
Ano
heroes,
ba?
Passive na ano kasi yung...
Hindi, yung ano pre, yung Sonic
throw
Wave,
minions
gumagat.
Link into Orchid into Bloodthorn, and that can be their damage plus lockdown.
The thing there is Aben still needs those 3 items to then feel like he can truly win the game. And is that
Why Sonic
enough
Wave hindi
time
din?
for XG to feel like they come online to take that one fight, to take the comeback? Because we're expecting Falcons to have the early game tempo. It's how quickly can they do this?
I mean, to me, it's like
Okay,
why-
kunat
it's why
ng
we
Falcons,
use
tas
the
may
grand
ano
finals.
sila,
Both
daming
teams,
save.
They have what they want. You have Falcons, they're gonna play together, they're gonna tower dive, they're gonna go on you.
Di pinan-sniper no kasi pangit yung sniper.
Pre, pag nakuha ka ng dinosaur si Tatang, what?
Very nice at protecting himself. He's got the as well. So XG for them.
Wala silang ano pre, wala silang save dun. Elder ano.
But if they can have good lanes and go
Yung ano lang talaga yung barrage.
I think they should absolutely have
Ba't sila nag-links? Parang
beefy heroes.
yes, like they're gonna go. If you're Bristol, what do you want? You want a part of this choice.
Hindi naman nila need yung tower push. May ano naman sila.
You're saving, you're putting you in the box. So for XG, it's about survival.
Okay, focus to spray.
Alright, let's see Survivor versus Seed on the main stage and also on the main stage. It's Zaway with Slack.
Absolutely, ladies
Mas
and
maganda pa ata
gentlemen,
ako ng
I'm here
Terror
with the
Bleach eh.
director himself. Give Zach some noise! Come on!
Diba?
Get you
Yung high damage lang din kailangan. Ganda ba?
Let's talk a little bit about stamina.
Baka na-request ni Ame, pre.
From the lower bracket into the uppers, you know, that
Kailan ba niyo huling
stamina
pinik yung
starts to go
Clinks?
down.
Parang ngayon ko lang ulit nakita yung Clinks.
I could make a wash the face joke here, but that would be immature, and I would not do that right now.
Si
can you tell
Shanks,
me,
si
how
Shanks
are
pre,
you
wala sa
keeping
screen.
energy up? How are you keeping these guys fighting?
在 TI 历史中，拜仁队打上来的队伍会打比较
Ako
多
wala
场
yung，pre para sa
他
ano.
绝对没有想说洗把脸的这个梗，但是想问一下你，队伍是如何保持集中力还有体力的呢？
那还是洗把脸吧。
Let's just watch your face.
Okay ka.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay ba
You
talaga?
picked that Blink in less than 3 seconds. You know, you have reserve
Bakit ka
time. You don't have to go
nagganyan?
that fast. But you guys were confident. Bam! Locked it in. Why was that? Who was making that call to pick it so quickly?
你们选了克林克斯普攻，3秒就选了，犹豫都没有犹豫的，是谁的决定呢？
其实很早的时候就觉得这把普攻特别好发挥。
Di ba kaya i-random ni BB yan?
大家都加天迷。
So very early on in the draft, we believe Clicks is really good, and we believe in Ame.
Oh, who doesn't, right? Anybody else believe in Ame? All right. Last question for you here today. So you guys favor that Elder Titan. Only one other team did in this tournament. It was their superior Elder Titan team. Why does this hero work for you guys and nobody else?
我们看你们选了上古巨神大牛蛮多次的，然后本次比赛当中只有另外一支队伍选了
Tinan mo pre, si
你们已
Malvin.
经证明自
Hindi
己
niya
是更
ginawa
好使
yung
用大牛的
strat
队
niya
伍。
ng
你觉得为什么
Ayaw
你
pang
们的队
malo,
伍会
pang
比较
second
成
skill
功
sa
地使
ano,
用这个英雄
sa？likod.
Hindi niya ginawa pre kasi ano, match lang sila sa mid eh. Ginagawa lang niya yun pag talo siya sa...
还有感觉对面根本针对不了我们。
Well, one thing
Gaya
is
niyan,
that
hindi naman siya
player
lugi. Lamang
plays
pa
it
nga
really
siya eh.
well. X-Nova's Elder Titan is amazing, and they just have no way to counter us.
All right, well, we'll see about that. Thank you so much, my friend, for an excellent interview. Thank you as well to Helen, our translator. And we'll throw it to game number 2.
Siguro kung SF yan, kung
Everybody,
SF yung
game
mid.
number
Sa
2
kabila.
between
Baka
Extreme
nagganon siya.
Gaming and Falcons. We heard the words from the director himself talking about X-Nova and that Elder Titan. Now, you pointed to this hero. You said he was going to be one of the heroes of the tournament. As time goes on, people are going to remember that this hero is a beast in the late game. You agree with his assessment that X-Nova's Elder Titan is just a tier above the rest?
Oh, absolutely. He's one of the OG players on this hero. He has been playing it for years and years. He has a lot of experience on it, and you need that experience because this hero is all about hitting that stunner Earth splitter at the exact right moment in the fight. If you mess it up, you're not contributing a whole lot. This is a really nice tool XG has brought out in this series, and one Falcons are going to have to address. They're trying to address it through the laning phase, giving them bad lane matchups, giving them supports that are difficult to interact with, also mid laners that are really mobile. Sometimes CT can suffer with direct lockdown compared to a lot of their hard stunning supports. That game one though, it did not push through. We saw some big plays coming out from X-Nova, especially with this Hoodwink ET duo. They get it again here in the game two. Falcons did not deny this combination, so you're going to have that insane spell amp, and you have this puck to play off with it. A lot of long-range artillery coming out from this XG lineup.
It really does go to show how amazing a player X-Nova is he wasn't even originally on this roster. Filling in for Pelosic, he's managed to step up. Of course, he's got a history of synergy with Ame, and there's no doubt about it that he is a top-tier TI caliber player. But it is amazing that Extreme Gaming have managed to fit him into the lineup so effortlessly.
It's up to Falcons to fight back. Down a game, not out of it yet. They want a strong laning phase here, as the panel mentioned. A lot of fast-paced heroes in this Falcons lineup. That can absolutely just end this game going higher than that 25-30 minute mark, particularly with this Abaddon pick for Skeeter. I think they had a couple options in that last slot.
Ame into trouble. Falcons Are they gonna claim first blood this time? The Quill, not enough, and X-Nova gets the kill on Crit first. You're happy with the trade-off of support for core, but Falcons just single digits away from first blood.
Mar would have liked that 100 bonus gold there. Won't get it in time, but still happy with the laning prowess that they're asserting. This is looking like a triple lane win for Falcons, exactly what they want with these Enchantress-oriented lineups.
And that's quite a turn from game one, where we saw very early on, it was Extreme getting the CS advantage in the first couple minutes.
I think a lot of that was that Mars. Like, that first pick Mars, I think, caught him off guard a little. It set the pace straight out of the gate. XXS had a very fast start on that hero. He was just so far ahead out of that lane phase. The Beast is going to be a little slower here.
Bakit na choice spray yan or Enchantress eh. Ay ano, Chen eh. So winning is... So winning pre kaysa Chen.
And this Bristle can be annoying for the Clinks. It's one of the few melee heroes that can cause
you
can chase you down.
Masakit yung stapler.
And Clinks, his tankiness comes off
Patay na naman si Ami.
not on those super early levels.
Oh, that damage is building up. X-Nova, he's just going to work right now. Crit gives him the tonic, but it's not
yari ka, Crit. Pag
still
nakasalubong ka dyan.
falls. They both get dangerously low. Ami ends up going down in the end. If this dagger lands,
might go back in.
And X-Nova, he's now going to challenge him. Crit, he's got another dagger coming up, but he still has that whip. X-Nova can challenge him, especially with the healing salve going. This is going to be a decent amount of missed CS. X-Nova shows Crit on the chase.
It's a big mana from XG on this lane. You go all in with that ET, you're committed. You got to get something out of that. That was very close with the XG strike back. Put Ame back in a solid position, finishes the full Falcon Blade. Mallory doing his usual Primal Beast.
Ano na eh, level 5 na yun.
That is what you can expect from a Primal Beast pickup from
Hindi niya
Falcons.
kaya
It almost
haras.
doesn't matter what the matchup is, just because he can always cut the lanes. Let's cut between the mid-tier 2 and farm up neutrals at the same time.
It's interesting, they put this deep dive.
Pero lalo, ang laki ng lamang niya sa XP dahil
primal rotations through that jungle.
Right.
I don't think it's a move Mallory would have committed to, but just getting vision on him helps
Deny
him play
pa.
the map a little bit better. Expecting the shenanigans, perhaps.
Malrine, as a result, is up in both CS and experience, so he might get to that level 6 first. We'll see what commences if Falcons try and make a play off of him into the mid lane, or if we're going to see Malrine make the rotation.
I think you make the rotation this game. I think that's why you pick Primal. You can rotate the side lane super successful. You can just keep going waves. You can be off map for a long time. That move can be difficult to read. And you have some
depende sa ano.
Going in on this Clinks, going in on the
kasi ano sila, di ba Facebook siya dyan sa ano?
Could be really nice in this style of game.
That was the first thing I thought when I saw it.
Ay, depende. Pag may damage ka, tapos need mo yung armor.
Okay, that is a bold move because this Primal Beast is probably going to be trying to hunt down this Clinks non-stop in the first 20-30 minutes.
It's a great target for Malrine. If you can connect once or twice.
Sa Primal, punahin mo yung blade kasi
not a lot of
nakunat ka.
defensive options for Ame if you just get trampled.
Be a whole lot easier if they could get a power
Pag
rune.
Slardar
in
ata,
particular,
inuuna nila
something
yung
like an
chain me.
Arcane or Haste rune.
May damage ka naman eh. Yung
Will it spawn top for Malrine or will it go bottom for XM? It's an invis rune for Malrine, so Malrine does get it, but not the biggest
double
power
yung
rune in the world.
Double Sage
in this
Mask
early
yung
game.
I was hoping for something more aggressive there. He'll take it. And he's having a way better start here than he did in that game one. And I think he's on a hero that can just impact the fight a lot more. We don't see Ember for a reason, and I think
kesa basta na lang.
Picking Malrine's hero.
Mahal din isa niyan, di ba?
For them in this tournament. If you go back and look at all the games, right, they have been just jamming his hero early. A lot of these mid-melee brawlers. So having this setup probably feels a lot more comfortable for them. They're able to draft accordingly. Lane pressure building up on the safe lane with the Enchantress. As X-Nova trying to threaten that Shrine Steal, but I think it's way too difficult to man up here.
I like that. He pulls the hard camp too early, so it'll be difficult for Crit to be able to re-pull it at the right time for another stack.
Sila naman yung bumawi
This
sa
bottom lane,
Wisdom.
though, is being pressured heavily. They're just going to run over Shinkyu and set up for the Wisdom Shrine. That's going to be a double for Falcons.
Nung game 1 pre, sila yung ginanyan eh.
Perfect move
XG yung kumuha na ano.
This game, you want that mid to get over there.
Oh,
Set that kill
sila
up,
naman ngayon pre,
double
sila yung
wisdom
mas
shrine. Do to XG what they did to you last game, with Ame taking it away. And set your supports up for success here. Very
Di na kaya mag-lane, di na kaya mag-lane ni Clinks pre.
XM will do what he can to pressure the mid tower, but it's just not the same as, say, a Dragon Knight.
Oh, not even close. I
Masyadong,
mean, his best tool is to counterplay
masakit na yung
the Maureen beast, Primal Beast around the map with the coil. But a move like that's just too fast. There's no ability to react. And you need damage to
Lugi
follow
talaga
up on
pre
the
yung
coil
Klink
to bring him
sa
down this
lane.
game. He's already up to
Lugi yan sa
1200
lane.
HP, 10 armor. Puck cannot kill this hero alone. You need support.
Pare
Losing
ba?
Wisdom Shrines means the damage from your support duo is going to come out way later in this game. No Earth Splitter, no Sharpshooter for a long time. More space, more time for Maureen to just rampage around the map. This could be a free tower last hit. There
Secured. Illusion Rune for XM, so we're getting a lot of the
Matik talaga sa kanila, no? Dapat bago mag 10 minutes may basa.
which means it's going to be a whole lot more important to get that 10 and 12 minute one for either side. Another same defensive jungle ward there to spot out these aggressive rotations now that they've given up the top tower. Certainly going to see a lot more heroes occupying this space.
You can continue to dodge here, but ultimately you're going to have to find something to get levels on your supports.
Madaya ano niyan pre,
It's killing your offensive playmaking ability. There's just no threat on these heroes around the map. I mean, this Enchantress is already almost 6.5.
Kuha mo yung XP tsaka gold ng unit na ano.
Sister Shroud,
Parang ano, pinagandang Idas.
He's already unkillable.
Maganda pa nga sa Domi yan.
Nuisance late game. He's kind of already there. No one's bringing him down. It's in theory going to be Ame again later on a hero that can bring the Enchantress down, similar to that Ursa. But that's a long ways away, so...
Hindi ko ayaw mabahante ni Ame. Sakit ng spray. Yan yan, kailangan.
Kahit sino naman na.
That's the Falcons MO, right? They have the triples from building, get a fight behind them, get some auras.
Standard build siya na snaking.
Yeah, that's not happening either. And this is the aggressiveness that Snake can play with for the first 20 minutes here. He's totally invincible. Just run on XG side of the map, give vision, steal camps, threaten the pokes behind the tier 1s, get the wards in deep places that are going to set up further plays for your team. This is all information that Maureen can play off of. It's all power runes that are automatically being secured from him, just off the presence of this Enchantress that nobody wants to deal with.
Pares nga lang build niya every game sa Ench. Yeah.
X-Nova, he's been surrounded here. The daggers into the Viscous Nasal Goo, okay. And he can't TP out either because Crit is ready to stop that one, so his life is kind of forfeit here.
Hindi pwede mag-TP.
Falcons up 2,000 net worth. This is looking way more like a Falcons game. They get an advantage off the laning phase. Now they're going to start building that, and they're going to bully you with that net worth advantage with their strength heroes. I mean, they're already tough to
He's taking pre level 7 din.
Overwhelming.
Ang maganda dyan sa ganyang support eh, no? Hindi kaya solo. Kahit maligaw, hindi mo mapapatay.
If ATF is the most
powerful
in the game,
kahit dumaan sa highway.
This is this man in his element.
Hmm.
He is the best.
Favorite din ni Amar sa ano sa BB. Threads tapos Lotus sa SNY.
Just that. Going first item Lotus gonna be a little early tank ability and utility here. Great skill.
Para no, ang nanggagago lang sa harap. Walang gustong lumapit.
Ang counter agad kasi naka-Lotus eh.
Yeah, without that, they simply do not have a way to stop this Bristleback from farming right in front of their tier 2. They need Q badly to get tier 6 and get the sharpshooter for the extra bit of burst.
Wala silang ano pre, wala silang wisdom. Importante yung unang-una.
The other Titan, right? The biggest damage spell he has is that Earth Splitter. The fact that their Wisdom Shrines got taken away from them is causing them more and more problems.
Also, again, going straight
level niya kay Ame.
Actually, for GQ, they have a helm on the beast. They do have some slipper stall mechanisms, right? If you can get these
Parang gets ko na din yung Klink.
Chill lang.
show on parts of the map they don't want to, that could be a way to slow.
Pwede kainin ni ano no, ni
some more scaling on your tricore here.
Domi.
Especially if you can defend this tier 1 mid. Biggest pressure point on the map right now. Tier 1 mid for XG.
May ano siya,
Keep this
skill.
tower alive, protect Ancients for XXS, protect the upper jungle area for Ame as Amar starts to assert his advantage.
Oo, di ba? Pwede ba niya deadpack yung sa ano, yung sa Domi o yung kay Enchlock, pwede na yun.
Have you ever seen a helm dom creep on a skeleton?
Wala naman naka-Domi, di ba? Kay Ench lang yung meron, di ba? Wala naman.
It's going ham. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, not the best play considering it does time out. XXS will need a few more seconds to grab another one.
May unleash ni Marcy kay Enchantress, pre.
He just doesn't seem to run out of
Oo,
mana, so he's just
wala kang
throwing
pake dun
wild
sa,
axes
ano.
So despite Falcons getting that early advantage, it does
Pwede
seem
rin
like
pala, no?
Extreme
Marcy
are
Gary.
prepared for this kind of grind.
Walang nagmamarcy sa kanila, pre.
Jungle right now.
Dami mo na. Lumang hero lang alam.
Okay. Ano yan? Old fashioned.
This is where Malraux
Patay si XM.
if he finds a couple
Gagarin
Lumang
din.
match, pre.
Kahit ata si ano eh.
Patay nga to.
Kahit ata si Skito eh. Hindi patay yan. May dami.
Sa tropa.
Just outside.
Ginamit na yung ano. Tetap. Sip na ties. Ganda na combo.
Nalam, no?
Eh na pre, standard build. Primal ni Maldrain. After dagger. Bigay.
I think the funniest part about that is that play is disguised by the fact that the Enchantress is hitting
Tapos refresher after. Para dalawa hawak.
I'm not sure if there's a smoke play behind the Enchantress where somebody shows they're going to get jumped, or if they're actually smoking around the map variously.
I mean, look at Safety. He's once again just posting up solo in this triangle, daring XG to come kill him.
Ako, agawan na naman sila.
And apparently Skeeter's going to do the exact same thing.
Ganda ng tumula.
Hurricane to push him back into the shrine. Crazy little micro plays.
Kagi, wala na naman silang wisdom.
Snaking slowed down by XM, but it doesn't matter. They simply just do not have the damage anywhere on Extreme. They have to land a stomp and then follow through with all the setup that they've got.
There's the
Walang crazy yung magaganap.
He gets it for free here. All the attention drawn to another lost wisdom.
Pabor sa amin ni pre. Pabor sa amin yung niyan. 5 games. Fantasy points.
7% at 14 minutes.
Maandar pre. Tatlo Falcon sa akin pre.
A very one-sided affair.
But you're about to have both these Radiant supports the same
Puro
level.
1 hour game pa.
Your hard carry on the side of XG. That is not good news for the team fight. XG. It's almost getting to the point where you are desperate for any sort of kill. Gain some momentum in this game.
Huwag lang ma-GG to ng 20 minutes plus.
Ang anong Chandler, pre. Hindi mapatay.
Kahit i-break mo naman yan eh. Pag nabitaw na niya yung heal. Kailangan hindi niya mabitaw yung heal.
Tumambay sa mid yan, pre. No, pero taas ng level. Tambay lang sa lane.
Madaya din yung hindi niya kinuha yung facet.
Controlling so much of this mid area. XG getting frustrated with it. Just gotta play.
Hindi nagbibira ng Snakey ka.
Deso on Ame.
Di meta pre.
Go with that damage.
Yeah, maybe a little bit later on, Ame
Grab the Lord.
take the Enchantress
Ano paramihan ng units ngayon pre. Pero yung Enchantress na.
Domi pa, no? Tayo na naman to.
Domi meta kasi. Jungle ko.
Naku po, primal game. Hirap yan. Pag may malikot na primal sa game.
Wala pa naman silang direct hold. Si lang. Dismaster lang.
Tapos isa pa. Isa lang.
Yun lang pre. Wala na silang direct stun eh. Wala na ibang direct stun eh.
Tamang hero lang. Ano talaga counter dyan kay primal eh. Tamang pick dapat eh.
Pinanuro na pre.
Clockwork lang pre, hirap na yan. Primal.
Gumagana dun pre sa charge niya yung 4-stop. Naka-cancel.
Sa sa Pugs.
Into the support ultimates.
Yung yung tawag doon, yung tina-charge na sa gasa.
Ang tumatagos sa Pugs.
Hindi, di ba pag nag-charge si Primal, 4-stop mo bang ma-under, ma-cancel?
When you make this sort of play, the slower is
yung first skill, niya.
Nobody on Extreme is showing except for Ame, and I think
Counter dun sa
Naka-ready yung Primal, yari.
Gogo.
Hindi nabitaw yung hindi nabitaw yung break agad. Nahawakan.
Gusto mo rin.
Yung minatawag.
Aga kumuha ni Snaking na impetus
Hindi ka malalim pre.
Nagpalit ng nagpalit ng facet eh. Hindi yung hindi.
This has been clinical control of the map from Falcons.
Kinuha niya yung pang impetus na
their style of Dota.
facet.
They just give you nothing. They present
Vanguard.
an unkillable sight across the
Crimson
map.
para sa
On this bristle,
Sa Clinks.
Enchantress, good luck. Go on the Abaddon.
Kahit puro magic yung kalaban nag-i-cream.
Why is this game 2 so much different than game 1. Because last time, Ame was just able to play his own game and has nothing really to do with carries, right? Extreme were able to run around as 4 and do a lot.
I think it's a wisdom shrine difference, right? Yeah, supports for Extreme got their ults faster, were able to make more plays off it. They had a faster hero in the offlane to enable it in the Mars versus the Beast.
Lumalabas yung ano pre, sakit na Yami.
The laning phase went better for them. Here, Falcons, they got the better of the laning phase. They got
Pag hindi siya kaya buhatin early game nung
to assert dominance around the map a little quicker.
parang hina niyang carry bigla.
Immensely. In the highest pressure situation, the map can close real fast on you.
So napalo to?
Oh pre, kaso sino papatay mo dyan?
So late teams are adjusting and trying to make sure that they have scale.
May kaya ba sila i-burst dyan? Parang wala ata sila mag-burst dyan.
Andres, no?
Secret lang ata pwede.
May box eh.
May apotek pa sila. Enchantress Hill. Wala silang power eh.
Oh, ba?
May Lotus na, di na siya pwede mag-orchid.
Oh yeah, they're just gonna do Roshan right in front of your face. An Extreme, no response.
Dinosaur, pre.
Yan na, refresher na lang kulang yan. Di nagagalaw yung ano. Di nagagalaw yung ano niyan, Clinks mamaya. Kung nakawakan.
Maganda ka, Shibos ka na lang.
Ano yun pre? Naka-fix na yung build niya.
Di pahirapan niya kanina.
That is a debilitating item for Ame this early in the game. Yeah, you have the Deso.
Pag nakapag-BKB refresher kasi.
Patay ito si Ame.
Kung ano, di ka nagigising.
Needs more right clicks to get the job done, and this Crimson is just
Shard.
completely taken
Patay
away.
ka tropa.
Hindi mo kaya yan. Cutwave lang. Sabay alis.
Now we're gonna see some of this
Patay ka na mamatay.
classic.
Nandun secret yari yan. May use eh.
Once they pick up the shard, they're gonna start bursting down waves and then disappearing off the map.
Peter,
So it
chill
will
lang.
start to become harder and harder.
Sarap ng buhay no, farming game lang.
Control to keep Extreme locked on their side of the map to keep them down in net worth.
We are seeing it flatline a little bit. I mean, they got
Sino ka lang, kami bahala sa'yo.
Gotta start ratting it out. No way you can take a head-on fight right now.
Galing talaga.
Looking to steal this? Set up here with a ward.
Hard na nga
I don't even know how he would do that with
Si
Elder Titan.
Payaso. At yung spotlight, may reveal, ano.
Yo, where the hell is the spirit coming from right now?
Yeah.
Ano yan, Vision?
Maybe they just don't care though. That's a nice little shard.
Vision game.
Chill lang si CNQ eh.
Do you think they buy an early gem? You just start looking around and anything to take wards off
Thank you.
and find the clinks and Ame's moving around. I feel like that's the only thing that
Kailangan talaga snapper na siya. Parang mabilis siya mag-farm.
their progression.
I could see early gem in this game, particularly because you have cores you can give it to that are. Yeah, I mean, the Enchantress can always hold it, but if you want to put it on the front line,
Si Gabi tumaya sa ano.
maybe even the Primal,
Extreme.
they're such an indomitable threat.
Malaki ads eh.
There's no risk of losing this gem in your mind.
Kala mo, di siya na ipag-trash token ko yan eh.
Like we saw XG do in game 1. Choke them out on the map, threaten the Clinks even more in the team fights. You just aren't going to be able to get those good angles.
What's the timing here for Extreme to actually, you know, take a team fight? Is that 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes from now? How long do they have to stall this game before they can finally fight?
I mean, honestly, at this point, if you're not losing a net worth advantage, in other words, if you are trading farm evenly on the map, you do that for as long as possible. I don't think there is a clear plan. Just we need to stall this game, use the dogs, get to a point where we can start to threaten cores in this game, because that's your biggest problem. That's going to require a lot of damage.
We didn't do much to interrupt the Tormentor, but he did leave
Patay si
Falcons on a
XS.
little merry chase. And then after that, his ward spotted out this smoke. So they go through the game, they try and chase after
Ayaw.
these heroes, but Extreme are all vacating the area. They're not going to be caught in this.
Kala ko dadump na niyan eh.
Creep will. But even
Wala na naman sila pre, tatlong wisdom na.
Watcher, very smart.
You cannot.
Ayun si Ame, snatch isa.
Again in this game, Ame needs to get this.
Okay, maybe that was sticking around for too long there. He already broke the smoke, but GQ, cheeky as always, was trying to play inside the trees. Does get found. That is the advantage of the Primal Beast. He can cut through these trees anytime he wants to.
Very nice hero to find these rats around the map. Scaring XM off this mid. Just so hard to get the lane control.
Pre, yung nararamdaman ng XG, ganyan yung nangyayari sa
Incredible lineup to split the lanes up right between the puck and the clinks. Very elusive, very hard.
walang mapa, wala nang pre. Late na ng mapa nila.
Especially
Wala
goes
na
down with
mapa, wala pa silang isang tore lang nabakit.
your XG to just stall this game out and not let that lead build.
Iniipit na sila. Pero ito naman yung ginawa ng Beast. Yan yung hindi natin masyado nagagawa.
Sa ano, no? Sa kalaban na...
Oo, ikot ka sa kabila.
Here too, you take the outpost, more and more map control. I do almost wonder, like,
Ame not doing it.
would Falcons
Tatay,
be
ganun
strong enough
pre.
Pre, pag ano pre, pag hindi mataba yung...
around and say, you know, you have to fight us?
I think Amar is strong enough, honestly.
Yeah, well,
Wala yung magdadala pre.
high ground whatsoever from the creep wave
Wala,
underneath.
nagpa-farm lang din si XXS eh.
Sabi sa'yo pre, pag passive si XSS eh.
Falcons can absolutely.
Yun talaga pre, yun talaga magdadala sa kanila.
You have sustained from
Kailangan mo.
Pinag-beastmaster nila pre, magpa-farm talaga yan.
that is the downside for the rat.
Kaya naman sumama pre, kaso kasi Abaddon Gary eh.
This style through.
Ano, kahit sigaw mo yan 5 beses, boy yan.
Pag iba din naman sinigawan mo kasi.
Boy din. Dahil na, ano yun.
Wala, ang ganda ng lineup ng ano pre, palo.
Strength na.
No one's in position to do that.
Pinabarag na yung ano nila, third top.
Sniper ka na kasi Q para ma-damage ka, wala.
Di ba naban?
Hindi, pero hindi rin niya pinik. Kasi nakita niya ano eh, BB eh. Nag-gano siya sa break. Masa sa break pre, di rin naman magamit.
Really big upgrade to their team fight.
Iwalay na, pwede nyo i-go yan.
Baka di mo mapatay yan. Ayun na, huli ka.
Bang, bang, bang.
Inilawan po eh.
Bum, 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 bum.
Oh, nice spear.
Okay na, piniro pre.
Ah, yung tambol di abot. Di abot ng tambol sir, pinagtripan ka.
Ang ina, microbio ka kay Crit.
May Lotus pa yun, no? Pwede. Wala na. Si Ame pa lowest net worth sa core. Bad pick talaga yan, pre.
Hindi pa nag-blade build si Amar.
Bad pick. Oo, nag-blade mill, iyak doon yan.
Bakit ang offplay nila?
Pangit din carry, pre.
24 minutes staking buys one. We'll see if he pass it off to
Kaya
someone.
sana pre kung umiikot yung offplay na agad. No? Kaya may pag-early fight.
The Aegis does expire.
Yun naman kailangan ni ano yung Ame.
Wala silang counter sa prime. Pag nagdabog.
Likely to wait out for the second one. That has been Falcons' MO. When they get a
Kahit
lead like
toil mo
this,
yan,
it's on the road to
makapagdabog yun.
TI. I mean, they are willing to just
Inoverthink yung lineup, pre.
absurd net worth lead. Doesn't always work out for them, but it usually does.
I think this will be a little bit of a difficult game to do that.
Natakot sila masyadong wala silang break, wala tuloy dami.
Forcing XG to respond to something, either high ground or Roshan, Torment or whatever it is.
Standard build, snaking. Pagtapos na yung tatlong item, pipe na.
The big cores on the sides of the map. The Bristle's not equipped to do it, the Abaddon's not equipped to do it, so you're really
Ano pre-game si Amar, oh. Gagawin nyo ngayon.
scaling here.
Si game lahat pre.
Sumala rin, pre.
6 snaking pre.
We get to BKB on the beast.
O si 5 na nakakapag-farm.
That's going to be the odd choice for Ame. The panel.
Parang si ano yun, si Papi. Greedy pipe.
In a matchup against some of these Falcons heroes.
Parang yung nakalaban natin na Taskar. Naka-lane lang. Hindi natin kaya.
Dinansa ko.
Liquid lang
Depende
ata.
sa ano. Depende sa paano kasi yun eh, sa offlane.
I mean, you stop the save.
Tsaka kasi hindi ka nagdodomi sa ano, pre. Hindi ka nagdodomi.
Gogo. Palo lang.
I mean, if you can't threaten him, then the team fight's just out the window anyway, right? So you have to believe you have enough single target DPS, and this will set you up to convert that single target DPS into a guaranteed kill. I think it is the correct idea here.
X-Nova.
X-Nova here on the ET as well, right? If you need damage, this is the hero that can give it to you. Yes. Now BKBs can be annoying in blocking out a lot of your aura.
Sila mapatay.
You know, you're gonna have to get through the Abaddon.
Aga na nullifier niyo.
On the Enchantress, but some of these
Kailangan na niya sa box.
throw that Earth Splitter and you amp them up, you get on top of them with everybody.
Masyado na siya naumay sa box, pre.
Interactions like this, you can bring a target down in this game and open up that.
Doble ng ano. Baba network ng dalawang support.
Gagi yun lang ata madidispel niya. Ba't siya mag-ano?
If you're getting every power rune, got a couple arcane.
Ay di, dalawa pa. Ay, tatlo. Dalawa lang pala. Dalawa lang madidispel niya. Apo, tsaka yung box.
were thinking about their own push outside of the base. Maybe to catch Falcons unawares, but Falcons, they're already kind of grilled up. They're playing off with smoke of
Aba,
their
skater.
own, clearing through vision. Some very good high ground vision themselves.
Pag nabuhay mo niya, no? Pag ganyan kang carry.
Elo ka dyan, tropa.
Pagpaparmin ka lang.
His hawk will take the dagger, but his body will get grabbed.
Ayun, gago. Ayun lang.
Pre, walang setup, pre.
Putol yung puto eh.
Walang setup sa ano, sa splitter.
Laro yung ano, pak, sa bot.
Nagdomi ka pa. Ba't di ka na nagdomi?
Outside of that roar. And of course, they're scared on a bat. You just run in.
Paparmin lang ng primal yung domi mo.
Boost na pre.
All the ults were used. What do you have left in the tank? No nullifier yet for Ame. No BKB for XXS. He was your strongest team fighter.
Si Mega.
Wala rin ano, di rin nakaporma yung pak. Nag-farm lang din.
Yeah, this is looking like a real sad way to lose one of your
Ang motherboard sila pre.
Or a very comfortable way to win.
Wala pang 10 minutes ata, GG na yung gate.
Everything is going to be undone if they can close out this game from that.
Tatlong lane eh. Nilarangan down eh.
Unat pre. Sobrang unat.
Hindi tayo natatalo eh, no? Pag sobrang kunat ng kalaban.
Hindi kaya sa vessel yan.
Ako kapatay!
Hindi kaya sa vessel yan.
May nalifier na.
Wala na may nanalo sa ano pre, sa...
Sa box na lang pre, pag may nasave.
Box tsaka ano lang yan, naputik.
Ice box.
XM did get to Lincoln's.
Ba't dun din, hindi nagbago ng build.
Standard build. Radiance, ano, Radiance Manta Dagger. Ano, Orchid.
Masyado sila nag-experimento sa ano, hero. Sa pick nila.
Mali sila dun sa ano pre, mali. Bismarck, early pick up.
Bismarcker bro? Wala, first pick. Pinag-mid na lang niya sana para ano. Iba offlane na.
Pre, wala pang Mega.
Di ata kaya ni ano, ni Beast yung primal sa mid. Pag nagganon. Napilitan sila magpack. No, ginalipay para saan? Makibreak.
Ayun na.
Split, ayun na, split. Ayun na.
Heal lang.
Kaso wala. Inihil lang. Ginalipay mo. Wala pa ring break. Wala kayo mapatay, sir. Wala na, ano, wala nang barod, wala nang barod.
Binox.
Wala na, nakuha ka na yung ano.
Ito ko. Hindi ko makita yung wallet ko eh.
Nahuli si Ame.
Wala, di kaya ng damage.
Call na yan? Call na yan, 30 minutes.
Kagag, tip na pre.
Gagi, nagbarad siya bigla sa gitna eh. Siyempre, standard build nga pre after ng ano, Dagger BKB pressure ka agad. Favorite niya.
Likely going to secure Falcons' game to win, and if it does,
Yeah,
you're SG, you're going to have to make some big adjustments going into the game.
Standard build niya sa primal yun.
Pace and lane pace you were trying to avoid in this series. This is one of your weaknesses this tournament. You cannot give this kind of start. They just completely run away with it.
GG call.
Relatively low death timers because we're just so early into the game. It's only 30 minutes in and Falcons are threatening a second lane of barracks. 14 seconds seems a bit too late to protect this one. Extreme will have to hold out on that third lane. Protect against Megas, but Falcons, they can take this, they can back out. Roshan is open for the taking.
You also just finished up pipe on Enchantress, limiting that ET presence.
Kung ganyan yung build ni Ame sa beep niya nun, panalo pa sila nun.
Yeah, this is looking like just disgusting Falcon setup that made them so dominant in the previous year's regular season.
Just max the early EHP across the board.
Hindi pa kinol?
Damage test your
Eh, pre, pupuso pa.
Ito pa, finals naman eh.
Oh, walang early GG dyan, kung finals. Baka dyan, baka pag na-wipe sila dyan, baka meron na.
and force Extreme into this
Lang pre.
uncomfortable position
Pamega lahat eh.
where they watch as the mid lane
Kaso ano yan, paags na ata si
pushes into their
Primal.
base. They want to contest Roshan, but how long
Hindi
can they
na,
just hold
sustain
this
din sila.
position?
Hindi nga
They cannot hold it
Mas
forever.
may orchid na ano, may
They
orchid
will
na
sit on this hill until something happens.
Aba dun.
They are in no rush right now. They know they have this.
Wala na labas
to get
sniper,
a
pre.
advantage. They have
Di kaya pag primal pick, pre.
They have the
Tatang.
frontliners
Kung
there.
ban lang pre, tamang ban.
Just put ATF on the front line and dare.
Either ano,
Sila kumuha primal pre. Play.
ay lang din nila ata.
Put to the test of that bend don't break style.
Para ng bristle back yun pre.
Practically
Ano
double
to?
over.
Oh, man, he
Yung pakita kanila.
He's gonna go for it. He blinks right
Napin
in the
lang si
middle of
ano.
them.
Yan na yung primal.
He's gotta keep on running.
Tangin na pre, kinaka-atay siya ng post 5.
Petot. Petot yung mga ano, box.
Plus the phonic shield. They've got so many things to bail each other out.
Nakapatay ng post 5 pre.
Wala sila damage.
It just doesn't even make a dent in the Falcon's armor.
Too much sustain.
May Crimson Pipe na sila. Wala ka damage.
Line up to punch through. This early into the game.
Napotik pa, on display.
7, 8k damage.
Kaya ng lineup nila eh, no?
Ganyan din naman tayo, pre. Pag maganda pick natin, parang dali lang.
Yun yung
Kaya lineup eh, no? Daming consistent.
Di nila kailangan maraming stun.
Basta ma-out-sustain lang nila, no?
Sages could be a killing blow.
Sustain, pre, pero masakit pa rin damage.
Picked up a Crystallis, but I mean, it feels like you need a Daedalus and a killer item to even come close. But
Parang gag si Ami. Parang yung support nagkakatwave lang.
best he can. Amar playing totally isolated because he can. Because even if they could kill him once, he's the one who engages. And by the time they threaten him a second time, feels like his team will probably be able to make the move to support him.
I mean, I love they gave him Aegis here twice.
Nag-CS na siya, no? Tingnan mo ang CS.
Muna, minumuna pre.
Mas marami pang CS si Amar pre kaysa kay Skita.
Nagbote muna. Nagbote muna si Amar.
PI Finance. Papayaw mo na ano. Walang trail.
Nagbote pre.
Lagi mas nag-farm pa si Amar pre kaysa kay Skita.
Dikit lang sila nung network.
Pre, ano, 350 CS na pre yung ano, yung BB.
Quite sad for XXS, who has had a wonderful tournament. This is a rough game for Extreme Gaming as a whole, and that final push is going to be coming their way. 3.5 minutes.
Check niyo ano pre, check niyo yung scoreboard. May tatlong betlog.
I mean, how does Extreme even come up with a scenario where they actually
Tatlong betlog sa XG.
Yeah, 5-man coil, 5-man bushwhack, landed a key stomp on
top. Baka na pinapunta sa...
You amp it up on everyone.
Ano pre, nagganyan din yung akin pre, maayos lang ngayon.
Vision ba rin pre?
Well, if the Elder Titan isn't alive.
0 to mid pre, 0-3 off lane, 0-4 yung... Tapos mga walang assist. Yung dat lang yung meron pre, walang kill or...
Dark board.
Pre, ito naman kill sila, 2 kills parang pre, buong game. 35 minutes na. Wala mo patay.
Adjust.
Hingang malalim yung pre.
Copy mo, reveal copy muna pre. Ubusan natin ng kape si Ami.
Si Jerome pre, kailangan ng kape.
Ano na yan?
Hindi nagbayad sa kape ata si Jerome pre.
You have to find some sort of crazy jump.
Trying to wear him down. Shin-Q finally does take away that banner, but who cares about the creeps? Amar, he is more than enough. He doesn't need creeps behind him. The buildings are almost gone, and Extreme and yet to make a move.
Dark board, lang nanood ng buong game.
There's no move to make. There is no target to jump.
Para silang pinaglaro ng tower doon.
Para silang tayo pre, nag-watch party lang.
Pagod pa, kakalasit.
Parang ano hard mode na, no? Tower depth.
Amar's just gone back
Hindi sila nakausog.
36-minute blade mail.
Why not?
Blade mail pa, puta. Gago.
Ano kayo, tindagon mo yan? Panalo na kayo?
Pantado.
Pero nag-blade mail pa si Amar. Pip item.
All in. And if he does, he'll
Iba na. Chivas guard na.
Go for that game ending push. You're not gonna need anything past
Ang
that.
masakit sa leg yung screen ni Malrin. Ayoko.
Sanay siya doon, pre.
Malaki lang siya, pero matangkad siya.
Ayoko, pre.
Hindi, naka-ano yung ano niya, pre. Yung monitor niya, naka-angle.
Tingala yung monitor.
Absolutely. Adjustments. What went wrong here?
Pag nakita mo yung player cam, pre, naka-U talaga.
Out to deal with these heroes, right?
Ano?
It's gonna be an issue in this series.
Ayoko, pre. Nasayag yung monitor eh.
They get the upper hand. It's
Akala mo naka-Steam Deck lang eh.
coming back from these situations. This game is just impenetrable.
Kaya naglalaro ka lang sa sa tablet.
He's already here, and the Shiva's primal beast is now behind him.
So, yun na, naka-blade mail, sir. Masakit yan.
Here comes that all-in attempt onto the Aegis hero.
Yung BKB dyan, sir.
Ano, inihil na ulit.
Tsaka may ano, pre, may Aegis pa. May Aegis pa yung BB.
Penso nyo na, pindutin, no?
Wala silang cancel dun sa ano, sa hawak. Sorry, sinagasaan lahat.
Bago, boss. Hindi, gago.
Siyempre, dalawang trample yun. Laki ng AOA nun.
Pre, wala pa rin namatay. 2 deaths pa rin, 2 kills pa rin sila, bong. GG call na 2 kills. Hindi na dagdagan yung kills. Grabe, stop.
Bote ulit. Iinuman lang ng monster, pre, habang nagka-clash.
Tapos si Crit, wala pa rin, wala pa rin.
Di mo alam kung masaya yan eh, no? Kahit anong mangyari sa kanya.
Oo.
Kobe, pre, job's not done daw. 1-1 pa lang eh.
Kagi, di na nga daw niya naaalala yung mga...
There was not a single opening to exploit for XG in that game too.
A complete strategic victory for Falcons in game 2.
Amos muna, CNQ.
As DOTA fans, you love to see
Jerome! Sige mo, Jerome.
we are definitely getting at least 4 games in this one, although if you're an
Load ka muna naman, Chris Brown.
Pinag-farm niya kasi si Jerome, pre. Yun na.
Mayan Eastwood ka muna.
Ito ba naman yan, pre?
I'm expecting to see at least once in this series from Falcons.
Yung
Of course, XG probably gonna learn about how it happened, but yeah.
Kailangan mo yung hero mo yung sumasayaw.
It's so scary. Marine Primal Beast as well. Incredible game from them.
Sige, pinasayaw, pre. Tinanggal niya yung passion eh.
Nakatayo lang eh.
Wow.
Farm lang.
Farm lang siya, no? Hindi siya dumalaw din.
Wala, pre, ano. Hindi, wala din kasi silang gagawin eh. Sinong sasama sa
Hindi,
kanya?
walang umiikot din sa kanila.
Wala silang damage eh.
Ay, pak gago, walang hindi umiikot din.
Walang damage, pre.
Or go to the big camp that was constantly getting pulled because Malvin was off map so often too. So Click's not off.
Sana mo, binuhos na nila lahat sa primal, walang damage.
To come to the runes, able to go to the shrines. And Malvin, of course,
Di talaga pang hoodwink si Zinky, pre.
Honestly, they just played really well, and I like what you're saying because crit in game 1 is
Si
a
Q,
little shaky. So not just, you know, getting
Hindi meta yung iba, tapos si hoodwink naman kasi meta higay nila. Kasi hindi siya malakas mag-hoodwink eh.
flawless from start to finish, you know. This Skeeter Abaddon.
Crit yung magaling mag-hoodwink eh.
Oh.
He helps Marine, he helps Omar that they can go into the fight, make it happen. Snaking Eng back to
Tsaka yung lineup nila pa kailangan ng damage, depende si hoodwink.
If you're extreme gaming, you have to find a way to slow down this Falcon strain that's hitting you in the later stage of the lane. These first moves around minute 10, around.
Bukas yung A1, 0-6 ata siya, 0-7. Buong game. Tapos walang assist.
I didn't really feel XXS in this game, to be honest.
They just had complete map freedom, Falcons, right? Like every single highlight, you see the map progression. You go from one clip to next. It's the tier 1 towers have fallen.
Ganda ng spotlight, kitang-kita nila lahat.
Behind him or Snaking's there. You've got Abba farming one side. Amar literally didn't care at any point in this game. He's just chilling. Like the fact that it was 0.
Counter pa kay Ami yan, pre, yung spotlight.
They optimistically tried to kill an Abaddon at a tier 1 tower, trying to lay a break in the side.
Wala na.
Nag-roar.
Lagi mo yun, pre, betlog, tatlo. Walang assist din.
Dalawa lang yung best, pre. May bebetlog talaga dyan.
Walang kahit isang assist, pre. Isang stat lang inalagyan.
Tumino, durog, pre.
Si Snaking 3-0.
At TI Grand Final, you have 3 players who they weren't involved in a single kill. They're like 0-4-2, 0-2-0. It's not pretty, so absolutely.
Pangit, pre. Huwag yung bigay ng ganyan. XXS.
Yan, hindi niya hero yun, pre.
Execution wasn't there, but in game 2,
Bumawi si Malrin.
Man, Malrine on the
Seryoso?
Yan, ganyan hero mo, hindi Ember.
Pero niya mga pang-AOE, no?
Yung ano, gusto niya yung mga barako ng hero.
Sun King, no?
Mapapasok lang.
Nas din mag-Beastmaster niyan, eh.
Depende sa kalaban.
Oh, wala si Jenkins.
Binugbog niya si Nisha, pre, sa mid, eh.
Okay yung bis niya, yung ES pala niya, hindi masyado. Bet lang mag-ES yan.
Let's go, Ami. Oo, man.
Kakabahan na yung betlog ni Ami niya.
We're going to look at some clips here about how they're going to set it up. Because Falcons, when they make moves on the map, they always make sure that the one guy making the move, someone comes in behind to ensure that you're not really wasting any time. You know, Maori, he comes to the bot lane, he pressures the Hood ring, Sinner's here, they're securing the room. But Enchantress, after taking the Wisdom room, also stays in the
Basic game,
calm that additional camp, apply that additional pressure, and
Reset lang pre, nga malalim.
eventually to go back through
Hindi nga kailangan skate up doon, eh.
to top tower. And then Snake he's going to
Nabasag na lang, eh.
Palamuti, eh.
about a minute or two. It's just
Tatawagin lang ata siya pre pag kailangan nakapot.
Undispel.
Pre, papotik. Pamiss call nga, pre. Paano pa heal?
Pre, pinupush nila yung bot, dep mo nga.
So everything is getting injected into Falcons and
Hindi kasali sa laro, eh. That pinag-dash switch na nila, eh. Top muna sila ni Ami, pre.
They definitely did a good job at that.
Lugi na yung kalaban, pre. Lipat ka muna.
Switch muna.
That's Jenkins.
Ano, laki yung boxer.
The story of the game is a lot of the time where how much damage can the carry
180 CS
We
lang.
already touched on the laning stage. Amar and Crit did incredibly well. And if we look
Pixel boy.
at this point in the game, 22
Yan ganyan dapat mag-BB, hindi yung Fury.
he's playing this against Destiny Clings and
Wakatay.
Beastmaster. These two heroes basically deal about 0 damage. Not only
Nagmukha pang carry, no?
protect his team. So there's
Ang laki kaya ng damage ni Amar kahit ganyan build niya.
Kaysa yung ano, no? Fury. Ganun din, eh.
Pumapalo siya ng ano pre, pumapalo ng
Kasi makunat ka. Ano, lambot
Kaya
mo
mo yung brood niyan. Ganyan na item mo.
And that Cling Spike, while it is cool on paper versus Enchantress, really did not work out in this game. Like, you saw the pressure that was going to come out of this Primal Beast, this Enchantress, and you think to yourself, you need a carry that can build this Nullifier because Ringmaster caught them off guard. There weren't many left in the pool. Sure, he could have picked a more lane-dominating hero like the Ursa, but then they would have suffered.
Nag-post si Alo.
So actually, chalk this one up to a bad draft. Go damage, but don't reconsider the Clinks.
Nanood na lang silang tatlo nila teams sa ni Armel.
I've already touched upon the Enchantress a couple times from snaking, but it's time to do a deep dive on Enchantress with Purge.
Thanks, Cheaper. It's one of the keys to the Falcons' strategy consistently throughout their games because it
Or
controls
chop.
so effectively.
Parang di finals game yun, ah.
The puzzle that they tied together made this game so great.
Baho.
I love their double gank.
Tigisang warm-up lang, pre.
As well as the Ringmaster that's putting crit on a high damage disable layering hero. So that they can
At least balik sa 1-1 pre. Ano lang, best of 3 na lang.
Nobody's going to be able to respond to this. And at the same time, they ended up going bottom afterwards using the 28. This is when they contested the Wisdom Shrine here at 14 minutes. They basically scare their
Best of
away
3.
Crown King.
Reset lang yung pre, best of 3.
even more level advantage on their heroes. And then Snake King continues to play aggressive on the
Sa Little si Valentia ay next year.
and then
Try
basically
na pre.
Snake King's space.
Parang,
This might look a little weird.
di ko alam kung tatry ako pumunta dun o hindi eh.
He's here to hit his opponents and make them think.
Vipers na tayo, pre.
This guy's by himself, he gotta kill him, so they try to force a gang.
Malagyan ako ng plague carrier.
Only one completed that basically just
Maalas pa naman yun.
That's XG because now they're rotating heroes to try to kill a guy that's really difficult.
Baka mapaway ka sa stadium nung pre, puro mo.
And an Ursa which can max out his attack speed very easily.
Puro Little si dun, pre.
So because Falcons had a better laning stage, he just gets to park himself in the mid lane. It's either him or Amar, the Bristleback. Both very difficult to kill heroes.
Red King, di pinipick na.
Or setting up kills.
Di meta pre. Ano siya, outpace.
Scale din eh, no?
Kahit outplay.
He's juggling, he's waiting
Pero
for
naman siya, mataas win rate sa ano,
a
Bubs.
great matchup against the Elder Titan.
Naka-bench
Doesn't have
pull.
to worry about this hero at all. The
Sa
hero
pag ano, offlane.
from getting this kill. So let's look what they
Bench pull din, di
Iba nga ano pre, iba daw talaga pag tsaka ano, pubs tsaka tournament. Kaya ano.
Bench ball daw.
Like this, less than half the maps, they're getting less resources, and they don't see where their opponents are. They
Witch Doctor din, pre. Witch Doctor. Di nila pinipick din sa
see
Tora.
where the Enchantress is. The Enchantress is really
Laki ng
hard to
impact
pick
ng
up
bench
in
ball.
defending the most vulnerable part of the map while still getting.
Di pwede, pre. Kasi item dependent.
Either, so their options just feel kind of limited.
Disruptor ba sila? Parehas team.
Parehas nagpipick Disruptor.
Ayun, magandang ano pala, Disruptor.
Full speak yun, di ba? Ngayon tournament.
Nung group.
Makapag-ads lang yan, pre.
Hanggang group stage lang, pre. Hindi na lumabas sa ata ng...
Makapatay ng carry yan, maka-ads lang.
Alam ko ngayong playoffs, hindi na nagdi-Disruptor parehas yung team.
It's one of the big values of the hero that a lot of teams don't expect.
Si Bane lang, pre. Si Bane lang ang autoban na sub.
Definitely something that I'm expecting.
Pwede ka mag-save eh.
No, di pwede bigay sa XG yun, pre. Sure win pag may Bane.
There were a couple of issues to address in the next game.
Nawawalan ng laro si ano, pre. Nawawalan ng Bane yung kalaban. Hindi naglilinggan eh.
Yamar?
Si Skater. Lagi nahuhuli ng grip eh.
Gripo. Huli ka.
Blue, Heriatoro, Malas.
Hello and welcome to the International Hall of Fame.
Parang si Larl yata yung ano nun, mabigat.
Ano daw, pre? Bago daw mag-TI, wala silang practice kasama si Larl. Buong season daw, pre, naka-4 na mid-player sila. Kasi wala si Larl.
Numero uno in the Hall of Fame. Who would you choose?
Okay, may I guess one of them? Sure. I'm guessing one of them's 3-3.
No.
All right, you're crazy.
Okay, wala pa naman.
Sino yan? Parang pamilyar yan.
Who's my other one?
Pero yung pre, kakampi nila Queen. Yung kalbo.
Reasons?
Not even close.
Hindi caster ng isa kanina yung parang tumak.
Not even close.
Yeah, it's not even close.
In what regard?
Bueno, sino nga Toby?
Here and the other people are here. It's not close.
Pangalan niya?
Kamukha lang nga pre. Toby 1.
Ano ba yun?
Mukha niya lang ata pre. Bad yun, di ba?
Eh, yun pre.
Ano siya yun?
Oo, tumaba lang. Mukha ano ka?
Di ba pinan na yan?
Toby 1, caster.
I think Faith Beyond makes a very strong argument for being number one in the
Ay, hindi ka mukha.
Won TI 2 times in a row, but I think he had a similar gap actually between the rest of the offlaners.
My argument for 3-3 is that I feel like he
Pull-ups daw pre, best of lane.
on heroes, builds, and team strategy all coming to like collective victory on 2 separate teams.
Toby 1.
Collapses. Number 1. Of course. Why collapse? What do you see him do that makes him not even close?
I feel like I've already explained.
No, you just said not even close. I'm going to press you for an answer. Give me an example of something he did that makes him not even close. You can't just say not even close.
Have you seen his Magnus?
Yes, of course I have.
So you understand that no other player is performing on Magnus close.
Capitalist pala yan, si Capitalist.
I agree, I'm with you. I just want you to give me...
Capitalist.
He can skewer
33 pre, kasi mas malakas 33, collapse.
You understand? The man plays Mars. He goes and he spears somebody. They are not even close to their team anymore. You understand what's happening?
Wait, Mortos again! They got Sumail. They don't have Chrono afterwards, but they might not need it. Mira continuing to control. Looking for out of this. RP gonna get off the mark and collapse. Falls him back in. What is that? Has a ghost sector now inside the fountain. I don't know if he fought that or not, but figures get down. Usually when OG is in the fountain, it's good. Not this time. As they pull him back down again. No tail dies.
Probably Collapse standout player for me at TI-10, and then Yatoro for TI-12.
Right.
So they've sort of juggled that back and forth between them, but I don't think you can hate anybody saying Collapse is their number one.
No, I agree.
I mean, Collapse is incredible. Yeah, completely fair enough, deserved. He simply outplayed his opponents.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, especially I think anytime a player is able to make a particular hero their signature hero and win TI with it, you sort of think, that's got to be solidified. You know what I mean? You're like, all right, like Collapse Magnus is just too good. So we're happy with Collapse.
Yeah. Yes.
And then, who do you think was second and third?
I mean, it should.
I know who's second.
Faith Beyond is not in the top.
He's not even top 3. He's not even top 3. I already knew that. You know who's number 2? I'll tell you. I'll tell you 2 and 3. I'm not sure about the order.
Okay, give me 2 and 3.
Seb.
Yes, he's in there.
And Mind Control.
No.
Wait, let's clap that.
Uncontrolled tayo.
I think number 3 is Seb.
Yes.
And I'll tell you who number 2 is.
Go on.
Boss.
It's Universe.
It is not Universe.
No.
No.
Number 2.
Ice.
33.
Yes.
Ice.
33.
It's
Guys,
Well,
yeah.
put that together, and Avery looked like a genius. I'd like it if it jumped around all over the place. in
Yes,
the end
thank
as
you.
well.
Top
So
10.
that was offlane. Well done, pros.
If there was a Hall of Fame collapse,
Ako nanonood, ano?
in there, right next to John
Lewis.
Lipples, of course, well deserved.
Ako nanonood
And
YouTube.
Of course, Avery knew that the whole time round. He was.
Pitch ba? Ba't parang nauna yung akin?
Yeah, he knows everything. But I will say,
nagde-delay yung ano eh.
like Universe, like taking it down, like
Audio.
every lane. There's also other people, like maybe you know you have to put like
Daming sinunood eh.
or XXS. You can mention Zai. A lot of legendary players in Dota 2.
Yeah, a lot of legendary players. We got 10 of them on stage right now. And one team on the side of Falcons, we are going to get a little listen in from them during one of the fights in the previous.
Alam na ng Falcons, pre. Autoban Mars na lang. Kaya nila manalo pag walang Marcies kalaban.
Oh, this is so good.
Ayun na, sinisigaw pre. Na-hype.
Yun yung kailangan ng iban, pre.
So, I'm fine, guys. You're Crimson. I'll merge you after all. You're like a Lotus. He wrote himself.
Pansin mo, pre, wala na nag-NP.
I love that, especially the team is so quiet. And then you know
Wala na rin NP carry.
they're just focused so that the release of when the GG comes out is just right there.
Kung classic na carry nga yung nalabas eh.
Kaya na kasi ano, pre, kaya na-dive ko si NP. Nakuha na nila paano
Did you hear the comms there? They
labanan.
were strong glyph. The fact that even talking about the types of glyph and also the energy, of course, that you're mentioning, I don't know. I just got excited when I heard them say strong glyph because they're respecting something that probably 99% of people in Dota. Fold loves this innate, by the way. Valve never removed this innate.
Mervin Cruz.
The fact they're talking about that shows how much they're thinking about every
Ano,
little
bro?
thing in the game.
Grabe naman si Mervin.
Just Mallory yelling and then
Ni Frey, ano, next story. Bago na namang
making go, someone's feeding
mat.
here. Okay.
Hentai.
What I like about their cons is it's very cool. But everything they said is like it allows someone to like be more.
Hentai yung picture mo yan, no?
I'm shielding you. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. And then at the end, you know, Malvin with his primal beast cost.
Diba, wag ganun.
With a little more.
Timestamp,
I like it. Like get immersed.
Ganun, pre, may ano na yun eh.
It was good energy coming out there.
May ano na yun si...
Players are filled with energy again.
Kung sino mong babae yun.
The series is tied. We have seen both teams taking one game. I will say that previous game probably definitely left Extreme wondering where they will go next, and I will ask you guys the same question because we wanted the teams to play a little faster
Sana yung
potentially.
kape ni Ami. Bigyan niyo yung kape.
The assignment with dominating the lanes from the get-go.
Bukasan lang.
How is
Ano to, mousepad?
answer this?
I mean, Extreme have to build
Hindi ko alam, mousepad naman na to o yung, ano, yung
in that game,
sa ano,
but
pag
they
nagka,
also
ano,
need to
card
be
game.
more attentive of
Ano?
these Mallory in rotations. Like, the reason why this primal beast looked so scary was because if you look at the supports on either side lane, they don't stop him. If he runs up their lane, they're gonna
Basahan
stop
mo si Yar.
him on one side lane and the hoodwink on the other. These heroes are food for a hero like primal beast. Like, they don't have a means
Ganun,
to
pre,
shut
ganun.
down this hero. So either change one up in your support duo, or be more mindful that a hero like primal beast could come out later in the draft.
And absolutely, like one of the big things that we did see in game one, and also
Tama
another
yun,
way
pre.
where we see Falcons lose games, is where Marine doesn't have a good game, or he's forced to like gank his safe lane as opposed to the off lane. In game one, they have the X and Quap, he slows him down in the mid lane, they play through it. In game two, this didn't really happen. You don't pressure the primal in lane, and yeah, you can match it, but also, you know, that didn't really happen too. But for me, what's really important is going into this game, as we see a little sleeper man in the crowd, is the people that have the experience, what are they saying to their teammates?
Amar the Filipino.
Between games, you know, this might be a very long night we got coming in.
Excellent.
Another
Baka si Alo yung pre.
Jerome.
Falcons target
Jerome, pre.
Maka-upload ka naman ng ano?
Inalagyan ng Mars, pre.
They took out his Mars, they took out his Earthshaker. XG have been making magic happen with these blatant
Hindi naman da...
type of heroes.
Pre, hindi pansayawan yan si Beast, pre.
Beastmaster has
Snaking.
stuff, but it doesn't function.
Si Mars kasi pre may taunt na sumasayaw eh. Kaya maganda
It's a
gamitin.
great hero to rally behind, but it requires for you to have one of those
Snaking.
laning stages
Kumuha daw ni
and one
Snaking
that
si
really
Gio dun, bro. Sabi ni Gabi.
identified a big problem here on Falcons, and I feel like you're gonna
Like sinakatawan daw, bro.
for the rest of the series, unfortunately.
And that's where, as you already mentioned, if Marine has a good game, then it
Would
turns
wing.
compounds, right? Because if you have a bad off lane for XSS and XM is kind of getting shut out because
Kasi
Marine's
golem.
playing quicker on the map, I really want to see either XM
Kasi golem.
have a priority where they know their matchup to have a better lane. Because I feel like either of these players has the potential to grab XG
Nako
and
po,
kind of throw them into the game.
humingang
When they're both
malalim.
shut out, there's no way Army's going to find the farm. Like,
Focus
you
lang,
need
pre.
to have a core to make
Yeah, si Skater.
Job's not done.
There's also like
Job's
Falcons are
not
very
done,
Skater,
bro.
pre,
Ano?
no? Si Skater laging ganun yun bago mag...
as much on the
Dadasal.
wall themselves, but Skeeter's
Dadasal,
hero
pre.
is very tailored to like stop you from what you want, and Beastmaster is an incredibly
Si Doc.
reliant hero.
Doc,
So when
na
you
Doc.
open
Tatang.
Dexter, and you know there's gonna be the snaky
Si
edge
Doc.
because, well,
Sige
you're
yun si
gonna
Tatang.
you know the edge is coming.
Is tatang, pre.
Take those two out, maybe
Defende, pre. Ban niyo yung primal, pre. Pwede.
SD or something else, whatever you want.
Pero may Sun King, pre.
Wag naman, hindi rin pwede. Pre, kailangan ban yun.
in game run, right? You had Queen
Mapagtatang
of
siya.
England, you had the
Hindi niya kaya magtatang, pre, pag pupasok.
Put two of those heroes I just mentioned together.
So, ba rin wala nagawa masyad.
Gatherer disappears, and then the fights can get harder.
Hindi nagagana yung ano mo, pre. Hindi nagagana yung
Free, right?
Elder Titan niya. Palitan na niya.
Enchantress, but you need to respect that it's probably going to come out in the draft, and you need.
Wala na ba hero?
Check lang daw, pre. Heat check. Kung gagana pa.
He was tanking coils, tanking hams.
Parang nag-half-court 3 sila. Half-court 3-point shot eh.
Gumana na una eh. Baka gumana ulit daw.
Yan ang ano. Overconfidence sa pick.
Yan nung nag-clinks. Ginagaya niya ata si Kuroki, pre. Iba-ibang hero eh. Per game eh.
Parang may hinugot yan.
Nakapag-daedalus pala siya dun ah.
Mas okay pa ata kung nag-morphling siya. Hindi siya makapapunish. Diba?
Pwede pa niya kagawin yung skill ni ano. Primal.
Hindi naman siya takot sa BB nun eh. Pag ano ka, pag morphling ka.
You need all of your draft to function so that the hero doesn't snowball.
Well, let's see how functioning the drafts will be in the next game. For the third game,
Autoban ulit yan, pre. Marcy.
Ginan nga.
Alam na nila yung ano, pre.
Hindi na niya Sun King, pre.
Hindi, may ban pa XG.
For the third game
Sin-
in a row, we will have Extreme Gaming getting that first pick, meaning Falcons get second pick and
Di binan, pre.
overall last.
Hindi, XG magbaban ng Sun King, di ba? Ay, di, wala. Lusot na Sun King. Sun King yan, autopick.
And so far, Extreme Gaming, since they only get 3
Pero may ano naman, pre. May SD naman.
they have been betting the Chen, the Monkey King, and the Sam King.
Ayaw na nila ng Enchantress, pre. Napupush yung mid agad.
Respecting that Enchantress we talked so much about already.
I like this quite a lot. I think going into this, so
Ganda kasi, no? Kahit di core yung pumalit.
Naga, pre. Autoban. Hindi pwede bigay sa parehas na press map.
Paras gumagamit.
Pango, flex pick yan. Hindi nila alam saan pupuntan lane yan.
Going to the next game clean.
Yeah, take out the two tempo supports, and then you pick the Shadow Demon to prevent the initiation, the jump that
Huwag nyo na Sun King.
That's often was, Sun King.
Pango.
Disruption can break
Huwag nyo na
that.
Sun King para sure.
Clear,
Ayun na.
you don't really
Bila na pala.
care. Hero gets disrupted, continue searching for the next hero. You're not locked into the fight around that disrupted hero.
Tatawan ng si Jerome.
Falcons.
I wonder if Extreme Gaming are just gonna do the all-in on Ame type of draft right now. Like when they pick safe supports, maybe something like a Snapfire comes out later for X-Nova. We saw how effective Cookie was at saving Ame at certain stages of this tournament.
Si Skater talaga, no, pati si Secret, parang mga gusto nilang matulog.
Having a Beastmaster that forces them to play
Tinatamad na mag-Dota.
Yeah, what I also like just now on the cast, look like XG, you know, they're having a good time. You know, they're smiling. They have like you go into the game like with your new strat, you try to scrape up. You know, the last two games, whatever didn't happen. It's a BO3 now. You know, you have this
English
idea.
Jerome, pre. Ganda hero niya.
I like the response though. Like T already mentioned, you got the pen.
Nanonood ng dance video, pre. Naka-altab.
You save him. Well, you know, 2.5, 3 seconds later, I'm still rolling on you.
Nood mo ng
So it doesn't really
Jabawakis.
matter, but it's a lot about how these two teams.
Mga World of Dance
on top of this.
And the offlaners are still getting banned out, right? You got the Bristle, the Sand King, and then of course in the first phase the Centaur, Shaker, and the Mars. So a lot of bans being thrown out towards both of the offlaners.
And still the Ursa ban maybe indicating
The showman of the game.
Eh, isa pa yan eh. Pampush na naman na support
Not
eh.
doing anything right the entire time. So I think it really rallies.
Hindi
your
na naman
team knowing
nabuhusan
that
ng pampush si
isn't going to be
Snake.
on this hyper elusive hero.
I also think maybe their read is that Extreme Gaming, if they don't have an Ursa on the safe lane, they will lose that
Word
lane
mo, pre.
most likely. and they just want to snowball off of the lanes just like last game.
So this is kind of interesting because SD is generally considered a counter to Pugna because, well, your SD ulted, the crab won't come out, but very likely they will just play it on, you know, it's still one of the best laners. The other heroes are, you can still heal the guy, of course, it's getting, you know, damaged over time. One hero that you could have, so there's a Bane that's overall kind of cool against Pango, in other games it was and in other games they've also shown us a Marana. They are the only team that
but it fills the void of creating information, right? A Chen Ench, they want to hit towers, they want to run around the map, they don't care if they get jumped. Same thing for Pugna. When you leave your safe lane and your Skater doesn't need help, he'll be poking mid tower. He'll then move on bottom, never blast here. He gets jumped, there's a decrep, life drain. Like, there's so many annoying things that XG, if you try to go Pugna, you're probably wasting 30-40 seconds not going on another hero.
Malakas nga pre, hindi nga kaya di pwede bigay sa ano yan eh.
Support comes out here for XG with the Nightmare.
Kaso priority nila yun eh. Priority nila yung
They're
taban
trying
eh.
to hold out for the late game. They're gonna just get wave clear through their 2 cores and hope that Ame on a hybrid carry can take it to late game.
Kala ko si Post Malone.
That is what they play for in like most of their games, right? And we saw just now Street 2, X-Nova, 5
Uy, SF ni ano, XM.
Now the like the question for them is one who answers.
Pre, pwede kinigeri ba ni Ame yan?
Hindi pa.
Oo na nga sa'yo, Bird.
That was gonna be one of the questions. Do you just lock in your mid?
Di Matuwa pinakauna eh.
Bay lang ata tayo, bro.
I like this actually very much.
And it gives a lot of life.
Nare-flash ko yung pag ano eh, nauna na yung tunog sa ano eh, sa bibig eh.
If XG are to be competitive,
Di, yung sa akin, nag-meet ako.
giving him so much
Narinig ko naman.
information to find the right hero.
Okay, yan yung kaya ano pre.
Hindi
Hindi, pwede pa rin swap eh. Hindi, ano na pala, mid na beast, di pala nag-leave. Di pre, ano nagsabi sila? Di sila mag-gusto.
Manonood ng live pre.
Sila ni, ano pre, nagkasundo sila ni
Are we worried that XG the damage deal with the early game tempo that Falcon showed us in game 2? Shadow Fiend,
family day.
Blink Dagger, the correct position for Requiem.
I
Both
see,
of the supports and XG need other heroes to be doing the job for them, to frontline, to kill. The next 2 picks from XG.
Pero mas maano sa kanya pre, mas mataas na viewers. Yung Nyx pre.
I mean, if you're worried about that, maybe you could just go back to
189.
Roshan? Run an Axe again. I know Axe kind of
Yo,
fell out
Roshan
of
ba tong
favor
Nyx na to
on
eh?
the main stage, but
Si Dendi nga pre, 1k lang eh.
I wonder if Falcons want to take this because a lot of the force that Crit plays, they're okay against SD Bane. Like,
Grabe naman
sure,
viewers,
like if you have some
170K.
Snapfire still in, no. So
Kanino?
they go for the ring, and I feel like this is another hero that SD
O pre, ano yan?
covers
Kilala
kinda
nila
well.
Thompson
You
yan na
got the
streamer.
perks, the box, you have overall, I think,
Daming viewers.
laning, you can stack
Si Dendi yung
the
kawawa
asset,
pre,
whatever
1k.
opener you go for. So I think this is just Falcons. They care more about their comfort.
Yan,
than
no,
what
no.
they care about
Dreacho
when
pre,
they counter
nag-stream
them.
mo, 2.1k.
Way towards the Bane, right? Now Bane was in a grip, you get escape pack, right? It's back and forth, saves on both
Ayun na,
sides.
Slardog.
The Slaughter. We've seen it obviously mid to off lane.
Pwede na ba yan pre?
Para kay Jerome talaga pre.
Pwede na ba yan?
Spend maybe a little bit stronger. Are we not at all surprised?
Pwede na ba yan sa sasayaw na hero?
Classic yung mga lineup nila pre, parang yung pinipick natin eh. Latin stun pre, ganun.
A little bit. I mean, the reason it surprises me is because the save isn't as
Wala tayong beast eh, kunya yung Slaughter.
so there must be
Pwede na
something
ba ito,
where
pre?
they value. They don't
Slaughter?
care as much about damage.
Parang
They
ganun
care
na
more
ata
about staying
pinag-isipan
alive
nila eh.
themselves. So they feel like they can like outpace or like outlive their opponents, which is a very interesting approach.
And I think that escape
In-overthink nila pre yung lineup.
Humanap
Humanap sila ng dagdag minus armor.
first to each fight or wait till your
Kasi
character
hawak na hawak sa mukha,
They
tapos
were in a
snaking.
similar position last
Hindi
game
awat
where
na.
they had to get a nullifier.
Hindi ano pre, hindi naman required
So
mag...
the Stringmaster, so long as he's not
Palalo
caught,
eh.
he's saving against Script. The team fight
Kaya
is
si
so
Pre.
easy taking Falcons compared to XG, who are gonna
Spread.
only want to go on Ringmaster and Pugna. They have
Pa
their
naman
pick of
silang
the litter.
bagong player eh.
The key problem still is XG is locked behind items, right? All of their heroes, again, all their core heroes need items to play the game. When I say that out loud and how Falcons are playing, that doesn't evoke quite a lot of fear in me. I am scared to.
Bagay pala si RTC sumeta ngayon. No?
I mean, one thing that I like a lot from XG is that you have the SF Slugger combo. Like when you play
Pairing yan.
saves, you don't want like
Oh,
hard commit.
bagay sa kanya yung
Puro
meta pre,
someone
puro
that
farm
keeps
game
time
no?
defensive,
farm, no?
And you better respond or you're dead. Like you don't have to like go with this big spell. And like
Parang
there's also
Pre, kaso walang mapa yun eh. Walang mapa yun, di ba?
You amp him with Slaughter, you point your finger, SF
Pero
Slugger,
yun lang, ano,
he has to be
laging
really
involved
afraid
yung
for
ano,
his life.
post man eh.
I want to see Ghost
Sa
Sentinels
mga clash.
respect the fact that it's like
Oh, kailan early.
but also going to be so
Yung iba na naman.
AM, pag may Medusa ata.
Yeah, I mean,
Walang pakimedusa sa ano, sa Slardog.
the issue is the nullifier is like a key
Ano,
item.
bigyan nyo na yung mga hero ni Ame, mga comfort hero na.
Because of Dicker 5, because of Escape Act. Like eventually
Saka
their
yung
kiting
ano,
will be
malakas
countered
mag-scale.
eventually by both XM's
Medusa.
Ang hirap ng ano, pre. Hirap ng kalaban niya, pre. Beast, Beast Pango.
Terror Blade.
Where do we want them to take this? Because
Pangit ng
I feel like
mid-wave.
XG, honestly, their setup is quite strong. Like,
Palo na lang kaya
SF
niya yung ASF.
absolutely no joke.
Magic
They have
yan,
some
pre,
options. Do we
matik.
want the SF to go
Wala, parang hina ng win rate ngayon ng palo
for
SF
Ame?
eh.
Or do you put the SF in the
Sa
same
carry,
lane?
oh,
You try
hindi.
to find
Parang
the
hindi
same
pa
lane.
naman nanalo, pre.
Where beasts go mid, you can slow
Parang
them
di pa nga
down.
nanalo.
Din na naman. Ano naman tayo sa spin niya.
Carry or something.
Medusa ata to, pre.
You get early play,
Medusa yun,
push your
nagbanihim.
wave so you don't really have any problems. You then overwhelm your opponent and your team can rally behind you. Such is life. They go for Sven.
Yeah, stealing it away as well.
Lambot din kasi ng ASF, no?
Very
Pag
strong,
pinalo.
like, you've got your Bane, Sven. This is
Follow
this
that.
is their recipe. ET Bane with a strong carry.
Ganun din naman ata yung Magic, pre. Ano lang, mas may burst lang kasi.
Mas maraming pantakas yung ano.
Because actually found a really
Magic.
good match, not just for the starter but the Sven as well in the throw.
I just hope
Mahirap
for the sake
takasan
of
yung pre.
fans,
Beast,
XG
ano?
can
Beast
get this
Pango.
game to,
Parang
like,
hindi
35
ata
minutes.
maganda yung
With the amount of explosive damage they have, be it with the combinations that we've been mentioning.
Di rin naman pwede sa tatang dyan, pre. Papasukin talaga yan.
It is so explosive.
Alam,
I have to
game 5 pa ata ilalabas,
It is
pre.
items. They are not a level-based team. They need to find the farm and stabilize it. They
PA,
need
pre.
to find a hero
Saglit
to
lang
keep
yan.
trying to undercut that.
Pwede ata sila mag-ano dyan.
Medusa, I feel like they would have liked
Hindi sila pwede mag-void. Hindi sila pwede mag... Hindi rin pwede ano. Yes.
Gyro, pre, gagawa ka sa Larda rin.
Gawa rin sabihin yan.
Sasalihin niya lang yung block.
Bunutan yan.
I know Sven's a counter to Gyro, but like,
Kahit kalbo yan.
shove wave, you go
Lahat ata ng game si Skater laban Bane, pre, talo.
to have lane presence in the safe lane that naturally itemizes the way to counter this explosive damage.
Wala atang panalo si Skater at Bane eh.
Line-up eh.
Even Manta if you want to dispel Slaughter's
In Jerome with Russ.
Yeah, I like the gyrocopter pick. It is a statement to XG
Yung
that
palang
they
pre,
are willing
tatlong hero.
to
Parang
sacrifice,
kaming tatlo na
a
ni,
little
ano,
bit of farm
ni Ace Chan
to
Luis.
fight to them.
I don't see
ASF
Shadow
Slardars.
on a Beastmaster in the mid lane very frequently, and we talked a lot about the mid lane already, so I would love to continue that trend and hearing from you guys how we feel this matchup will play out.
Ganyan pa naman yung mga ayaw nating kalaban na.
At binaban natin ulang pre, ito na si ano eh, Joker.
Beastmaster, you have axes, so you're not really in a mean position. If a Bane or SD comes in to set up for some...
Konti lang naman gumagamit,
then you
pre,
can
okay
die.
lang.
But same thing for Ringmaster. If you come in onto the Shadow Fiend, if he's too fast...
Pero ganyan din tayo, pre, di ba?
Play the...
Ayaw natin yan. Pag nakita natin Beast yung kalaban.
Pag abnormal yung hero, pre. Dahil tayo talo.
Abnormal ka
Pag gusto
alam mong ano.
If they can
Magaling
win
ka
the
rin.
game, they get this first game, this draft looks beautiful. But
Magnus
also,
Carry, pre. Weakness natin.
also doubt what they want.
Beastmaster din. Parang madalas tayong talo sa
Even though Gyro
Beastmaster.
on paper isn't gonna have the best matchup.
Wala tayo
versus
sagot sa
Slardar
ano, pre,
later
sa
on,
Zoo.
and Sven with his
Pag
VP,
Zoo hero.
They're gonna hit the same timing that they did last game. It's just gonna be about XG weathering the
Meron
storm,
na yun, boy,
and
daw.
whether or not
Hindi
we're gonna
umaalis
see
sa top
XXS have impact. For Slardar to work, you want his
Saka ano pala, ano pre, lineup natin, milig tayo sa late game.
blink timing and make those pickoffs happen. Because if it
TC.
doesn't, it's gonna be
Hindi tayo hindi tayo ano pre, hindi tayo
You
nag-early.
both mentioned extreme gaming as to whether the
Lineup.
we saw them able to do so in the previous
Early lang
game.
natin
It's
pre,
still gonna
pag
be
puro sa
as
carry,
strong
dun lang tayo.
as previous game.
It could look a little bit similar because like Gyro
pre,
can play forward in the lane with Pugna 2 that can invade the Wisdom
Pre,
Shrine.
mga
Maybe
pinipik
this
natin
Beastmaster
carry
could
pre,
be a little
mga
bit
ano.
slower from the mid lane as
Kailangan
opposed to
mag-farm.
Primal. So XG, it should be a little bit easier this game.
Okay, let's find out
Yung
who's
mga
going to
draw,
take the lead in
void,
this best of
yun,
5 series with game number
mamaya
3.
pa sasama.
First though, we're heading to the stage with Tsunami and AUI 2000.
Thank you very much. I am joined now for game number 3 with AUI 2000 of Falcons. I've been noticing a trend. Every single game this series, you've been opting for last pick. I was wondering why.
Sayang yan pre, sayang yan si AUI.
Kinig to, di ba, nung nanalo, nung nag-champion.
May dahilan yun pre, may dahilan yun. Sinabi ni ano yun eh, sinabi ni PPD yun, ba't tinanggap?
You first phase Pango, but you also first phase banned Bane.
Ano daw pre, ayaw na nila kampe.
Didn't ban Bane at all, and they picked it up. What do you
Ano
feel?
pre, attitude issue, ano, hindi na
Bane's a good hero for them. It's
sa,
a hero
ano
we're
nila,
actually
sa
concerned about,
napag-usapang
we just
plan.
thought that we had to ban something. I actually don't even remember what we banned.
Ginago yung sariling idea pre. Matalino siya eh, kaso
They have a lot of heroes. I don't blame you.
Cheating player, pre.
And last, I was
ayaw
wondering
na
if
ano
you
eh.
could give some
Gusto mo
praise
ano
to
idea
Omar,
niya, yun
because
yung ano.
He has been captaining this team this entire TI.
Gumana
And we
naman, pre,
saw
ng TI
how
10.
spent he was.
Gumana na.
Ay, level na.
Magaling naman siya sa idea talaga.
on the desk, completely washed out, and
At
now
nag-coach na lang
this
siya
is one of the
talaga.
highest
Sakto
pressure
lang.
situations that any esports player could
Wala
ever
naman
be
pre,
in.
nag-champion naman
How's he
sila
handling
that
it?
year. Okay na yun, isang year mag-test.
Amar, honestly, he always
Ayun yung
surprises
sabi ni
me.
Gabi,
Of
kaya
course,
di pwede
age,
yung
just the level of
limang Pinoy
maturity,
eh.
and he has like some online persona.
Ganun din ako, ganun din yung sa Pinoy pre. Pag may idea kasi.
Lalo na daw pre pag ano na, pag old player.
Honestly admirable.
Di na natuturuan.
Words
Mapapride
of
na.
praise for the captain, the young
Di sumusunod.
captain of Falcons. And now let's see how his draft does as we get into game number 3.
Kaya hindi pwede yun pre, limang Pinoy tapos si Kuroki yung coach. Nagalit yun lagi. Hindi magiging team yun pre kung limang Pinoy lahat gusto mag...
Expectations daw.
Potentially they do. I mean, it goes back to Xiao to kind of bring the team back in this game 3, reset the mentality, give them a new direction. He definitely took a new direction to try and counter that tempo that we saw Falcons put into game 2. I don't know even what you call this. Is this the hyper demon draft? I mean, he just went for all the scary heroes, line them up, put the minus armor into them, and absolutely chunk face. This lineup is an absolute beast.
Kita mo ba
This is
naman
not a
yung
lineup
demonyo
Gyro is
sa...
to be able to stand against in the late game. I just refuse to believe it's true. You have double
May Slardar bawas armor.
You have an insane amount of physical burst damage. You have Slardar to amp it all up. If I'm Falcons,
Problema,
I
hindi
don't want to find
ito
myself in
eh.
that position. I want a game like game 2 where I have a strong laning phase, my cores get ahead, I deny some experience from the supports, maybe even contest some stacks, and never give a chance for this hyper-scaling lineup to come up.
I'm wondering, like, that wasn't the problem in game 2, so why did Extreme put so much scale when the problem in game 2 was they just got ran over in lanes?
I think they have been running to a corner a little bit on XXS's hero. Like, we saw how much Falcons were target banning him. They took his 3 best offlanders out in that first phase. He's running out of heroes a little bit. He probably didn't want to pick the Batrider. We saw him play earlier into the Pugna. Didn't feel like the game was good before. So then what else are you playing to give that jump stun that they actually really need? It's clear they want him on that archetype of hero, but maybe they were struggling to find it. If you ended up wanting to go the route with the Slardar, then you have to build the lineup around him. This is just kind of where
gumanda yung laro niya eh. Yung
Fair
nag-TV
enough.
siya
There was certain
kanina.
things that they did have to give up
Di
as a
mapatay ng
concession
tatlo.
to Extreme Gaming. We heard from AEY 2000
Yun lang yung
himself.
game na
They
di siya
are a
kailangan
very
buhatin.
good Bane team. What is it about this hero that feels so good right now?
The scale, right? Being able to BKB Pierce lock down a carry in the middle of the fight. It's just such a huge threat for a lot of these cores that want to jump in, pop that debuff immunity, and go to work. On top of it, the sleep state can be super influential, and just the catch around the map. Like, he's one of the better cores at setting stuff up with the sleep into the ult. Not a lot of heroes are going to survive that.
Parang
Heroes
telo
feels
din
good
yun
at
si
almost
Amar
every
Pre, si
point in the game
Thompson.
outside of the very early laning phase, which
Yung ano,
we have not
batak
seen go
mag-bump.
punish too hard this event.
Yeah.
I mean, there's certain games like last where you get run over, but even that game 2 was not a game that was one off the lanes, it was one off the track, in my opinion.
A lot of damage on Ame here. As this duo, the Bane Sven, are trying to keep the Pango from getting out of control. That Bane is also a big counter to the Pango. But we have seen Amar, his item choices, he is really loving the early Lotus Orb pickup.
Wala ba siyang ano?
I
Wala ba
was going to
siyang
ask you about this in game
stun?
2.
Para
Why
doon?
did Lotus Orb all of a sudden become this first item pickup? This is typically an item you're looking at second, third, fourth item. Why are we getting it so early?
Hindi ka malalim lang, tatsado niya dapat.
So maybe other people are behind ATF in terms of that offlane itemization.
Tatsado niya yun, huwag lang kabahan.
It's just strong. If you get it up
Sobrang sa kape ata, pre, nanginig.
net worth, it prevents a lot of all-ins from certain of the heroes in the middle, like the Beastmaster.
Nice pa naman CS
It's
Cup
great
eh.
scaling for your carry later in the game. It gives you early armor, gives you early regen, kind of a pseudo farm item or resource item. To you just have to get it up fast enough. If you get a delayed Lotus, it's not going to feel great.
Pag may oso, ay pag may oso.
Amazing. And ATF
Hindi,
plays these kind of
kaya din naman niya
builds.
i-clear
Usually
eh,
sees
pag
some sort of
lumapit
Lotus
yung ano
like Pango build this game, just so he can
Race
roll in
din,
and block some of the Soul Ramp, the Bane Grip, Demonic Purge. Also
Ganun pala
very
sila
influential
lumapit sa
spell in
range
this
pre
game,
pag SF.
off of the Shadow Demon first pick for Jin Q.
Pag sasabay mo yung normal
Amazing
task
Purge game. Versus
para
the
di
Pug.
ma-deny.
Yep. Versus some of the buffs. Versus the escape act from this remaster, right? The panel was talking about
Ano,
Nullifier.
di ba ginagawa kasi
They
natin
might
madalas
not need
ano?
a Nullifier as fast as they normally would because
Follow
they
tas
have
race.
things on the Shadow Demon.
Follow race
Provide that
ginagawa
constant
nila
dispel
para ano.
for the first target
Mahirap
we're trying
eh,
to
ano,
push down. That
ma-deny ng
first point of
kalaban.
contact in the fights is going to be everything for both of these teams because of how XG have built their lineup.
That's fair enough.
Grabe magic. Grabe
I think
magic
it's also worth
damage.
mentioning Lotus Orb did kind of get a buff recently. He's just a little bit harder to see than he used to be.
I mean, maybe I'm just old. I always complain about the visual
Sakit.
changes, but you can't complain about it now. You've seen it before. You've played against it. This is a grand final.
Sayang walang granada.
Step up or go home.
Binato niya, pre. Kaso,
Two-man stun. And X-Nova almost
Kaya
kills
ata ni
Crit
Ami
off of
lumaban
it.
dun eh.
Two-man stun
Flash
into a
of
two-man
buhay.
blood grenade. Not too bad. Damage being dealt doesn't find the first
Pwede
blood.
siyang
That
maano
is
yung
still
fear.
on the table.
Wala
Get
go.
baited by this ringmaster in the laning phase, though. This hero's very strong on the lane. You can always bait you in with stick charges.
Bilis ng
Lotus,
double bracer
potential
nito.
strongman tonic, whoopee cushion action.
Yeah, the last thing you want to give him is a kill in lane, and then he starts
Pag
snowballing
nagjabawaris,
off
pre.
of those souvenirs he gets.
You
Nirekta
just want
niya.
to make sure he doesn't get anything out
Si
of it.
Beast.
If it goes
Wala nga
even,
rin,
you're pretty
pwede ba
happy
na?
against this hero, particularly with the Bane. This is
Yan,
a
size
good
Ben?
matchup for Ringmaster.
Hindi
It's
yung
good with the
slap
stacking on top
Wala,
of it as
wala.
well.
Bracer
Patay.
lang.
Speaking of going
Dalawa.
even, it does look like the laning phase
Tuloy,
as a
patay ka.
whole is going even, which is a
Overextend.
good sign for Extreme. Last thing they want is to be at such a disadvantage they give up the Wisdom
Patay
Strike
mo?
and
Patay?
Disruption.
Wala.
Into a bash, into the crush,
Oh,
but
yeah?
the teleport is
Boy,
coming in,
isa
and
lang
now
ang
X
tap.
successful
Ayan,
in
ayan.
trouble. Its first blood going to Snaking, and a second kill on the way. The Shadow
Nabol niya yung kunat
can
eh.
do little to stop this GQ Dotes, but he can against Skeeter. But I bet he's
Matik
wishing
yung pre
he never
gyro.
popped that
Dapat
poison.
ano ko. Naka...
TP from Crit. Instant on
Padatrade sa
time,
ano,
turns it
nakadala-
around. That's a tough fight without
Jerome,
the support coming from the
ginagawa mo.
Ringmaster and his extra TPS. Big
Hindi ka na
turnaround for the gyro
nagbabayad
on
sa
this lane.
kalendarya.
That's a lane that could have swung either way off that kill attempt. Instead it goes Falcon's way.
Greedy ka pa.
Skeeter very happy about
Parang
that experience.
gago
So
patay.
to go to base and come back now.
Nauna talaga kayo, pre.
Yeah,
Nauna
with the
yung-
boots pick up, he'll be back to base a little bit quicker,
Refresh
but
back.
it does mean that
Oh, binigyan pa ng ano, binigyan pa ng pera yung beast.
Secure run eh.
Ano pa yan? May stocks pang ready yan.
Backs up, making sure Sven and SF
Aga
are having a very
mag-ags
good
yan.
laning phase.
Pero
Can
dyan
do
siya.
that
Ano
acceleration.
oras na ng game sa inyo?
Potentially
6:25?
making some plays
25.
through the Slardar.
Sabay
Through
na
the
yata.
Bane, setting some stuff up on the map. You do have this Bane SF combo where you can kind of sleep
Kaka-
people in directly.
31,
You really want to play around
32,
that. And
33.
XM, he did really well in this mid lane. He's just laying into this tower. Another great D ward. They are controlling the vision around this area.
Nice. Yan, ganyan. Divide
See
lang.
XG prioritizing it, and I don't think they're going to want to lose Wisdom Shrines this time around. I think that was a huge factor.
After
in that
ng
game,
wisdom,
too.
dapat mag-invade na sila.
Have to prioritize it.
Nakuha na niya na yung stop.
yeah,
Pero
Falcons
dyan
are
eh.
certainly not in a
Oh,
position to
alam naman
get
nila
aggressive in
nag-stop
that
yun eh.
regard. In fact,
May
it's
kita-
going to
may
be
kita na ano,
may kita na.
Extreme who are going to get aggressive.
Falcons.
Triple raise on an Ancient stack. That was the one point,
Ubus.
right? Looked at Falcons saying,
Pre,
okay, they got a little bit of
sarap
space,
pala.
but if they also have the stack
Isip yun
advantage,
eh.
that could
Ano,
really
uy,
build
wala
up
dito
into
mamaya
something.
ano.
But most of those stacks
Mamaya
have just
Wild
been
Ducks.
raw.
This was a really nice play.
Bigay mo na yan,
This
bigay
is
mo yan,
getting
dalawang
value out of
piraso.
that regen rune, right? Not only a 6-minute
Pre,
power
naisip
rune
niya
you can use too
naisip ko.
aggressively. Here, beautiful usage of it. Go steal some stacks, slow down the Beastmaster, accelerate the SF.
Pero
And
yan,
he's still
regen
gonna
eh,
pull the
tas
resources
stacks.
out of committing the raises. Puts XM in a very solid
Autobuy
position.
sila sa ano, no? Autobuy sila
It's one of
sa...
his signature heroes. I mean,
Tawag
people
doon,
think of the
Raindrop.
XM sniper, but
Oo, bro.
he's also been playing this Shadow King for
Kailangan
a
yun.
long
Essentials
time.
yun.
Tsaka Windlace, pre. Favorite nila, Windlace talaga.
Dagdagan na yung move speed eh, no?
GQ gonna run into Snaking.
Kahit sinong core, pre. Kahit carry.
Up to Snaking if he can get off a Decrepify that's good enough and make a run for it, but they should just be able to take
Aga.
him. Nobody
Aga
around to
ng
help
ano,
him out.
aga ng
Gyrocopter's
crush, aga
not
ng
gonna
crush.
join in on this. And
Palo.
especially if XM, they do have the Beastmaster. They're trying to sandwich this right now.
Nila
But 3
asit.
heroes.
Upal.
So it's not so simple as Maureen just running in for the roar.
Can't go in on XM there. He's way too strong. And you have to think about the
Pinahabol
saves
niya
that
yung ano,
actually
yung
happen too.
slam. Tapos sila lasit lang
Going
ng
in
ano.
roar target. That target gets disrupted. That target gets slept. Your team fight
Vision
is
ba yung
gonna
mahok?
be mitigated for a while, so he has to make sure
wala.
his game is good. He's
Wala lang ano
continuing
yan,
to
yung
scale.
parang oops.
Don't take too many bad
Yung,
early
hindi mo na
fights
siya
to
pwede
saves
i-target
here.
eh. Naka,
Yeah, there are
Pero
actually
pag
so
sinamon
many
mo siya,
interactions here
walang
that Extreme
dagdag
had
vision.
the answer to, right?
Hindi ko sure.
Rolling
Alam ko
Thunder's
that
gonna come
meron
in, they
eh.
have feed script for that. If there is
Pero
the
hindi
single
na malaki,
target
hindi
stuns
yata
coming
malaking
out, they have
vision.
Disruption or Nightmare. Then you've got the Demonic Purge countering the saves from Snaking and from Crit, right? You have Escape Act as well as Decrepify that's going to be countered. There
PSL yan,
is
bet mo ba sila?
high potential
Wala.
for Extreme to be able to outplay Falcons, but are they going to be able to get
Patay
there?
yan.
As an early game does seem to favor Falcons for now.
Pagi
Got
gap
some decent
6
support
no
levels, a
basta.
lot of playmaking available.
Kasi si NQ gap na naman
Their
sa
lineup does
XP.
seem a little more straightforward to execute if it gets rolling. It's kind of
Sila
an upside
makasabay.
for them, particularly if the gyro can join fights
Wala
and
rin
have a
silang
higher
pang-perm
impact before the
Makasabay
Sven
sa
comes
flow.
online. That could be a real point of
attention.
Hindi kagaya ni
Show
ni
here, it might
Snaging,
be a
ang
triple
lakas
raise
mag-click.
in your future. Disruption, he's too far back. XM will not be able to catch that. They'll just make sure there's no deny here. Mid towers claimed
Mag-uatat
by
ka na sa bot.
Extreme, and the SF.
Hindi nila
He's
kaya.
ready to move
Kailangan
around the
nila
map.
plus
He
1.
will light on X-Nova to get the sleep, but he doesn't.
Nakita, nag-TV,
He
pre.
just got level 5, levels it up to 3.
Umabot.
Extra range. They're
And
gonna
now
run
Kaso walang grip.
stun into
Yes,
triple
Ben.
race potentially. They let him get off the shield crash though.
What was
And
that?
because
Ame,
of that,
ame,
that was the
ame.
stun from Ame.
Oh my god.
I think there's a world you absolutely
Wait,
can't
nanis
go
man, pre.
down.
Requiem na yun eh.
Shouldn't be
Nabitaw yung
hesitant to
ano?
Requiem
Nabitaw
there,
yung...
but a little misexecution from
shield
XG.
crash.
Beautiful setup from X-Nova.
Di, pre, nung tulog.
Very awkward. God strength.
Oh,
now
yung last
being on
second nung
cooldown,
ano, abot
and
yun
a bit of the
Tira yung
surprise
uma, pre.
spoiled Falcons. They'll bring numbers to this bottom lane push.
Sabi
Extreme.
lumalabas na yung ano, pre.
Likely just to give this one away. XXS
Lumalabas
is
na yung ano ni
having
Ame.
a fair time at the
Lumabas
top
na
lane.
yung
He's
ano,
playing
na.
solo right now and chipping
Kulay
away
na
tower,
kulay,
so
pre.
he's really
Kulay na
no need to
kulay.
risk fighting at bottom lane.
Yellow.
The early portion of that lane was rough for XG, but they eventually kicked Skeeter out. Now he's the lowest score over the same phase. This gyro he found almost nothing.
Hindi naman talaga malakas na ano yung pre.
Yung Slardar.
Yeah, and he doesn't have any ancient stats to
Ah,
fall back
Dar,
on, but he
Dar,
does
Dar.
get the
Nakatrends
farm
na.
for it. Now there's still plenty of
Sinungaling
time
niya
before
lang
that
yung
comes to fruition, but
This is great for XXS.
Ang
He
lima
was
na
struggling,
yun.
now he gets a free lane. And XM,
Kasi si ano eh, lakas ng deflect ng damage, ay ng skill sa ano, ay ng magic sa Bracer.
yeah, this is actually just
Gusto niyo
disgusting.
yung inahabol
You
niya
have a
talaga.
big hero
Parang
who wins his
libreng,
matchup so
ay,
hard, he
mas
takes
murang
the
hood.
tower. That allows him to go into the triangle, and he's a stack clear. That just means he's going to be playing both sides of these triangles.
Mag-farm eh.
Very influential tower to lose early in this game.
Hindi ka naman mag-ano eh, laban eh.
Who wants to protect those ancient
Pag
stacks.
early game kasi malakas yung
Gonna
race.
give a lot of freedom to XG here.
Pag ano ata, pag
We are not
puro
seeing that same
pag puro hunting kayo
May
pwede.
gagalaw-galaw siya. Kailangan
I
niya
think
ng
there were
move
probably
speed.
some concerns as Falcon's just gonna do a repeat.
Kung ganyan naman magpo-farm ka lang, pwede
all the way to an
tipid
Aegis.
sa mana.
The
Tipid
answer
ka
seems
lang.
to be no. They have run into a brick wall here. They will not find the same momentum. Doesn't mean they can't still build it if they start getting some good team fights going their way, but it's getting to the point where you have these early fighting items on the side of XG, and as long as you protect the Shadow Fiend, he's kind of a beast in the fight. No one's challenging him.
Ano?
Especially you can't just all in
Amplify?
norm because
Protection mo lang yan.
Yeah. There's certainly always going to be a massive difference in
Ay,
Falcons
binanyan
and
ba
their
doon?
tempo, because so much of it, faster tempo is played around Malrine. If he's playing Primal Beast, he wants to run around.
Naisip na
get
nila.
kills.
Naisip na nila,
He's
pre.
playing Beastmaster,
Wala
he's going to
yun.
play far
Kaya-
more to
kaya
neutrals
gyro
with a
ni Sito.
slower game. He wants to get his Aghanim Scepter.
Problema na lang nila dyan si Ayan.
And we're seeing the impact of that. 12 minute.
Yamar na lang pre, Yamar
Do you have the
tsaka ano.
sentry in place for this one? Can X-Nova get the right Nightmare? Oh, Mark got himself
Oh, inibit, pre! Inibit yung
Can he
Beto,
get out
pre!
as the shield crash is stuck, and now he's going to be Fiend's grip just to make sure the Shadow Fiend gets
Lagi
away.
grinip pa.
X-Nova will
Bakit
die
mo
for
grinip
it,
pa?
but he sacrificed his life to make
Hindi
sure
din,
his
ano,
mid laner does not go
naipit
down.
sa
That
jump.
was the most farmed
Inibit, pre.
core in this game.
Parang betlog eh.
And Falcons, they should have had
Gagi,
that kill.
ba't grinip
Ginrip
pa
pa
yan?
yan.
More time to get stuck
Nagpapatay
on
lang siya.
Pangolier.
No.
Reset
Ah,
that
pre,
mentality
antok
and
na.
try again later.
Maaga pa, ano oras si Sherman eh.
Maaga pa dun pre, ano pa lang dun, hapon.
That Pango didn't get stuck. That's very close though.
Lasize pa lang, pre.
On XM here.
Maaga pa
So
dun.
far for him to go down.
Gutom.
Lose that presence on the map. That would be a huge blow.
O ligo,
That's
bawal
why
na ligo.
Falcons were prioritizing him.
Yeah, with this Kaya Yasha, he doesn't need a blink tagger to set up these Requiems, right?
Hindi,
He's
go,
got
pre,
X-Nova,
na-radiance
and
agad.
he's got, I mean, both a Nightmare and a Disruption are
Pre, ibang
probably
player
good
yun.
enough for him to get off a Fiend's Grip or a Requiem of Souls that leads into a double or
Yung
triple raise.
Brilliance, pre, ano eh, tumatama sa alay.
Thing is, all that goes out the window if you just get gone.
Ibang region yun pre,
Absolutely,
ibang
which means
region.
Falcons can't afford to separate too much, which is maybe part of why Extreme
Laglag
set
na
up the
NA,
draft
pre,
the way
laglag
they
na
did,
NA.
right? They have solo kill pick-off around the map. Falcons will have to play a little bit more
Laglag na,
cluttered
pre.
than they were able to do in the past. They can't rely on just the tankiness of their heroes in this game.
And Staking, you are not on Enchantress anymore.
Wala na EG, no?
Disruption to stop the TP.
Meron pa rin, pero hindi na sila nag-dotot. Hindi na sila nag-dotot.
As he wants it.
Ano,
Faster
disband yung
looks
Dota?
like Shard.
Oh,
is the
pinulout
build-up
na nila
for
yung
him
Dota
next. So
dun.
he wants to be the tanky one in this game.
I think that's the fastest they've ever taken Staking.
Tapos
down this
Shopify,
entire
wala
series.
nang roster.
That's true, yeah. He's
Season.
still around
Wala
the
rin, di ba,
Enchantress.
Yopad?
It's like
Could
this
do a
is
lot for you.
Tinanggal sila pre
Staking
after
the
di
five is supposed
mag-qualify.
to feel.
Nirelease din sila.
I love this. Look at the XXS is hiding his blink dagger.
Oh, every
It's
little
sitting
bit
on this
matters.
courier, just hiding in the trees.
We get some value out of this. There's that dire ward
Well,
up there,
good
quite
enough.
scouted, but
Yeah.
Yaman yan.
I do wonder if
14
it's on the
minutes.
courier at any point in time or if
Bilis
it's
no,
him.
Tapos may dalawang
That's a
tag bracer
way better
tayo.
start for XG though. game
Yun
even
nga
for
hindi
them
ko
out of lanes.
makuha
It's
sa
a
kanila.
slight victory for them.
Do you think that favors
Galay.
them draft-wise?
Maraming
Not
item.
as a team, but draft-wise, do you
Maraming
feel like
item
this is
pre,
a
tas
draft that as long as you come out
nakakapag-dagaragan.
even, you're actually favored? I think so.
I think for the mid game, yeah, because your Roche threat is so high with the Sardo, right?
Yes.
You get one core pick off, the thing's just gonna insta die. Meanwhile, Falcons are like, yeah, nice Roche. We're gonna take it way before you're expecting it.
I certainly wasn't expecting this. I've got free vision. And they're actually going to do it. They're going to run into crit. They're going to
Ako,
chase
tikrit ang
after
naalay.
this kill. But that means Roshan, it goes the way of Falcons.
What a snatch in this game. He'll gladly trade his
Pero
support
kuha
to
na
take
Aegis
this away from this Sardo.
Diyan, pre, nagpakita.
Extreme had literally just gone
Break smoke.
for their, okay, we're strong enough to go for a smoke. Any sort of pick off will lead to Roshan. They were ready for that move, but Falcons one step ahead of them and taking away a critical objective.
Daming info nun,
That was
pre.
very clutch on the
Hindi
timing.
mag-ano to
They
pre,
got the
hindi
beast map strategy,
magde-defensive.
They go in the pit, they read the map. Absolutely
Palo.
on point.
Palo ba yan pag naka-ags?
And if you
Hindi,
put
ano siya, maglilinkin pa rin yan, may Bane eh.
There's a chance that smoke just goes into the pit and you just jump it when it pops, right?
Refresher, ano yan, BKB refresher.
4 minutes on the clock here for Malrine. You can
Tas
now
dagger,
perform more
yun yung item
aggressively,
yan eh.
have a lot more
Hindi
presence.
naman
in the
nag-iibang
fight,
build
work
yan eh.
towards his scaling with that BKB.
Favorite
Try and
mo
create some
rin.
space on the map for this
Pressure
gyro to
tsaka
recover. I mean, you're still looking at skaters, the
AODs.
forest core here. Not a great
Oh.
sign on this
Wala
hero,
na yan,
especially
pre.
up against so
Favorite na
much
yung dagger
debuff piercing
Puro na yan,
damage.
nakaset na yung build.
Gotta wonder how easily he's
Saan
gonna be able to
nanalo,
do
pre?
that.
Wala kailangang
He can
baguhin daw.
absolutely recover
Saan
very quickly here.
nanalo?
Ba't daw papalitan
Malrine
eh,
gets some
gumagana
action
naman.
going. XG on the hunt.
They're going to fight into Malrine. But crit and snaking are
Hindi ko
behind
kaya yan,
here.
may Aegis yan, tropa. May
Give him the
Clear
heals,
pa-
wait out the demonic purge, and
Oh.
the escape act is ready now that the
Mm,
demonic
puno na yung
purge is gone.
gasolina.
Not required though.
I'm blind.
Extreme
Blind
do
jump.
not force anything. See few heroes, no reason to fight into this Aegis.
Yeah, that's not the target you want to go on with your single burst lineup.
Sa Morden,
Hunt
ang
this
dami
Pango,
item.
sure. Hunt this gyro,
Retard.
absolutely.
Di nila ginagalaw pa ang
Grind him
hindi
up.
nila
Look at
kaya.
that still on the back.
Sa network, bro.
Can he get him off the haste though?
Oh, he's so close, but a blink away.
Mas mataas pa
Out of
CS yan
range,
minsan
now
kay Skito
out of
eh.
sight.
Ay ano,
That was
last
a
hit
sick
pala.
position.
Mas
That
mataas
is
pa
not
last
a
hit.
move I think Amar expected. He doesn't have haste. He goes down there for sure. He just gets slept into Requiem.
Well, we
Nang carry
haven't
siya sa
even
ano?
mentioned
Sa
the two
Nimba.
carries too much in this game.
Carry
Ame
ba?
is certainly getting
Yamar?
the better of the situation. 9,300 net worth
Oh,
on
parang
him. The
meron
gyrocopter is struggling.
Oh, yung
Axe is cutting
nagsaswap-swap
down,
lang
chasing
sila.
after him.
That was so awkward with the tumble.
Nagkasite si Miracle.
Little cliff.
Baka yung swap-swap
The
lang.
little river cliffs causing Falcons problems. It's game 3.
You know what's funny? This Aegis that they got for themselves, they almost got
Alam
it
ko
too
sa
early.
creep wave pa lang,
Just because
ganyan,
they
ano na
won't
siya,
actually have
offlane.
it when the Tormentor
Offlane na
spawns.
farming, no?
I mean, this was not an Aegis they take for their lineup. This is an Aegis you take away from XG.
Sure.
But it does mean you'll have to contest the faster Roshan cycle in this game.
Got the Nightmare on him. Team is teleporting in. And yeah, Falcons say
Ganda.
that is not even close to teleport. Oh,
Ay, gago!
XXS, what was that?
Mo, bro, pre. Natit ka
Bungled
tuloy.
the stun
Nauna
there.
yan, pre, nauna yun sa'yo.
Extra kill.
That was almost harder than this.
Nagmulok, pre.
It really was. He had to walk away from his blink.
Work.
Whoopsies.
Kulang na sa kape.
Extra life for Falcons to
Monok
play
si
with.
Jerome, pre. Sumobra
I
yung
mean, it's still a good rebuttal from XG. You bring Ame into the fight, you just decimate the Pugna. Gotta feel good about that. This Sven is
Pwede naman ba
executing
nalalakad yung hero mo?
He is so far ahead of this gyrocopter right now.
I mean, just look at the levels, right? Level 15 and a half on the Sven, level 12
Ano,
on
pre,
the
sa atin
gyro.
nga, iniiwan
XG
sa
have the two
jungle,
highest
tas-
level cores in this game, and it is the Sven
Pabot
and
mo
the
sa referee yung
Shadow. Those
kape.
are
Pwede
good
naman.
levels to have on these heroes.
Manan.
Yun lang.
Gago, patay ka na.
Pong.
Trying to blow up this
Oh,
Slardar.
tulog.
They do manage to get him. X-Nova not there in time for a Nightmare save.
Yun nga yung dalawang problema
They
nila,
know
pre.
they've got
Yung
strength
ano,
on
mid
cooldown. The
offlane.
Sven may be in this area, but not likely to fight. So good call for Falcons. A pick off there.
Ay, ano, pre, yung pares lang sila ng playstyle, pre, yung dalawang team.
They had
Pugin mo
two
yung
wards up on that
plate,
top
panalo
lane.
na kayo.
In theory, a lot of information, but Falcons played to the left of it. They waited for a hero to show, and they want to take that tower down and occupy this part of the map because you are looking towards that 20-minute Tormentor. Another easy objective for XG to take if you don't take it first. If you control this
Titignan
part
mo,
of the
pre,
map,
pares yung lineup nila,
could set that
nakadepende.
fight up a lot easier, and we're
Sa
still
ibang
seeing
core, hindi
Malrine
sa
just
carry.
take this area. He does not want to give this corner to XG.
Parehong
while
carry,
he
pre,
has
walang
Aegis
pake yung
for
mga
another
team.
minute.
X-Nova spotted by
Offlane
Malrine.
mid-
They get-
offlane
oh,
mid
he's
talaga.
faster with it. Gets off the Nightmare. Still though, the Nightmare is traded away, and Malrine does not have to
Try
roar
gulot,
to get the kill. He
napata-
just casually
Belt
runs him
isa,
down.
ano?
40 seconds
Board.
left on the Aegis, 20 seconds
Marunong,
left
pre.
on his roar.
absolute Tormentor control here for Falcons.
Feeling ko kung nag-4v4 to, wala yung dalawang carry. Pares pa rin maganda yung match.
XG to do it, but they're okay making that trade if they can continue to slow down the Slardar's game progression.
I like this though. XM, he's reading
Wala sa
the
winning condition eh.
positioning of
Wala ano
Falcons
eh, wala
around the
namang
map, and
ganong
he's trying to take
dalawang carry
objectives
sa
where
match
he
na to eh.
can as a result. If he can pull some heroes down here, then maybe that means Extreme get the better control of the Tormentor as it spawns.
Also just trying to get as much XP
Babantayan mo lang dito
you
yung
can get to the level 18 on your 2 cores that are really high level. Level 3 Requiem, level 3 God Strength would go a long way, especially when you're amping a lot of this damage up.
That's true. I mean, he gets the BKB. Blink BKB, Requiem. I don't
Ano,
know if
BKB
Maureen
na
can be
next.
fast enough to Primal Roar to stop it. And if he can't do
Dami
it,
pang
nobody else
bibilin yan,
can.
pre.
That's your only option when this guy goes in.
Ooh, amp damage. I mean, he
Alam
had an
no,
Arcane Rune
Roar
before.
tsaka ano?
I was wondering if they were going to make a play with that.
BKB, magagalim
As
pa.
quick as possible right now.
Maglilinkin pa.
Extreme. Aiming for a later timing. I am surprised that they are not willing to play for Tormentor, but this will be Falcons.
Kami nakapila.
Mentor.
Tremendous job controlling this portion of the
Ay,
map.
30 minutes pa eh. Minsan nakalimutan pa.
This was their Tormentor take. That's kind of a tough high ground.
Pag wala ng choice, pag wala yung mga objective, tormentor tayo.
Lang smoke, pre. Lang smoke. Tormentor na lang.
Got a little
Tayo
spotlight
line,
action, so we
line up
see
natin, pre. Di kaya
30%
mag-tor.
miss chance. I mean, we need
Pero
a bunch
mentor
of
agad,
physical
no?
damage and minus
Di kaya,
armor.
pre. Line up natin pang 30 minutes na
Missing a
Tormentor.
single hit could make you miss the kill. XXS and Amar right next to each other. Oh, they both went back in terror.
Kinis lang.
Neither certain of their position in that
Kinis lang
one.
gag.
Never mind.
BKB na pre, mabalag na yan.
Nagkagulatan eh.
BKB.
BKB tayo,
Done for the
pre.
Beastmaster. I mean, we gotta be coming
BKB na yung ano, pre.
these
Beast.
teams
Sugo na yun
to
sila.
Flash. I feel like we're getting all the critical items.
BKB na rin si ano, gagi si
It's got to
Malrin.
be next
Ayan
rush.
pa nga sa
That's what
Slardar.
these
Pag
lineups
walang
are built
galaw,
to do.
hirap i-farm yan.
That will be
Lang
where
item
that
yun.
team fight happens.
Nakamax na naman siya, pre.
Done
Max
for
crush.
XM. This is
Hero pinaparm
an
yun eh.
insane pace for
Oh,
him.
hero
And
dapat
damage
yun.
still in the bottle.
They give them the Wisdom Shrine.
Lalaban
give
na,
them
lalaban lahat,
18.
pre. Lalaban lahat. May BKB na split.
He is crushing it right now.
Dapat yung
And you're
mali.
still looking at this Gyro,
Ano
who's
mo,
supposed to be your main
Kim sa
carry, your
BKB
main
no?
damage dealer in the fight that you can play
Beastmaster.
around. He's just so far
BKB
behind.
na rin mag-aero. Hindi mo.
Di may ano naman, pre. May lubog naman sila.
Gyro gets amped and defend
Yun yung
damage,
silbi ng
aggressive
ano dyan,
damage,
pre.
you're
SD.
gone. There's level 18
Yung Maroror
cards, if they want to
ilulubog.
smoke it up. Try and use something with the back end of this amp damage rune.
Parang ano lang yan, pre.
Absolutely
Yung may nung
connect.
magna.
Double
Kung sino mga RP,
BKBs.
ano.
XXS may not have his,
Lulubog.
but all they need for him is an initiation. But
Icebox.
Ame already has that covered. They get the jump on a Snake King.
Wala rin patay.
Basta race.
Finishing blow.
Bawas din.
That was
Kumain ng dalawang race
They
eh.
do get the Pugna for another time in this game. And
And
another
Arcane Root. Did he just get Arcane into amp
Kaso,
damage into
na
Arcane?
God Strength na.
The SF Dream right here.
That it really is.
Wala na, farm na ulit si Ame.
He's,
Kaya nag-God
he's
Strength
farming
na.
so fast that I feel like it's we're just coming down to, oh, he got his BKB, but maybe we
Yung
wait for
gagi, gandang
another
item
item.
yan, do.
His Aghanim Scepter is next up, and he's already has 1,400 gold saved up for it.
See when this Roche spawns. If it's a late Roche, he could absolutely have another item by then. Very concerning for Falcons, the rate he's progressing. You almost want a faster Roche here.
Lugi Gyro dyan. Mas
They
mabilis
have
mag-farm na
kept the net
ano.
worth even,
Spin.
though. And it may not be the Gyrocopter, but these other cores are pretty farmed. Beastmaster and the Pango.
It's about landing the ulso. Like a lot of Falcons team fight depends on getting a good roar without the save
patay na naman
coming
si
through and getting a
X-Men.
good roll
Oh,
through.
eh, alay na yan pre.
Good pick. Malrine exercising some restraint. Once again,
Pero
went
kailangan
to the
din niya yung
extra
ano niya,
button
glimmer
and
niya eh.
realizes he
Kaya
doesn't have
Ang
the roar
network
to
niya,
get the
2-6
kill.
lang oh.
She continuing to just dodge around the map.
Sumasagad lahat eh.
Content with farming.
Pinapanood ako ang stream
They're
ko.
scaling
Parang
here. They're
sinabi niya yun eh.
confident. And they're overwhelming
Pinasadya
physical
talaga
damage
nilang
eventually
ganun.
winning out for them.
I can't say I
Kailangan
blame
yun,
them.
pre.
I mean, especially
Kaya
the
sa
triple
forma
BKB timing.
makasalubong pre.
What are you gonna do as Falcons? What's the game plan?
Parang
We
alam
get
ni
to
Kokoy
triple
mga-
BKB timing.
Parang ito
You
pre,
can
oh.
roar
patay
one of
patay
those
ito.
zeros.
Patay ito sa XM.
But the others are just gonna run at you.
May dagger siya, may dagger.
Your target should be
Kailangan hindi lang siya
Lord the Shadow
maunahan.
Fiend, bring him down with Gyro committing and let the roll through cover on
Huwag
the
lang siya
backside,
bumaba,
try to
huwag lang siya
disrupt some of the
bababa.
saves from coming through, right?
Yeah.
Like,
He'll still
Alam
have hiding
yata, ay, may
mechanisms to
kiniping eh.
defend, so you don't have to worry so much about him.
I mean, you
Dito
don't have to worry
show.
about him. You gotta
Ayan na.
pick your poison here.
Ako ready na, ready lahat. Ikaw si Slardar, di
Might bail you out a little
nagtitip.
bit. Escape act might bail you out. Depends when that demon.
Di nakita yung smoke, di yata nakita
This
yung
ward
smoke.
is scouting mid, but they did not. They barely saw.
Di nakita, pre. Bro.
See ya.
He is not playing games. He is not being coy. He just
Unahin mo
goes straight
tumakbo,
to the
pre.
sport,
Unahin
takes
mo
the kill
tumakbo
that he
yun.
can't get out of it. use the God Strength for that. Unfortunately
Puro
for him,
support lang
it is
namamatay,
a
pre.
late Roshan
God
spawn.
strength na
So
naman siya.
Roshan is not
Aga niya
up for
lagi
them to
mag-God
take.
strength, ha?
And Extreme Gaming will still have to play a 5-on-5 for control.
Para mag-fight na ulit siya, pre.
I think they would have just manned up for it there. It's
Bagay, abot naman sa
Well,
Aegis.
that's the way
Sa
in a minute,
Roshan.
but they will have God Strength up for it when it spawns.
Up to 1
So
minute.
Falcons want to try and sneak that away.
Tsaka di
a
siya
second
nag-BKB.
time.
Maganda yun.
They
Hindi siya
absolutely
nag-BKB
will
agad.
contest it.
Butterfly dapat.
And Skeeter just has to get BKB here.
Sino may gyro?
Survive in the fights. Timely decrep could bail him out.
BKB para sa ano, Fear
Escape
tsaka sa
back to do
stun.
the same, but if Demonic Purge lands on this gyro,
Favorite niya talaga Lotus eh, no?
all those options go away. He's just on his
Yeah,
own,
Mara.
and he does not have the armor to survive the physical. So that connection, pivotal for XG.
Sakto sa line na pre,
as he
puro
would towards his
target
next
din.
Roche fight.
Ganda kasi pre, may regen, may armor.
And yeah, that SFAGs.
Apat din
It's
yung
coming
targeted.
real fast here. He's just out of control, and it's almost level 20.
1k na lang, ano na to? Aganims na.
Falcons put into position where they're just going to have faith in the
BKB na din yung
outplay
starter.
capabilities. I mean, the funny part is they have saves on both sides.
Yan pre, yung ano, first kill ni Bane,
All
sobrang
four
epal sa
supports
gyro.
in this game have options for saves, so the
Infable.
initiation, it's gonna be...
Check nyo yung ano pre, check nyo yung minus damage, no?
You never
Infable
know
pag
if that
Minus
jump
damage
is
ba?
actually
Sa lahat?
good
O
or if
physical
they're just
lang?
going to be playing into the
attack
enemy's
damage.
hands.
That's where the Shadow Demon comes in. He's
Infable ni
that
Bane,
balanced
70% ano,
pretty good.
damage.
Demonic Purge on the target, you jump. Falcon saves don't do
Kagi
it.
wala kang damage late game
Yeah,
yun
but that
pre.
also requires the Shadow Demon to play forward enough that, you know,
Alam
maybe
ko
he
base
just
damage lang naman
jumped
ata.
by the Rolling
Plus
Thunder
damage.
hit.
Pero malaking bawas.
Zeroed by Amar.
Bawas mo, pre.
Definitely a possibility. It's Pango. He has Lotus done. He can go in versus the
Thinking
grip.
about it. How many heroes are in these trees? He doesn't know. The board is scouting out for him.
He cannot go in too deep. The Lotus will buy him sometime against the grip, but it's not infinite, right? And if Nova's positioning is really good, then you get grip deep in enemy lines. You're going to really sacrifice your team's formation here. Nonetheless, Roche's up. Ags is done.
Level 20, Aghanim Scepter Shadow Fiend.
He's just a straight monster right now. You have to tag this guy in the fight.
I feel like we've been hyping up this Requiem for like 15 minutes. And it's just getting better and better, but when is Extreme finally going to pull the trigger on it?
Wala pa siya nare-requiem, no? 26 minutes.
This is at the point where you have the BKB on the side.
Nag-iipon pa ng
Kay Amar eh, kaso hindi
Puts you
nista
in a
niya
position
ano eh.
you have to just force the Roche if Falcons don't want to give you that 5-on-5. If they want to buy time for Skeeter, you do it incredibly fast.
Nasayaw na eh.
They got
Yeah,
scouted on
nakita
that.
ba? Hindi nakita yung smoke.
These
Ako si
aggressive
Amar ang
wards
sasalo.
from Falcons.
They might still catch. Oh, if they
Si Amar. Walang vision.
That would have been the perfect
Walang vision.
pickup. Take away this big initiator.
Aakyat? Si
They
Skeeter
could
ba?
threaten the
Hindi.
Bane and the
Wala pa
Shadow
rin.
Demon in
Wala.
these fights, but they
pre.
do not break. Come so close.
Sabi ng mga instinct ni
Rush
Amar.
na.
They've cleared out the area. They know that Falcons isn't around. They think this will give them enough time to do the
instinct,
Roshan.
pre.
See if Falcons contest.
So XG, they kill the boars.
Pero
they know
nakita sila
Falcons are gonna
pumasok
respond.
sa
They'd
Roche
rather
kasi
take
may
the fight than get
Or-
low in the pit.
Tago sila agad, tago agad.
Trying to see
Eh, nakita nila sa ano.
But XG, they take the high ground. It's going to have to be blind
Ayun,
here.
tanggal
Some
yung
heroes.
Galing naman nun, pre. Hindi nakita. Pero na ano.
Mar
Na-break?
holds off on it.
Hindi, hindi na break na, wala na yung smoke.
X-Nova making some moves on the left.
Wala na ba? Kala ko nag-smoke ulit sila.
Naubos
Looking
lang.
for an angle.
XXS.
Oy,
Oh,
walang
he might just
vision ka
let
dyan.
it roll.
Right up there, and then managed to find the Pango. The Pango's one in trouble. He gets the roll up.
Walang
He's
grip.
demonic person, so he
Walang
has to Rolling Thunder now. XM
Oh,
goes to the
pangit ng
Requiem. He
Requiem mo.
doesn't get an easy kill. They chase after Snaking. They'll get that one.
Ah,
But they
so
won't allow
BKB
for this. Meanwhile, the
ginagawa.
Lord
BKB
gets used
yung
for
yung
defense.
sa Amar,
nagkakasaya
na.
He's got the BKB. What's he
Wala na,
gonna do?
patay si
Can he
Abby
turn it
yata.
on? He brings up Maureen.
Nag-gripo.
As well with
Patay si Skeeter, pre. Binuro ng ano. Binuro ng starter.
Nalis, pre. Ganda ng ahong rin, no?
Buti, pre. Walang silbi yung mga carry dyan eh.
Help that
Ano lang,
BKB
apat
disruption.
pre.
Pero hindi siya di niya gino. Yung slugger, no?
Extend trying to bring this king down. Extreme take
Namang
a
sabihin
step.
lang,
No
pre.
one focus on this
Yung apat nga lang
They
yung
are
papanoorin
losing
mo.
in this game. That is the one team fight they needed to break
Sabi
this
na
game
kayo,
open.
sabi mukhang tanga eh.
The damage is only going to pick
4v4
up
na
from
nga
here.
lang yan
And that
dapat, pre.
Requiem wasn't even the best it could have
Basta,
been.
muntik
It was
pa
almost a
mamatay.
Zoe Requiem to break the
Muntik pa
fight.
mamatay.
Yeah, you did not get a quick kill like we were
Pero may dalawang
theorizing it
support
could
nila, pre.
do.
Nung nakita nila
It
siya.
pushes Snaking in
Pre,
a bad
takbo sila
position,
agad
but
sa
yeah,
split.
most of the Falcons dodge that damage.
Yeah, the damage was not
Ano,
effective.
wala.
Siyempre, natagpuan tanga.
Mark on this
Kaya
war.
yung dalawang support
There's
niya,
significant chunk of Ame's
mahabol
damage,
agad
but
eh.
you can't finish him off. This is the gyro problem, right?
Tama yun,
Skeeter
gyro, pre.
doesn't offer you enough physical burst.
Pura no? Pinapansin
Look
ha.
at those
Dalawa
crits,
yan.
man. He got
Dalawang...
like 5 hits in and 3 crits. 1,600 damage apiece.
Yeah, sit back and relax. It's gonna be a long series.
Relax mo na. Relax.
Oh, man.
I mean, I'm sure Falcons can feel it. This game is just not the same as that game too. You do not have the same punch. You do not have that same snowball momentum. Now you are stuck going into that mid-late game against a team that has rarely lost those types of games.
Rushing down the lanes. Maureen trying to hunt for some farm and pull back. He's
Mabilis
running
mag-farm
into 3 of
slaughter, pre.
extreme,
Sa
though.
gyro. Malakas
This
damage yung
beast has
crush.
to do some heavy lifting here. It's still going to be time before Skeeter can deliver a punch equal to what this lineup's doing, which means you have to rely on the Beastmaster's damage. I mean, he did a significant amount of damage to Holly. He has one more item there. He might just be able to bring him down. The save came out a little slow because no one was really looking at that part of the fight.
Ano yung inan mo, Luis? Yung ba't na-disassemble yung stick?
Says a lot that he feels like he has to go
Ano
back
yun,
to
pre?
the
Innate?
Satanic
Innate
rather
ni gyro
than
yun. Any
completing
item,
the
pwede mo
Daedalus.
yan, disassemble.
Satanic on this hero is also a lot of damage.
Also.
Kahit nga yung BKB eh, tsaka yung Ags,
If you
pwede
can
mo
stay alive,
disassemble.
that means you get a second flak hit off, right?
Bagong patch niyan, pre, di na
that's
pwede
kind of
disassemble
damage
yung
before, but You're never going to have the same burst punch as this XG lineup.
No, never. Extreme Gaming, second tormentor of the game. And now we have a demonic
Pwede mo
cleanse
pala
on
ilak
top
pa
of
rin, no?
demonic
Bago mabuo.
purge.
Siya lang yung ano, pre. Siya lang yung hero na pwede.
Why not?
Siya lang yung hero na pwede, ano, pre, disassemble lahat.
Kasi mekaniko, no? Si gyro.
Gets there.
Oh, pre, mechanical.
Just the last half second.
Kaya nga, ano,
and
pre,
that will
pag
help
support ka dun, tapos
XXS
nagkamali ka ng
complete his
item, may...
Aghanim Scepter.
Pwede mo disassemble,
So
is
he
benta.
Tanky now.
Yeah, I mean, seriously. 4,000 HP. And you're just
Tinker,
not
pre,
talking
ano,
about the extra
iba na-
armor and
ayun,
regen
ano,
he's going
inventor
to
eh.
get out of sitting in these pools.
Tinker. Ano ba
If
innate
he
yung
is
Tinker?
in a puddle when you go
Alimutan ko na
on,
innate nun ah.
it feels like you lost the fight in a way, right?
Yun natin yung sa ano,
Especially
sa cooldown? Cooldown ba? O
Especially
mana
with the status resistance on top of that, Ame hunting.
Oh, di nakita.
They have a scan on him.
Pag pre, pag...
Ame, not worried about
Daya
it. He
talaga
says this
naman
kill
yun.
is
Daya
not
naman.
worth me chasing. You guys can have at it though.
Sleep.
X-Nova,
Yung ano pre, yung
Jin
patch
Q.
sa ano, sa
They'll
harpoon.
hunt down crit on the sides of the map. Oh, they'll leave the kill to XM. So nice. Nice dodge.
Suble yung race.
And it means that X-Nova will end up taking the kill with the poison.
Tinker.
He
Eh nga pre, si, ano, si Tinker, 1%
Yeah,
item.
he's got 2 minutes on
per
the clock
three
for this
rounds.
Aegis. Time to do
Kada
some
ano,
damage.
3 intelligence, may 1%
Tier 2,
item.
push towards your 25. And he is so far
Parang
ahead
ano naman.
of Skeeter on this gyro. It's not
Sayang kasi may re-arm
It's
siya.
just not a fair fight.
Hindi, yung
No,
item
it's
hindi
not.
na
He's
rare.
almost got
Ayaw nga pala.
a 10,000 net worth lead on the
Pero pag
opposing
ano yun pre,
pair.
pag na-max mo yung innate niya, 60%
This was an
cooldown
important
sa
game
ano,
for
sa
XG to strike back in, especially with this draft, because again, you're trying to answer the problem, which is
yung
Falcon saying,
Midas dun pre, madaya.
banned all of XXS's
Bilis ng
heroes.
cooldown.
We took out all his tempo makers, his jump stunners. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to pick?
Papansin din
The
itong mga
reply was the
innate.
Slardar. If you win a game with this,
Kaya to, spin.
you might
Madaya
have
sa
to change up a
spin
lot of
yung...
your bans. You
Nakascan.
can't target him as much.
100%.
Zero's
Hindi,
been pretty
ano,
effective in this game so far. Just
yung tier 5 na...
forcing awkward moves out of Falcons, especially around that Roshan.
Ay, hindi, sa innate, ay sa ano pala, facet yung sa Wrath of God. Dadyan yung...
Kaya nila yung
I would also
nakabilisan mo
point
sa
to
innate.
the mid matchup, right?
Oh, tsaka yung ano pre, yung
Shadow Fiend,
tier 5
this
na
will
plus
do
40
wonders for them
attribute.
in this
Sobrang laki
matchup
ng bigay na
because most of
damage.
Malraine's heroes are these melee mids. If he keeps on
Pag
being
nag-strength
abused
ka,
by
ano
Shadow
pre,
Fiend,
naka-ano ka,
that takes
pag
his
strength
tower
plus
so early
900.
and still continues to keep up by farming
Full
neutrals
build
as well.
tapos ano, ganun na tier 5. Plus
You've got a
900.
bit of a problem.
1k palo.
Big factor this game, limiting the lane damage Falcons were able to put out. And now they're on the back foot. The lead is continuing to grow. This was a beneficial Aegis period
Saan
for
pa ba maganda
XG.
innate dito?
Ame still on the hunt, looking towards bottom lane. Once more.
Maganda rin pala innate niya ni Bane.
Didn't get crit either. Falcons in dodge mode and dodging successfully right now.
Gonna have to make a lot of moves like that, and
Oh,
Amar.
Pang universal.
Well, gets the roll up. Now the rolling thunder.
Ay, hindi pala lahat na disassemble ni
And
Gyro.
the teleport away. He's good.
Tawag, hindi pa pinalo, doon pinalo na para mag...
Possible.
Karamihan.
Bash lang pre.
XXS didn't have the numbers
Sayang
for
nga,
it
walang
yet.
bash.
Bash ng unang ikot.
Quick gate top, look for the hero farming the other side of the map.
Ay nilang pumatay dalawa.
They just want to find anything.
Ang daya pala
Another
ni
amp
ni
damage for
Pango.
XM, almost level 25 himself.
Hindi ko lang nalaman.
Lincoln Sphere done. Can't even go in and roar this guy easily anymore.
It's just flat out a guaranteed ultimate.
Ability effect.
Ibig sabihin yung MKB mas maliit yung chance na gumana.
Mas mababa yung porsyento.
Well, Satanic's done. Back
Pwede
to
nga
the table is for
mag-butterfly si
Skeeter.
Skeeter.
Stall.
May
Maybe
Pango naman eh.
Skeeter gets to a point he can get a Divine Rapier past the Daedalus. Swift Blink done for this fantastic. Level 25 with a Swift Blink. The attacks are gonna come real
Pero
quick.
parang hindi gumana yung innate niya kanina. Nakatatlo.
Past 2,000 damage. You added some
30% chance
on
yun
there,
eh.
some a little bit more minus armor from the Shadow Fiend. You might see 3,000 damage crits.
Have to instantly respond in the fight. Bash from Pango, roar from the Beast. There's a good
Bilis
blink
ng
out.
kamay, sir.
Yeah, not getting caught there.
Mayroon na ng monster, pre.
Going rewarded for this move
Grabe
across
namang
the
mali yan.
map. Closing in on that Shivas for the
Ganyan
Beastmaster.
ba kabilis kami
That they have it.
sponsored ng
So it's
Red
a huge
Bull.
item. Little armor mitigation here. There's all this minus armor from the Slardar SF. I just think this gyro build-up's awkward, but this is a game you must have put butterfly. You just could never fit it in because you're too far behind.
Maganda nga rin
You
yung
don't have
shard ni
evasion, you don't have
Red
bonus
Bull.
armor.
Miss.
Just feels like food unless the team bails you out.
Miss.
Ganda short ng Sven, di ba?
XX says is hunting.
Ano, may
It's not
permanent
gonna find anything. That's because Falcons are sitting 5 inside their base.
permanent 6. Tapos ano,
That's where we're at.
hindi pa dispellable
Yeah,
war
point where you
crime.
just have to smoke out or something, regain some map control.
Ano ba,
Do
Rama?
have a gem on Maureen, so if you move out with him,
May talent din yan sa armor, di lang nila.
see if he spots this ward up on
Plus
that top
8.
lane, they all run past it, but it does not get scouted by the gem yet.
Laki na ng bonus armor niya, tapos
Actually,
yung
a lot of
kalaban,
information
bawas
to
pa
play off of.
armor.
Another power rune for XM. It's just a goblin of
Ay, game dalawang
I mean,
kayo.
at this point,
Standard build
Falcons,
na
they
yung
can't really
SF,
know
tama.
this, but the side
After lane
lanes
ka
are
na,
being
pressure
heavily
ka na.
controlled by Extreme, but it's just XM
Diesel, pre.
in the middle part of the map.
Si ano
When
yan,
you're trying to
si
rat
Ben
like this,
gagalaw
you
niya
don't
namin.
usually want to go to the
Extra
middle
lang.
part of the map, but that
Hindi,
might
hindi
be
na
their
ata,
best
ano siya eh,
opportunity
nag-sweep
to
link na
create
siya
an
eh.
opening. Just they get the Shadow Fiend off the map, that gives them 60, 70 seconds to work with.
Iiyak yung support dyan sa ano pre, sa
If you don't see this SF City mid,
neutralness
say
Ben.
he's alone. Let's go just smoke and jump him, and it's gonna work out. It does not feel comfortable to play this map right now, and this ward is still
Ano
available
anti-support
top.
yan eh,
So
Philip
XG just scouting a lot out. Also a great ward for Falcons. Amar, he's like, I want to use this, guys.
Baka dyan, bro pa.
I just
Saka
can't see a
magaling
world
Sven.
where they go on the Slardar,
Magaling
and
si
it's good for them.
Slardar.
And Amar's going to be the one jumped. A roll up and a rolling thunder. Away he goes, hits a
Ulti na,
bash, a little bit
nag-ulti
of
na,
damage,
ulti
and
out yan,
blinks
ulti out.
away. It's
Isip!
now.
Here we go!
Accepts it. There's a disruption save though, and Ame right on the front line
Paglabas.
to bail out his Shadow
Gyro di kaya,
coming
Requiem.
in. Maureen, how you
Dami,
can't
dalawa na
survive.
rin, baby.
28 damage, and more's coming for you. A
Oy,
good win
si
from Crit will
Maureen,
keep them
walang
off
magawa
of
si-
Skeeter's tail.
Bakit
But
ba
that
si ano,
damage
Exim?
had to put fear
Oh,
in
pre.
the Falcons. Snake
Hindi
King,
kaya yung
he
move na.
delays it.
Go, good.
Tapped
2-3.
by
2-3
Ame.
damage.
That's what you're dealing with right now.
This is the definition of overwhelming damage. You don't have time to respond.
Grabe.
You got the raw on the
Game changer
SF.
eh.
As he went into
Namatay na
the
SF,
best
no?
scenario,
Cut-wave
but
kasi
there's
ang
disruption to
mga...
bail you out. That's the beauty of this lineup. The
Kailangan
aggressive
gising
damage
si
dealers
Pre.
can go in with
Bigyan niya
confidence because
snapper
there
niya.
is no turnaround potential unless you check that back line. And Ame, he is just unleashed here.
Na. Nakasweep.
Man's on fire.
Partida pre, ano, first pick nila yung
XM
hero.
is fearless, man.
SD.
Refresher done for the Shadow.
Kala ko
He thought it was
mag-double
bad
up kami.
before. Add
Aras
double
na.
up with the Zoom Blood
Beast
Right
Master
with
siya kahit
Timeless
SD na yung
on
pick
top of it.
Yeah, AC for the Slardar as
Tapos
well.
sa
I mean, the
Aegis, pre.
advantages just keep on piling up.
Gagi, ano pre, lowest sa core yung ano.
This game is starting to feel as out of reach as Game 2 was for XG.
Well rin, no?
It's starting to. I mean, for me, it's felt that way for like a solid 10, 15 minutes. Just felt like Falcons were in this position where they couldn't actually play
Walang
active. They
walang
couldn't go
silbi
for
yung ano
kills.
niya, yung
And
Shiva's guard niya.
Extreme were just building up this late game that it feels kind of unstoppable.
May pakita
This
sila
much
SF
physical
tsaka
damage,
si
this much minus
Ben
armor.
sa ano, sa shield.
More late game survivability
Big
to punch through
wala,
it.
pre. Lang gagawin ni XM, wala na may
Comes down to the
buhay.
gyro. Like, can gyro take a
Di ba
hit?
kanina,
Naka-BKB pa yung
So far,
kalaban.
the answer's been no.
minus
Let's
attack
finish
speed
off.
lang naman yun, di ba? Minus attack speed, hindi naman kailangan.
Once Daedalus here.
Isang palo lang si Sven,
banner
pwede na,
down.
hindi na kailangan.
And Ame starts going to work.
There's the gyro Daedalus. This is some damage for Falcons. I mean, this is a Hail Mary.
It is. They've got a high initiation, but if they're going to do it without snaking and without a mid lane of barracks.
Matay si Gio doon,
Pre,
pre.
yung damage is Ben, tinan mo yung damage is Ben, pre. Plus 780.
Banner, Skater.
Sulat! Pre, one.
No good.
Pre, 1K
No
yung ano,
buyback
1K
available.
damage.
Requiem, just for the fun.
Gago,
Just for the
bago pa
hell of
mag-expire yung
it.
ano.
He's got another one. Why not?
No God Strength and no problem.
Di nag-stun, pre.
Just blinks on plays for the attack speed. Daring
Ano, pre,
Amar to jump in.
nahawakan
They
naman
do
eh.
manage to get that jump on XM, but there's a link.
Wait,
It's
naman,
now
bro, may
refresh.
save
You have
na
to go
naman.
through another link because you don't have a roar to do so.
mas
XM
lagging
jumps,
ko
hits
dito.
the back line with the Requiem, runs down crit. Full heal benefit, and this is completely dumpstered.
40 minutes.
Extreme Gaming. You
Ang
thought
goal
that
yung
was good in
payaso.
game 2. You thought Falcons. They had the advantage.
Pre, pre, parehas lang talaga sila ng
Well,
kaya.
Extreme
Pero
come
mo,
right
walang
back and
decimal
make a
din, walang
statement of their own.
ganun din kabila.
And you have to wonder what is going through that man's mind right there. Ame, he is now one game away
Kailangan may silbi yung ano,
from
pre,
a
mid-off.
title that he has sought for so long.
Parehas
And
sila,
he
pre.
has been here 2 times before, right on the precipice.
The back and forth
Nagawa na
between
yung
China
Slaughter
and the international teams lasted for 7 years. It's been 7
Kanina
years
sa bottom
since
sa core.
Ame was at that TI8 final. And once again, he is just 1 game away.
You just feel like this team has momentum.
Ame.
I cannot tell you how
Paunahan
difficult the road
mag-online
has
na
been
mid.
to think of what they did yesterday. They had to
Mainit
play
siya.
another series
Motherboard,
today.
pre.
The quick
Kasi yung motherboard
turnaround,
na
going into a
mid-off lane.
BO5 against a very tough team. They have not had the easy road. I'm sure they are fatigued. I'm sure they are tired. But this is the time to push through it and claim that Aegis because you may never get another chance.
One more game. Can they do it in game 4? Let's head back to the panel.
Pre, magmabate.
Oh, match point for Extreme. It's really getting hot now here in the Barclays Arena. They are so close.
Parang yun
Of
nangyari
course,
sa kanila
Falcons
sa
will have
OG, pre,
another shot of
nabate.
pushing to that next game.
Ang crown Chinese.
We're gonna find out what they come up with in the next game. But first, we're gonna break down this game because this was a beauty. It was like a combination of both games in one, where we started out fairly slow against first team.
Yeah, it's kind of like the discipline of the early game, right?
Wait
You have
lang,
to
balik
see
ako,
a little
break.
bit of the map and then take it back when you can. You know, I think critically, Arme, right? He loses the early tower on the Sven, but he then just defensively farms. He just chills. He knows what he has to do. He identifies when and where to enter the game. And I feel like every time we see XG win a game, we're going to be overly praising X-Nova and Jin-Q on the supports, the SD they made. How much work they did throughout this entire game to ensure that Falcons, anytime they want to enter a fight, Army's fully protected, enabling XM as well. The supports in XG are just incredible.
Yeah, and it's also, I will say it's a little surprising to me that Falcons decided to pick these supports into the SD. I feel like XG had a really good idea coming into this game. You take out the Chen and the Eng, you know that the partner is very likely to come out, so you take the SD already as the first pick, and also, building on top SD, SF, Slardar, especially those two with this minus armor. This is not a combo we see too often, so in my opinion, Zhao 8, grand final stage, you bring it out, your boys play it so well, they must be feeling incredible right now.
Yeah, that's a good point, because these kinds of bursty combos make it so hard to play these safe supports, like Pugna or like Ringmaster. Like, you can't save anyone if you're instantly dead. You can't save anyone if they're instantly dead. But to me, this just goes back to the laning stage. In that first game, when they had good lanes, they were able to meet Falcons in a stalemate in that mid game instead of get run over, and eventually find a jump with their superior team fight, with their superior net worth on their carry, take the win. In that game too, they lose the lanes. The map just becomes completely out of control. For XG to win this in the next game, just stabilize the lanes. It worked out perfectly for them.
But also, I think Maureen, he's been a talking point in all 3 games now, right? In game 1, shut out on the Ember Spirit. Game 2, MVP on the Primal Beast. Coming into game 3, he's a Beastmaster. Lane goes well, but he farms backwards. I think Falcons, they need to identify Maureen. He needs to play into the map, break open the game. When he's farming or shut out, Falcons look to struggle, and it gives so much time for XG to come online.
I would say he farmed backwards because of how well XM and the Shadow Fiend played. Like, we sang our praises to the support duo of Extreme Gaming, but XM on the SF, he was like big man on campus those first 10 minutes, played the lane incredibly well, got the rune control, stole stacks, went to that top lane, kind of did the reverse Malrine in terms of taking enemy farm and taking the enemy safe lane tower.
It's just good. I mean, sorry, snaking, but it is good to see that he's also 1-9 in this game, right? Like
He's human.
Yeah, he's human. Like the way he was playing Enchantress, it was like he's untouchable, literally. It's like, how do you stop this guy? He's played Pugner, he's doing the same thing, but when he goes to that tower, when he goes to the jungle, when he's trying to be that cheeky little devil that, you know, wins him a TI, he's getting shut out this time. Like they're stopping snaking from thriving in this finals.
Yeah, and to me also like stand out, you have Jinkyu, he does it so well on this pick, but I will say Falcons, in my opinion, they played into this pick quite a little bit.
It does feel that way. I mean, maybe they're so used to their snowball strat that they don't care too much about counters. I mean, you look at that draft and you think, okay, if they get their lead, they're going to do what they always do, regardless of, you know, Shadow Demon purging, the escape back purging, the Decryptify, regardless of Stun's burst. They thought that they would get the lead, but it just didn't happen this time.
Yeah, we are going to talk a little bit more about those supports because the supports obviously is what makes cores do really good, and in this game in particular, XM was doing really good, I think.
Yes, I just wanted to point out here how well Xnova and XM played together at the start. So here, they're doing a rune secure. XM gets the regen on the side, but the key here is that Malrine actually roars him, which then enables XM on the SF, because he knows roar is off cooldown, to walk into Malrine's triangle and take his stacks. XM taking Malrine's stacks here is what really slowed him down. It's what caused them to farm backwards, as T mentioned. Like, you take this away from Malrine, and that's like one half of the combo to beat him up. Afterwards, they do a smoke top, and they're gonna take that safe lane tower away from the enemy gyrocopter.
Yeah, and this is really important for the Falcons draft. Like we've talked about, they care more about what they get themselves as opposed to countering you. Because picking Gyro, in my like, I would not be calling for a Gyro counter, but if this is what my team needs from me, if this is what we want the tempo, we want to do this. Because if you fall flat or you go even and XM made this happen in the game, it is an incredibly hard carry to carry, or even, you know, carry to minus our strat matchup. I would not want to be in this shoe.
Just look how Brad's done. All these clips is XG leading the charge, going first, right? The supports, like Effie mentioned, they're the ones diving behind the tower, enabling XM, and then because they've enabled XM, he can then go top. Like, all these things compound to XG feeling like they've accelerated their entry into the game. Like, we mentioned, they need items. You play early game like that, the items are going to be coming to you very quickly.
Yeah, and then everything is set up perfectly for the carry army to come in and just steal the show.
Yeah, just like that. And I wanted to do a head-to-head between the Sven and the Gyrocopter, right? Because picking Gyro into Slardar, into Sven, right? Big counters to your hero, bursting you, forcing you to go Butterfly. You're expecting there to be some aggression or some logic behind it, right? But for Skinner, his lane was good, but when you look at the 18-minute mark in the game, he hasn't really entered the game with that big damage or anything like that. Like, sure, Gyrocopter can be a greedy carry, but he also can play the twin gate. He can actively go towards the early tier 1 towers, look at cooldown, and enable his team. Maybe play with the Pine Glyph. But he didn't do that at all, right? He took bot tower and then just farm. And then in the farm battle, I just don't think Gyro is the correct carry to win a farm battle against the likes of Arme, because look at the net worth difference. It was, you know, night and day.
It's also like, if you look at the hero damage, Gyro thrives off of aggression, doing stuff on the map, going through the gate, killing some heroes, but he had 3k hero damage at minute 20. That's not what you want to have. This is not how Gyro wins games. And as he said, the farm battle against Sven, yeah, you're gonna take the L there too.
Yeah, and we now mostly shown skirmishes, because to be fair, it was mostly skirmishes until the Roche fight.
Yeah, because this is, in my mind, one of the things that XG also do the best. Like, they bait you in, they like make you, you know, like really whittle around how you're gonna make it happen. So here it's very important. We're gonna keep our eyes at the start on XXS and XM2, because the Requiem, maybe it looks a bit weird, but you have to imagine this fear right now. It pushes everyone back. Now, let's let the fight play out, because Malrine actually roars up Ame here, and Ame only lives with, what, like 40% HP? Disruption, he gets saved, he turns it around. But without these other things beforehand, XXS going in to cause chaos, XM with the Requiem to fear people away. Ame would not live with 200 HP here and whack everyone into the ground, he would be dying. But instead, positioning, spell casting, he gets to turn it around, team fight over, Amar wants to quit, free Roach.
The positioning there from XG, they have the high ground, right? They're big time chilling, right? I think that's what Amar realized after the fight. It's like, what are we doing here? We're a low ground team trying to fight high ground into these heroes. We don't even know where Bane and SD are. And instantly, I think hindsight kicked in for Amar there, where it's like, that's not the fight for Falcons to take.
Yeah.
So, go for it.
Another standout thing was that you looked at the net worth graph during that fight. Gyro was 5k below this fight, and they took the fight anyway. It was tough.
It was a tough game for Falcons. Previous time they had a tough game. They did come back swinging. We're going to see if they can do that too soon. But first, we are going to check out what Slax is up to in the crowd.
Hey everybody, we are back in the crowd once more. Crowd, we still awake after that? All right, they're still here. But a somber tone here as we have a lot of Falcons fans. But don't worry, my friends and Falcons who are sitting right behind the stage right now listening to this piece, because I will find some fans to cheer you up and get you motivated. Do you like Falcons?
Dude, I saw a TI5. I saw him win. I want to see him again, but you got to take it on the time, which it's not easy to win in the TI finals.
This is not motivating. You don't say it's not easy to. We're supposed to be motivated. You can do it. Let's get some noise. I need to find a new Falcons fan. Give us something. Come on, they're listening.
Just get with the saves. They got the good ones, but they got. Let's get a move on. It's not easy.
They do not need your advice. They don't need advice. They need hype. You're not the coach. This guy won 2 TIs. I'm moving on. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much. Falcons fan. They want a Falcons fan here. Oh, okay. He's standing up. This is an official broadcast here. Any words for Falcons? Can you hype them up? Hype them up.
Okay. Snaking, love your zoo, love your healing, amazing. Skitter, please, no nature's prophet out of position.
Okay, that's flaming. That's not what we call hyping people up. You need to give them motivation to win.
Okay, you guys got the experience. You're amazing, amazing draw, good team size. You guys got it.
Okay, that I will accept. Thank you very much, my great Falcons fan as well. Thank you. Thank you for the light applause on that one. I appreciate it.
Yes.
That guy right there applauding, you were the only one. I appreciate you back there. All right, advice, please, hype these guys up. They need it.
First of all, go Falcons! But you must have...
Great start, that's what I'm talking about.
But let's admit, the situation is dire. We are losing.
You are losing, but you did... Okay, please.
We need one touch. We need Amar's positive mental attitude. So, do some out chat, hit enemy in the morale, and win the fucking game!
Yeah! Okay, I like that. Like Goku in the Dragon Balls, we need to put together all of our positive energy and send it to Amar so that he can factory that up and turn it into toxicity. That is a good idea. How about you? You said you were a Falcons fan, correct?
Yeah, of course.
All right, this is it. This is the last chance that Falcons has, and this is the last chance this crowd has to not cringe, all right? This is all on you. Ladies and gentlemen, what's your name?
I think they should pick hero for Malin. He need to play a game, and believe in him. He can do this, and Amar to play.
The question was, what's your name? But I'll take that, fantastic! Give it up! I like that! All right. One more. Does anyone else a Falcons fan? Do we have a rousing speech from the back? The person in green coming down. Hello. What's your name?
My name is Laura.
All right, that's a good step one. Fantastic. Okay. You have to hype these guys up. Please. I'm going to do something I never do. I trust you. I'm going to give you the mic. But if you betray me, I will snatch that mic out of your hand so fast. Give it to us, please. They are listening right there. Ali 2000, I saw him. He's in tears. He doesn't know what to do. This is up to you. Take it away.
Guys, can I hear it from Falcon? You can do it, guys. I believe in you. No matter what, you're the best.
That I will say, well done. They are motivated. If we don't see another game win from Falcons, I don't know what to do. Thank you so much, crowd. Can we please put our hands together for both of these incredible teams one more time?
That was a good speech, that is for sure. Let's see if Falcons indeed will strike back and push us to a 5th game of this Grand Finals. Now, with this in mind, we did see them come back after that first game. And what do they need to do this time around? Because last time when they came back from a game, we saw them setting a high tempo and crushing those lanes. And we now know that for Extreme, all they need to do is stabilize the lanes. How's Falcons going to stop that?
I think for Falcons, they took second pick in that last game, right? But then they used their overall last pick to pick Gyro into Sven. Maybe a little bit more respect towards Extreme Gaming in their late game. Give something to Skeeter that will actually do well throughout the entire game, regardless of how that early game goes. Some security.
think there's a couple things you could do depending also on the pick priority. You will switch it up, go first pick yourself just to, well, put yourself in a different position, right? You're down 1 and 2, I would say it benefits Falcons a little bit more to make a switch up. Another hero I'm looking at, Sven has won, I believe, now 2 out of the 3 games, has looked incredibly strong. So just try to keep it simple, and the worst thing they can do right now is overthink. But luckily for them, you know, they have AUI, he's been here before. He's gonna make sure that they're, you know, chill and in the right zone, because just go in, we're gonna play.
And if they do end up taking second pick again, maybe save it for a Mars hero. Get that surprise factor in, because again, saving second pick to give to Skeeter in a losing matchup, that wasn't the correct choice, but I'm sure they've identified that.
I would imagine so. We did hear AUI on stage just before the game started that they chose and opted for a second pick because we did have the same pick order 3 games in a row, which is kind of unusual, but it fell that way because Falcons identified that Extreme Gaming had a lot of success as second pick, and they wanted to take that away, Tigo.
Yeah, it feels like coming into this 4th game, I'm expecting to see a shift, right? If Falcons have the choice, then maybe they go to first pick, right? Want to change up the pace, because I think Zhao shown, that the bans are really good now, right? The Chen, Monkey, Edge ban when XG are first pick feels like they've not broken Falcons, but it simplifies the draft to XG where they aren't under that pressure. Knowing that you aren't going to have this issue of the little honest Zoom running at you, I think is a really critical thing. But to highlight the 3 drafts that we've seen so far, I've said it before, but I think Maureen needs to be very aggressive, right? Ember is a hero that can be aggressive, but will shut down. Beastmaster needs to farm the jungle, has his stats contested, but naturally also wants to farm jungle, doesn't really break over the game. So I'm hoping for Falcon's sake that they can find a hero for Maureen that wants to just explore the map, play into the game, because snaking can't do it, because those supports are getting banned out.
Yeah, it's also like their supports are so important for them on Falcons. Like you have snaking, you have crit. It's a different reason also why I would like first pick for them. Like force Extreme to also ban your heroes. You want to get your hands on the snaking Chen, on the snaking Edge, to maybe get the Maureen Sandy and also this Monkey King. Like there's only so few heroes that they can ban. Do something new for you, because skill-wise these teams are very evenly matched.
Yeah, I will say also, we're coming into territory where it is a best of 5, and teams generally do not play a lot of best of 5. So the meta evolvement that we're seeing within the series, it is extra important and extra interesting to look at as well. And I will say that when it does come to experience in grand finals, now we do know the experience of grand finals at TI, but this year in particular, Falcons has had quite a few grand finals. Extreme Gaming has not sat in a grand final this entire season.
It's still why it's so shocking that when we, I mean, maybe not shocking, but that's why, you know, this tie is so magical, right? For a team like XG to not even be talked about coming into TI as a favourite, right? I think you look at the predictions, no one predicted them to be a 4-0 team. It was, you know, not their year at all, but when they turn up to TI, they surprise everyone.
I mean, it's like I'm just trying to pay attention also to like the players to like try to like read a bit between the lines. I think, and I know also because I've been around Aoi before, he's very good at like these type of moments. He knows what he has to say, he knows what needs to happen, because the thing is, if you don't get your hands on the first pick that you want, like you need to be aware for every scenario. Like if we change up to do this, you already know that Extreme and Zhao, he's talking about and thinking about what are they going to change, how are we going to be ready for those scenarios. So for both teams, like critical and clean thinking is really important right now.
Yeah, each of these teams have adjusted very well and shown that they adjust quickly. An adjustment that I really liked that Extreme Gaming made last game was their support duo. In the first 2 games, they run the ET plus Hoodwing support duo, you know, an aggressive pair, and what ended up happening was in the second game, that Primal Beast ran them over. What did they do in the game 3? They got 2 enabling slave type of support duos, one with a BKB piercing disable, anti-Primal Beast heroes, anti-Sand King heroes. These heroes, Bane plus Shadow Demon, they stop the way that Malrin's hero pool wants to play that first 15 minutes.
We also do know that Malrine has a massive hero pool, though. He doesn't have to stick in the trends that he has with playing this tournament. Surely his arsenal is larger than that.
No, absolutely, but I think it's a very good and very fair point, because I was looking at the SD more looking at like snaking with like, you know, he's gonna pick Pugna, you're gonna be very good against it. But when we think about the other heroes that Falcons like to play and have shown us, Primal Beast is definitely up there. You had SD Bane against it, makes it very hard. But it's not just that, there's a Pangolier too. Pangolier does not enjoy Bane at all. It is one of like the worst important matchups. So this is absolutely something else to take into account. So for Malrine, he has to think, okay, what are other heroes that I can pick into this that make it very annoying? So maybe he wants to look for something more elusive, like a Puck himself or an Oyster, get in the back line. I'm not quite sure where he's at right now in terms of like his thinking.
That's going to be the pressure then, right? Going into game 4, XG being one win away from securing their Aegis finally for Arme. These are the questions that I think between ATF and Aoi they're going to have to try and find common ground on. Right, Aoi has been saying that ATF has got a lot more maturity nowadays. He's really grown to be a very formidable captain, especially now he's clicking the buttons as well. Right, like you cannot allow the previous game him reclining the chair like that cannot bleed into this next draft. With one mistake, it will be punished.
So how much do we feel like Falcons is going to change things up in the earlier stages of the draft?
And when they do change things up, it'll be little things, like one small matchup here or there. I think that they truly do believe in their style of play and the heroes that they play. I wouldn't even be surprised if they ran back the Goodnight, just not versus the Shadow Team. They lost that game 1 with Enchantress, they can turn game 2 anyway. The same thing could happen here, but more respectful of the individual matchups inside of the game.
And something else I can see too, because this is... We talk about this a lot. Marine is very important for this team, as of course is everyone else, but they play through his tempo and they play through his lane, so looking to maybe secure his pick later, and I think FD made a very good point about last picking Speeder. I don't think it's like the S tier thing you can do with your Falcons. He's gonna do his laning stuff, they're gonna play through him, but you can take his hero early on in the draft as well.
I mean, it's also that thing where you kind of bait XG to go for the saving support, and then Snake can just suddenly play like a silencer or something, right? Like you can draft a way to take away the fight, but again, for Marine, he's not getting access to his Sand Kings, his Shakers. Primal done really well in the 2 games ago, but not really opted this time around.
And it's also like important to know that for like in the incoming games, like even if Falcons are to win this game, I think that the pick order and not just that, but also like the mindset that you go into these games with is like incredibly important. Because of course the gameplay matters more than anything else, but it comes from your emotion, it comes from how you feel. Do you trust each other? Is there any disbelief? Do you feel like you're getting outplayed even though the game is even? Things like this cannot be in your head.
And if the game is going to be even, it means we should be having an even draft on our hands. But let's see if that is the case. It is time for the draft of this 4th.
Team Falcons versus
Draft na pre, draft na.
Team Gaming.
Pre, sana lang.
The finals. Game 4.
I'll repeat myself, it's match point for Extreme Gaming, 1 game away from claiming the Aegis here in Hamburg. Let's see if they can get off to a good start with the draft here in this 4th game. We got Extreme this time on the Dire side, Falcons on the Radiant side, and it is, once more, Extreme Gaming with first pick, Falcons with overall last pick. And in terms of bans, so far, nothing changed.
Yeah, we've got the same, and I believe that it's XG who have priority. I believe that, like, this, the game, it begins outside of the game. They had choice, they take first pick, they know Falcons want to swap something up. I don't really see XG changing much, and I believe that Falcons didn't change anything either with their last two bans.
Correct. That is the same. It's also, okay, we're just running it back. That's what's happening.
It's the same draft as the That's where it really shows that both Aoi and Jiawei, they identified that obviously the strengths from the previous draft, and I think for Aoi it's like one key hero change and they can all change. Like the silencer, for example, I just mentioned. If you have disruptions and saves and all this early skirmish, you cannot do it into a global. So maybe that could be an option later down the line at least.
I mean, the only problem was I like
X,
Silence
ano talaga,
seems to have like fallen off for some reason. I don't know exactly like what the reason is. Other fights
gusto na tapusin. Ayun na, nag-Sand King na.
Gets his Sand King.
Sand King na pre, bawal na matalo.
Of course, they opted for Tanklin last game.
Kailangan tumobla.
This time around, it's Sand King, it's explosive damage. It's going to be good, but you have to
Autoban pa rin yung Mars
fully break apart Sand King's jump. So another way to find the SD would be quite nice. Unless you're always jumping SD, would be nice.
XG will be very happy to run back the same support duo of Bane plus Shadow Demon. It looks fine for them, but I wonder if Falcons respect the SF that came out last game, because on paper versus Sand King, it should do the same
yung Sand Blast na base. Kasi may ano yun, may miss, may blind debuff.
And go into a triangle.
Kung nasa Sandstorm.
There's also something interesting, like there's a high chance that
kailangan atakihin mo habang naka-Sandstorm. Tapos pati tower pre, nag-miss.
They just cannot squeeze in a Bane dash. Like they're not allowed to.
Nagtataka nga yung mga caster,
the second phase they only have one, so it's like, okay, maybe we want to play this, but it's too annoying against what XG are going to propose to us.
And also, the game is very open, right, with Sand King. From the mid lane, you take stacks, you get Blink Dagger. Marine's very independent. In hard lanes, good lanes, he doesn't really need that much help. Other than quick lanes. So now they don't have to focus entirely on mid. They can really hammer home that aggression.
Malas yung beast, kung nakanina yung beast talo eh.
Right then, they don't want to give XM a favorable matchup versus a Sand King.
May natutunan ako bago dun, pre.
They don't want to have to input more resources into him.
Yeah, we got the Pango banned out. It took a little while to think about it.
Wala
It was, of
palang
course, the
damage sa
first
Crips yung
change
pre.
for
Ay no, hindi siya nadadamage.
who banned out the Sand King in the second phase last time
Ano ba farm?
around. Now they ban out the Pango that
Ano pre, mula level 1 hanggang 30, hindi siya.
game. At this point, it was Falcons removing the
Kaya
Ursa,
nababawasan
but
ng
they let
Crips?
that in.
Oh pre, check mo yung, pag chinek mo yung innate,
Respect
nibis.
on both sides, right? The fact that XU still banned the
100%
right? They know
damage
what the hero
block.
can do against their playstyle, and then Falcons, you know, did they want to
Pag
use
Mega
more ban
Crips
on the
pre,
base? Yes, they
kaya
did.
mo
Yeah.
tumangki.
They know how much
Saluhin mo
they
lahat.
can do.
Kasi nga pre, Beastmaster.
Saluhin mo lahat ng Mega Crips pre, tayo ka lang sa gitna.
Lesh alone
Master
already
siya ng
been
mga
talked
ano
about
eh.
so many times. XM
Eh,
Lesh
na,
is an
nag-release na
absolute
rin
menace. You have an
pre,
SD
si
that's
Fred.
gonna buff him up, maybe give him even more
Lesh rock
SP.
pre para sa ano,
You
sa
have
Sun
the
King
destruction
yun.
save as well.
Best
and
hero
if you
na.
play forward, he clears your stacks.
Naka-ready sila sa Sun King
If
pre,
you're
ready.
Falcons, you have to answer these heroes.
Ang tanong, mid ba yan ng Sun King?
In the crowd just now, and she looks so nervous for him.
Nag-sanding kasi ang
I mean, you kind of have to be nervous.
Kaya naman
Like,
Sun
I'm
King
nervous
pre,
watching them.
mag-a-adjust yan.
And of course, the classic ET, right?
Elder na naman.
The Lesh and the ET.
Yeah.
Maganda yung combo eh.
Pwede naman, may
Very, very
lubog
strong
naman.
combination.
Tsaka may ano,
So how are you gonna break it if you're
may
Falcons?
nice rock naman.
No, I think Falcons are
maganda ata
pretty happy
mag-pull
to
note
get their
din.
Sun King plus their Hoodwink anyway. They win
Iyak
almost
yung
every
Lesh
game
sa
on this
pull
duo of heroes. They just need to make sure that they're targeting this Shadow Demon first. In the last game with the SD plus Bane, you couldn't go on one support because the other would save them.
Walang
This time
end,
around,
walang
there's only
end.
one safe
Disruptor?
support. If you
Pwede
can
ata
focus
disruptor
your
din.
attention as a Sand King on the Shadow Demon, just
Yan,
burst that
shot.
sharpshooter, you're doing fine.
You also
Sa POV na kasi pwede siyang pasukin
Gyro
yung way.
ulit.
Gyro, eh na pre, tas
Don't allow the burst of energy to shine, and that's where the Tusk I think comes into a big part here. Where
Gyro
with the
pre,
snowball
yeah.
saves, it can be full on.
Ayan na, next pick, ano na yan, offlane.
Actually, maybe go for the drinking buddies just to get the
May
lead.
gawin yung na carry.
We don't see it.
Ay, di may gyro na kasi pre.
Oh, so Arme,
May gyro na kasi kaya mobile na rin sila.
punish the gyro.
Parehas offlane na ata. Pre,
His Sven
Oh,
is
play.
so damn good. Like,
pre.
okay, so Falcons make a switch up where you get the Tusk with the gyro, they might think, okay,
Underlord,
we had the Pugna with the
Underlord
gyro,
yan,
it wasn't good
Falcons.
enough.
Pwede.
SD, he can suffer in lane, so you pick the more aggressive.
Ban niya na, Underlord.
Okay, like
Ban
I
niya na,
can get
Underlord.
behind this. The
Damage.
problem is,
Oh,
Sven
Aura.
has looked incredible, and
Aura,
gyro
tsaka pipe
doesn't really
holder.
match you. Even if you get jumped,
Wala
you
silang
have a
pipe
similar
holder eh.
situation, you might get disruption, you're gonna
Carry Underlord pre.
turn
Krista
around,
long.
slam your sword, and you're very
Gawin ng gyro dyan.
Sa
Falcons
ipit
need to make
mo
sure
ba
that
yan
their
eh?
aggression is directed to breaking Lesh Ride.
Okay,
Then
no,
was
no,
What happened
no.
last game was they were so busy reacting to all the aggression, Arme had complete
pwede nga
access to
dyan.
the jungle, complete
Oh,
free
Turbina.
farm. So Falcons, they have the tools to take
Wala
the
nang
fight,
hero si
but
ano,
they can't
President.
waste time at this like Lesh Ride. He's
Sino
gonna have
ba
to target
hero?
the back and try and
Basta
bait
pre,
Falcons
Pango
away from
wala,
Arme's
Timber
domain.
wala, Big
It's also annoying
Puro
for
na
Falcons.
offlane,
Falcons
no,
are
pro
good,
plane
like,
din, ah.
your hands potentially
Offlane
against
pre,
Sven,
ang
but
ano nila.
they pick out a face. They're showing
Offlane,
it in the
offlane.
game just now, so you also have to ban it.
Kaya sa atin pre, offlane din importante.
They don't want to give him
Don't breaker ata pre.
Wag naman.
plus his Mars.
Win rate pre 28%.
Axe still exists.
Alam na nila yung character yung Gold Beans eh.
That's really tough.
But Jericho doesn't really break the lanes of an offlaner, so then
Bumaster,
Goldbreaker, here we
kaya niya?
kind of favoring, could come back
Kaya ba
in.
niya,
You have
pre?
the Solar Guardian, if Arme
Kaya
jumps
siya
in,
lang
Lesh
yan.
Ride jumps in, now you have a core.
Maraming dancer yung pre.
Rather than always
Backup
relying on
dancer,
support.
ayaw mo yun.
Positioning in this game can be scary, with Tusk jump pushing, catching you, forced, tanking.
Wala
So I like
dancer
the
lang,
fact
pre.
that core,
Kasi
they
wala
can
namang
take
counter.
over the defensive capabilities.
And 4 pwede ba siya? Ay nakaban.
I'm with you.
Ban nga pre, ban Centos is
Gaming
Mars.
looked
Lahat
so
ng
good
hero
last
niya,
game because they had like that short cooldown lane
Ano,
exchange.
hindi rin pwede Legion, hindi rin pwede.
Hindi na Underlord.
You're playing on longer cooldowns. You don't have
Bakit
that
sinunod ko ng
to go
Under?
in and out of the fight.
I mean, I'd love to see a Batrider, but the lane...
Ay di mauna kasi mag-pick XG, baka
That
sila
could
yung
be scary.
mag-ano.
I think that Batrider is actually playable. I
Lugi
one of
sila
the
pero
reasons
kung
why I
nagsama
like
yung
it is that
Underlord.
Batrider, like,
Asben.
Walang
they're playing a
wala,
lot of snowball
walang
saves
wala
at
na
the
silang
moment for
aura
Falcons. You
ng
cannot
Kawawa
snowball
na
save
yung gyro
Batrider
nun,
and
pre.
any 1+1
Wala
kill
nang
combo
armor,
is a
wala
win.
kang
And actually,
MR.
I take it back, it can be played because of the Shadow Demon.
Wala ka pang damage.
Tusk Gyro want to go aggressive, you get one disrupt on either of those heroes, you're going to survive and reset the lane. So because of Shadow
Ayaw,
Demon,
hindi pwede
I actually
cheese
think
yan.
that
Hindi
maybe
yung
Batrider is
support
playable.
tsaka yung mid pag nasa-silent.
Other than that, the more likely archetype of what they're
Walang
aiming
pride
for
yan si
most
Amaro,
often
pre,
is
nag-gas
that
ka rin.
strength guy is gonna give if you team fight, goes
Sa
in first.
manalo,
The thing
win is a win,
that
pre.
like 8
Oo,
to 9
win is a win.
heroes
Walang
have to take
ganun-ganun,
out.
pre.
And Lycan is
Finals.
still in the pool.
Sa
Hindi lang
manalo,
niya,
pre.
hindi lang niya ginagamit
More of the
Viper.
task
Hindi na
was
niya
something
nilalabas
different. I can see
Viper.
some pressure.
I mean, for X2.
Bagal kasi nung nga ng mobility na.
Yeah.
Pangit din
It's very
ba?
good with Sven, not gonna lie. Like if you get
Razor?
towards
May
the lane
Razor kaya sila dyan?
Bagus, pre.
Uy! Labas!
The Magnus on
Oh, my guy's pointing. He forgot to ban it some years ago, but now he's picking it. He knows what he's doing.
Ben Magnus, pre.
He's gone. This is a grudge.
Gagi ka, may clips na yan.
Grand
Binibigyan mo
Finals
pa yung
hero,
power.
if I've ever seen one. We talked about
Reverse
XXS
pre,
doing that
tapos
blink
X-Splitter.
team that
Gagi,
low
baka one hit na lang gyro yan.
This is gonna
Hindi,
be
pwede
key.
mag-save ng
They
tas
wanna
karya,
do
pre.
big cooldowns. They're going for the big
Hindi,
plays.
dalawa sila mawalit eh.
I don't think they've even played it so far at this TI, so yeah, to kind of bring that out in a potential tournament winning
Holding
game.
hands. Yan ang importante, pre. Last pick. Kaya Mar.
He's the one pressing the buttons. This is his pick. And I think he's got a lot of
Wala
weight
rin
of pressure on his shoulders.
This is not the gyro to carry the game.
Wala
Gyro
siya
is
paggawa gulo eh. Bawal naman
kind
siya
of puzzle piece to
Just
bring
maganda
out
yung-
other heroes.
Maganda yung razor, pre. Maganda yung razor sa
the
Ang problema.
someone else to
Hindi,
step up.
ang problema, pre. Ang daming effort. Hindi siya makakadikit.
Pwede patirin agad ng Magnus eh.
Magnus, SD.
It's quite
May
hard to
hineshrap na
play,
masakit,
like,
di mo
you can
kaya
disable,
magic.
Like even if you go like for some quap or sniper to like win the
One
lane, like,
reason,
for later.
Maybe
Mahirap, pre. Hindi kaya sa tempo. Kailangan mag-farm
At least
nun
have a
eh.
hero that buys blade mail, can
Ang
cushion
turing
the
guys na
burst,
kanya eh.
keep
Mahilig siya
running into the
mag-farm.
jungle. Amar then gets
Oh,
Uy,
it's a bear
Ursa?
now.
Ay, gago, pre.
Gusto mo sa
It
pre.
is the Ursa coming out
Magkano?
again. That's been banned a lot.
Gusto mo.
It's a open, pre.
The Ursa.
I'm the carry now.
Not a single soul in this
Puro sa
entire
offlane,
arena
pre.
would have ever gone, you know what? Amar in a potential losing game to go is picking
Eh, tama yan, pre.
offlane
Pagkatas
Ursa.
Ben.
Guys, you
Wala
gotta
kang pakasay, Warcry.
I respect the hustle. My guy's
Kinapalan
got
din mo ka, pre.
Listen, Ahmad only cares
Saka
about
ano,
one
pre?
thing. Okay,
Tawag
he
doon,
just
pwede
wants
kang
to
ano,
win
di ba,
lane.
early?
He does
Early
not do
tempo.
that.
Pwede ka
He said,
sumama
I
agad.
will give me
Kaso,
Ursa. I
pre.
will beat this fan lane. I will not
Ano yan? Hindi
I will
magpo-fury yan,
beat
pre.
this
Hindi
all the
magpo-fury
time.
na.
Who cares about team fighting? Who cares about map control? I'm
Baka nga magana yan eh. Diffusal.
It reminds me of the other day where I'm looking at every hero and I'm like, nope, I don't like you, I don't like you, I
Pag
don't like you.
nag-diffusal
I don't know
Ursa yun,
if
lakas
it's like
yun,
the
di ba?
same thing where he's like, okay,
Lakas
if I
ng
can't find
rundown.
something, I'm gonna ruin your game. So he's gonna do it to the carry again. I mean, they have to make something magical happen, like early game aggression. It is kind of the script. It looks
Hindi yata kaya ng support
But it
pag
can work.
naghanap yung
Listen,
ulta.
Amar has played some Ursa before.
Pwede
Back
rin, no?
in 2023 when he played carry on Nick Mechanic. One game and he lost, but it doesn't matter. He
Ulta
has
din.
that
Parang ano lang yan, pre. Parang rate
Because
kick.
Amar, he plays like
lang
the
yan.
offlane slug, 6-7
Life stealer
He wants to
offlane.
be annoying.
Ganun
Like
lang
you
yan,
mentioned,
pre.
you can win the lane,
offlane,
sure.
Brian,
He
yan.
likes to be
Yung si
chaotic.
boss.
I respect it. He wants to be
Ano lang,
different.
special
And I
case
think
yun
being
pag
different
may dusa.
in a potential elimination game, that's what can potentially win it for you.
We talked about how
Situational
Falcons need to
pick.
do well in their lane
Yeah.
sets. Kind of like their strategy against Extreme as a whole. Can
Kaya
this
naman
draft
gawin
do
yan,
it
pre.
with the
Kasi
Ursa
5 na
offlane?
naman sila.
It's
Protein.
unusual.
I think it's weird as hell, but it can.
It can do it, and I
Sa
can see them
pubs,
snowballing
pre.
potentially. But let me tell you,
Oh,
their
pero
windows
point ka.
are so
Tapos
tight.
di
Like
kayo
their
magkakaparty.
frame of error are so little. The gyro's gonna get outscaled by this one. They have less team fight than on XG, and the high ground is gonna be really hard versus Magnus. That's the issue. You have a snowball off of lanes, you're gonna go high ground early.
Sven
Play against
Magnus on main stage.
The time has started, yeah.
Oh, well, they need to do all these things.
Laging
They
daya
also
pala
need
nung
to beat
init
the
tayo.
Ame Sven. This is a tricky one as well.
Talaga
Let's find out what's
nagbabasa
gonna
tayo
happen
eh.
in this fourth game. We are maybe crowning a
Actual
king
tayo,
after
pre. Di
this
tayo
one. It
nagdi-theories.
will definitely happen. It was up to this
Hindi
guy.
ko na rin
Let's head
kasi
over to the
nagagamit
stage, shall
Titan,
we?
pre.
Tsunami.
Titan.
Oh,
We'll
Titan
find
siya.
out what the idea is right now.
Ano pala pre,
Game
yung elite
number
niya, pag
4
naka-fortify or kaya
time. It's
naka-banner,
getting interesting.
yung
A
creeps,
last
ano,
pick
plus
Ursa,
100%
but it's an
damage.
offlane Ursa. What do you think Falcon's idea is?
Ano, pre?
事情变得非常
Yung
有
mga
趣
creeps
了。
na
对面选
mapo-fortify
了
o
最
kaya
后一双泰
malalagyan
坦
ng
熊，而且是
Roshan's
三
banner.
号位泰坦熊，你觉得
100%
他们
bonus
的主力布置
damage.
思路是什么样呢？
Pagka normal na trips lang.
我觉得他们
Siguro.
会像
Pero
鸡一样
malakas
的
yun
缩
pre,
掉。
wagon nyo, times
Ano yung pag
10
ano?
damage.
Pagka
They will lose like a maggot.
nadaanan nung ano? Nung
words. And I also want to know about your
Banner, pre. Pag
offlaner.
nalagyan ng banner,
Magnus has a lot of history.
Fight.
How do you think XXS's
yung
Magnus
trips, ano,
compares to a
100%
collapsed
damage
Magnus,
bonus.
perhaps?
我们想问一下，你们这边的3号位，你觉得 XXS 的梦马跟 Collapse 的梦马相比怎么样呢？
thinking ngayon na.
他这次的猛犸也是世界一流水平，我们训练也玩过非常多。
Nagdadagger.
XXS
Drinking
his
bodies.
Magnus
Yan
is
yung
also
maganda eh.
world's top tier, and we played it a lot in our scrims.
Di siya nag-tag
We're
team,
gonna
no?
see how good it is in a potential championship
Gusto niya yung ano,
game.
gusto niya yung extra save. Save,
Berg.
extra
Put
save
your
yun,
hands
drinking bar.
together as we get to this game number 4.
Tignan mo yung ano pre, facet ni Amar, Berda. Di yung isa.
Extreme
yung grudge.
Gaming had the chance to exercise the demons of their history to right the wrongs of the past. And in the face of all that gravity, Amar says, screw it, let me carry.
Di ba yung isa yung kinukuha?
Give me the bear. I'll show you how it's
Kaya
done
niya, no?
from
Yung
the
ano,
off lane.
Sunblast.
The man in his element. I felt like it was XXS having his hero pool challenge. It was Falcon saying, how many more cards do you have up your sleeve? And Amar, he got backed into the corner. He had to pull something out. Nobody could have predicted this pick in the world. It is absolutely out from left field. He does have experience on the hero. But man, what a pick to bust out in an elimination game in a TI Grand Final.
Avery, I trust
Sakto
you.
din pala
I'll
yung
give it to
Ursa
me
pick
straight.
pre kasi yung support niya Elder.
The panel said it's possible. It's
Basta pag
possible.
Mario.
Well, anything's possible in the world of Dota.
Bushwalk pre,
Is
kakalmutin
this
yung mukha
actually
niya.
going to happen, or is this just cope? What good is the off-lane Ursa?
It's a hell of an Ursa.
Problema, walang stand.
Okay, break it down for me.
I mean, it's a great Ursa game. You know, he has great core matchups. Not a lot of control against him. Demonic Purge is probably the one spell you're most annoyed by, but it does relieve a lot of that carry pressure that was on the gyro.
Logic pre,
It just felt like
ginamitan
that
ng
gyro
logic
pick was
ni
not
Amar
going to
pre.
get it done. We saw it suffer in the last game. Falcons
pang
felt like they
ano,
needed
walang
more
paki sa
scale.
armor
They were
din.
not going to tempo
Sorry,
this
wala
game
kasi
out.
armor na si
This
Ben,
is
wala
the pick to do it. All eyes on Amar. How much did you learn during your brief stint as a carry?
Oh, nag-carry nga siya pre.
How much did he learn? How much did Extreme learn? Taking the Magnus match point.
This hero, man, it always comes
nakatingin na
back
naman
in
tayo
the
sa
TI
Magnus
finals.
net.
The playmaking is too good. The displacement is too
Jerome,
valuable.
Jerome Mitras
The
lang ulit
potential for
pre.
the big plays in the team fight is always online. XXS is a Magnus master.
Di
I agree with
makamatay ito sa
Joey.
lane
It's
na
a
to
very
dapat.
underrated hero of
Magnus,
his.
may
We often
skewer
forget
eh.
about it, but man, it's only going to take a few good skewers in this game to break it open. Terrifying hero to play against when there's everything on the line. And there's not really a good
Di siya
counter.
naglalagay ng
If you look at the
skill
Falcons
point.
lineup, your
Kasi
best
baka
interrupt
mag-ano
is if you
mag-go.
can land one of these stuns, but you know, it's not that Rubik lift. It's not the insta-hex.
No, it's going to have to be a blink,
ginawa niya? Internal
snowball, or
empowerment.
punch from
Ah,
snaking, I
para
think
sa
is their
spin.
best option, or a quick
Pare sila naka-empower lagi.
But if he has BKB mag,
Palo na kaya ito.
nothing stopping his
Yeah,
game.
then there's
Standard lang
only
ata yan, yung
blink
ano, harpoon
punch.
type.
That
Gyro eh.
that feels nigh impossible.
I do like the Tusk pick, though. I think this is a hero that has worked really well for Falcons in the past.
Hindi ka pwede mag-ano eh, hindi ka pwede mag-out.
Absolute masters on it. It could have gone either way.
Pag nasama mo
But it's a
sa
hero
skill,
that gives you that BKB pierce that I
tas
think
maliligtas
pressure
eh.
lacking in that game.
Kailangan isa lang kukunin mo eh.
You know, when Ame goes in on this Sven, and he is just threatening to chunk you down, what is the interrupt? What happens to stall his BKB direction out and be able to turn those fights around? Tusk is a hero that can get
Body, drinking body.
the snowball save. It can do a lot here.
Kala ko mag-ano sila, tas puro sa lane. Mas malakas.
That said, you always have
Said
the
you always have
Magnus
the
to bail you
Magnus
out
to bail you out if it really comes to it. Another just terrifying scaling lineup from XG. Another game where if you're Falcons, you want to get out ahead. You
Sarap
do not want to
mag-farm.
fall behind against this lineup at all.
Caustic
certainly not.
Finale.
Feels like a lot of pressure. Like,
Daya
sure, a lot
talaga
of
eh.
attention
Dahil sa
on
Sunblast,
Amar
pati tower
doing this
nagmi-miss.
secondary carry and off-lane Ursa. But doesn't this just put a lot of weight on Maureen's shoulders? He has to take the
Pre, malay mo, di pa last yan.
in all of the early and mid game.
Game 4 pa lang pre, may pag-asa mo.
Does have his Sand King.
Baka
I
gumana.
think this has been his most explosive hero relative to the rest of the pack. He has really stood out on the Sand King here.
Ayun lang pre,
He will
ang
get it in
mismatch
this
nila,
pivotal
hindi
game
nila
four.
na-practice yan.
And they went for it over that Beastmaster.
Malay mo naman
Shadow
pre,
Demon, which I think was the right
na-practice.
call. I
Parang
think
ano,
playing the
ayaw
Wars
niya,
and
ano.
came against the disruption just felt terrible for him. This time around, it's a lot more AoE damage. Way harder for Jinq to go in and stall up his presence in the middle of the team fight. He can still scale like a beast.
Baka pinik niya pre, para apat lang talaga sila.
Burrow striking away, but XN still gets a good amount of
Kahit di na sumama si Skeeter talaga.
Kinukuha na si Skeeter pre.
One of the struggles Maureen won't be able to just exist inside of Sandstorm. He will be
Kaya na namin
outdone
to.
by the damage over time from the Leshrac.
So Falcons get their Hoodwink Sand King combo. This is a combo we've seen them abuse before. With the amp damage from the Boomerang into
Ganda
the
rin ng
Sand
combo
King
nila,
damage,
no?
Sharpshooter
Falcon.
on top. That's enough to take anybody out.
Disruption in the bottom lane.
Nagdala lang sila ng ano pre, nagdala lang sila.
Trying to separate the two of them, but Jinq is slow.
Di niya pwede skewer o dadikit kay Zinky. Pwede na.
In turn, he skewered back into the tower, but XXS
Thinking
not
body.
enough to finish him off. And just now noticing that Snake King opted for drinking buddies over the tag team.
This is their combo with the gyro, right? Drinking buddies him up, let the flat cannon go to work. Really nice damage buff for this hero. They have really strong combinations in this game, plus an Ursa.
Nagsastock na secret. Para kay Malrin.
I'll let you decide what that's worth. Just had to throw that out there at least once.
We'll love to see the combination with that Ursa and how
Patay.
it happens.
Kung ina mo. Pinasalo ng magic damage, sir. Nice bubog. Nice bubog, pero hindi pa secret.
There's no way he survives a blood grenade just in case they finish him off.
Nice pickup from Maureen, getting aggressive, had the level advantage, hit the level 6 first off some nice laning, takes it straight to the track with a timely rotation.
Ganun level, pre. Pero may CS yan,
He can go straight into the double stack with the Ancients, defend it against Nova, look back towards lane, and then look
yan din pala yung silbi ng ano, pre, nung Ursa, pwede solo. Pwede mo iwan sa spin.
This laning phase turning once more.
Wala nang offlane na pwedeng iwan eh. Lahat na ban na eh.
And in the first 10 minutes, it's been super pivotal for
Ay, kaso hindi pala siya nag-e.
They're winning this one across the board. Triple lane win for them. Gotta be happy about that.
Last ng Sandstorm.
Ito may technique niyan, yung pinakita ng video. Sa threads. Hindi siya nag-ano ah.
Hindi siya mahit ng agent.
Ma-aggro pero hindi ka hindi ka i-hit. Ngayon nag-Facebook siya.
Just super efficient early game here for Falcons. And you have a safe
pag pinalo pa niya, may evasion, may
forced out of the lane in the game previously.
Kaya perm.
Such a good matchup.
Uwi.
The Mag is not going to do something
Uwi na yan.
especially when you have Tusk with early drinking buddies to back
Ito
him
ng
up.
AMP.
These are cores for Falcons
Uwi
that
na yan.
are
Tapos
staying on these lanes.
kuha
They're
ng
going to stay on them for a long time.
Wisdom
If you're
support.
XG, you're going to get forced into the jungle.
Yan.
You need to look
Bigay mo
towards
sa
the
support
tank
para
efficiency.
mag-6 agad. Kailangan niya yung mga
Ay, dalawang stop.
Fine. Stock naman para sa offlane. Para early dagger din.
Everywhere you look, Falcons max efficiency.
Skitter pre, magaling yan sa gyro mo.
He's going to join them here in the bottom lane. Goes
Patay
after
na
the
yan.
Shadow Demon. They've got him. Burrow strike underneath the sandstorm. He'll try and disrupt. He can't even get that much.
Yung pre, yung bounty dyan sa baba, sa raid. Siya nagpapatatlong camp, sinasabay niya ng flap. Abot yan pre, hinahatak niya yung big. Tapos yung sa tapat ng bounty, tapos tsaka niya pa farming dalawa. Para tatlo sabay-sabay. Abot ng flak.
For both these side camps and the ancient camp,
Patayan dapat. Bushwhack. Ursa. Nag-enrage na. Kunahin niya yung secret. Yung tinaka-sunser. Di patayan.
Apat na hero. Para sa
sakit sa mga
I think you just let Amar exist up here.
Ang bilis ng stun eh.
Expect XG are going to bring some numbers up here a couple times. Try and punish this offlane Ursa, but it's also
Fury pa rin siya. Greedy build Greedy build. Gagana siya. Fury. Magpa-farm din daw siya. Sabayan daw. Ray block pre. Naka-ray block si Ame. Pinapalo. Oh, what a run. Gagi nakarangan si Ame sarili nila.
So much time wasted up here, so much God Strength time wasted, and Maureen just soaking it all up, putting more tower pressure. That tier 1 bottom fell, he's now putting damage into this tier 1.
Pati yung tower pre, di ba naka-sandstorm yung tower? Pag pinalo niya yan, magmi-miss na yan.
In this game, but they just forced heroes off the lane. And now the rotations coming through. Skeeter TPing into mid with this gyro, wants to secure the objective.
Tayong facet yan. Dapat di gumagana sa tower yan eh.
Skeeter will return the favor to Maureen.
And XG, they're just stacking jungle. But this is a jungle that might go straight to the Sand King.
Yan, nag-e-evade.
Yeah, you have two different stack clears between the Sand King and
Magnus siyempre, kailangan mo na item yan.
Falcons get in here right now. This is the
Di gagalaw yan. Parang Mars lang yan pre.
He's just trying to clear through this.
Active na yan pag may dagger.
Dagger na.
Maureen so close to a blink dagger. Once he gets
Gagi, sakit yan pre pag na-RP ka tapos yung Lesh Rock umiilaw.
the read there, Snake King taking down the tree for a more optimal ward, but
oh, Earth Speeder pa. Wala ka pang armor.
They do clear through most of the stacks.
Pabalsing ka na lang pre. Diretso ka na sa basurahan.
And now they're hunting for Ame, but Ame's already
Ay, yung yung gyro mahirapan sa SD pag na-ulti yan Parang galaw yan.
Another deep ward place. This is all to set all
Nakaban pre.
let him control the
sila din nagban pre.
From this Sand King with support follow-up.
Falcons din nagban kasi mauna mag-pick ng flame yung Mauna mag-pick off lane ng XG. Baka maunahan.
Fighting build, you know, there used to be like defusal builds of the past or something, but
Bilis na lang
I'm
makakuha
just
ng
gonna
mga
carry
first
this game.
tower.
Don't worry, Skeeter.
10 minutes, tanggal agad lahat.
I'll put you in my back.
Early game sila pre, kailangan nila mauna.
That's exactly. It's just so
Trust.
Amar.
Go yan, go. May ano, shard. Skewer na. Tangkal.
Hintay niya yung shard eh. Hintay niya yung shard.
Hindi aabot yung gulong nun eh.
This is why I like the Tusk for them so much. I almost think they forgot about this hero.
Makapag-shard ka habang gumugulong, pwede bumato ng shard.
We're good with this hero. We have some of the best Tusk players in the world, and it'll give us a lot of
Hindi.
scaling comfortability.
Makakapag-skewer out ka pa rin.
Great catch around the map. This hero gives you everything. As long as you can get it.
Pwede niya ng skewer nga yan eh. Kaya lang niya eh. Kahit papuntang secret shop, pwede yung high ground dun. High ground sabi ng secret shop.
As Crit is ready
Pwede na yun eh.
smoke him to a part of the map that Extreme Gaming are inhabiting.
This game is just flowing for Falcons.
Di yun pre, wala pa yung missile. Di mabot si Upside eh.
Pure siya pre.
Greedy nga, greedy big din.
Two-man team looking for.
Wala ka na silang ano pre, wala na silang pakikis. Farm ka na lang.
May pre.
Ayan, epi mukha niyan. Epi mukha niyan, walang save. Alam nila, nagpa-farm eh. Pang, wala pa nga, di pa in-epi. Binaril lang.
But it doesn't matter who takes the kill, who gets the bounty for that. The important part, shutting down Extreme Gaming's carry.
Ang lalim ng smoke nila no.
It looks like XXS was debating.
Alam nila pre na hindi na nag-lane sa ano, sa Ursa. Alam nila saan banda nag-farm. Lahat yan magpa-farm eh, lahat ng tatlong core.
Now he's just considering I need a blink and we need to go do
Ginawa niyo,
something.
double brace ah.
Things are escalating far too quickly. You have
Matik
the blink
kunat
to
lang.
cover Leshrac.
Laki na HP naman eh, 1-7.
You can actually push back against some of
Kaso huwag niya muna ano, tapusin niya muna yung dagger.
Gank the snaking Tusk mid.
Huwag na niya unahin yung Domi.
Tagged him with the poison.
Okay lang yung Domi mamaya. Huwag unahin lang yung dagger para may initiate.
It's just a fine position, guys.
Okay, ganyan yung tas sa kalaban natin. Nasa gitna lang.
Well, I'm not sure if they're gonna find one. Crit
Stuck na naman oh.
is in prime placement here.
Saya ng buhay. Puro stuck lang.
Gaming actually just pinged on him. Jinq, he's not even gonna get in range.
Daya.
They miss out on that.
Sayang dagger ni ano, sayang dagger ni XM.
This is gonna be a smoke entirely whiffed.
Aga pa rin ang dagger nito.
So you're trying to make a small play with the sledge, but
Wala pang 15 minutes, dagger na yun.
And now XXS sitting here like, guys, I rushed the blink.
Dito mas mayaman. Mas mayaman pa sa Ursa. Dapat.
You just don't have much map control, and we saw the stacks being cleared through by the Sand King. I mean, the stack differential in this game.
14 minutes ata tapos na Fury ni Amar. 13 lang.
Here gets an arcane rune on top of it.
Well, Maureen has already secured the early game for Falcons.
Tsaka pares naman ano pre, kahit naman mag-greedy si Amar, pares sila nakaka-farm ni Skater.
They just get stronger and stronger as the game goes through. This
Alam naman nila na ano, alam naman nila sa
much more in the late game than it used to.
nababalance yung farming.
Times strongest period being that level 12. Level 2 epicenter.
Kahit naman offlane hero niyan, pre,
working towards Falcons taking full advantage of the fact that they own a good 60 to 70% of the map.
Binigyan lang siya carry hero, pre, pero yung playstyle parehas pa rin.
Playing behind Skeeter and playing for that 14-minute Wisdom Shrine. Extreme.
Laban na naman sila sa
They
Wisdom.
want to be able to contest this.
Lagi ready XG dyan, wala kayong Ursa.
Success pulling out a sick play. He's got the distance. He can maybe pull.
Hindi mas makatipis ba eh, malapit.
Askan sila. Alam na.
Ang problema, kaya ba nila yung Sun King?
Maureen, he blinks backwards. Skeeter, he's the one to play on the front lines. Gets the little
Patay si XM. Patay si XM.
He's in danger of being blown up right away, but
Habang patay si XM. Ganda ng RP sana. Wala na yung ano. Wala na yung Leshrac. Patay si ano yan.
Lalakad lang siya ano pre.
Patay sila. Hindi pa nakuha yung Wisdom. Takbuhan lang sila.
Uli pre.
Patay Steve! Asong tagalin na! Uy! Nakapag-blink! Wala na.
Dagger pa.
Nauna yung Leshrac.
But the path was blocked.
What RP?
6 shards from snaking there.
4v5 yun. 4v5.
You are all done.
And Amar's
4v5 game.
versus 5 fight. I wasn't sure. At first he was talking about the
Magpa-farm lang ako. Bala.
I was just about to say the same thing. That was a fight without the Ursa there. That's the fight you're supposed to win. You landed a massive RP.
Alam ng ano,
The
tension
only
pre.
downside of that is you skewered him out of the Earth Splitter. He was trying to get him closer to Ame, but you ended up dodging the Earth Splitter's damage.
Wala, nasayang yung time ni Sven dun. Imbis na mag-farm siya, nag-ano siya.
I also think in that situation, you cannot afford the Leshrac to be the one to jump first. He does the most damage, and he rushed a Blink Dagger. He is not tanky at all.
Hindi talaga pwede mauna yung Lesh. Mamamatay agad.
What she did do. I don't think that's a terrible recipe for the team fight.
Okay lang, may mauna sa kanila eh.
They just couldn't
Yung Magnus kailangan mag...
And Amar
Tsaka kailangan nila ng pipe.
He just gets the free farm the whole
Hindi nila
time.
kaya Epi.
Well done, team.
Kahit ilang, ano lang, yanig lang.
Learning what Skeeter feels like every game.
That is 5,000 net worth lead, 7-2 to the favor of Falcons. Another 1,300 gold for that Aghanim Scepter for Marine. Another 1,200 for Skeeter to get his own Aghanim Scepter.
Takot sila.
Hindi kaya pre.
Yeah,
Unat.
just existing in this part of the map.
Tsaka alam mo na pre, ba't Ursa?
Ability to farm.
Para mabilis
And
yung
soon
ano.
he's gonna have a Blink
Hindi
Dagger.
pre, ano nangyari nung game 1? Tumalo.
XG is always, we'll keep farming.
Sino tumalo dun sa Sven pre, di ba?
Force them behind unless you just completely
Oo pre. Yan na, yun na yung sagot nila pre sa Sven.
You have a lot of cleave mechanics.
Kaya nag-Ursa pick pre, kailangan ng sasabay sa Sven.
Strength to use. Combine it with the supports. Look for the big key pickoffs. You lost some vision off of that fight.
Kailangan nila ng one-on-one dun sa Sven habang yung gyro.
I like that Falcons went back to deward that high ground.
Yan ang trabaho ni Amar dyan pre, para sa Sven lang.
Extreme Gaming
Okay lang
played around the
mag-dagger
high
siya agad
ground
pala.
wards.
Kasi may
They
power
take that
naman.
off the map and just make it a little bit more claustrophobic for Extreme, who are currently huddled around each other in the mid lane.
For good reason. This gank coming through bottom would have landed if you're farming around in this area.
Piling ko mas okay kung BKB muna siya. Pumapasok naman yung Falcons eh.
Top lane. You can't just let a solo Ursa
siya
continue
makahabol,
to
pre.
bully you.
Hindi, si ano na.
Sumpo sa kanya eh.
Oo, si Jerome na bahala dun.
Nice Ursa game.
Tsaka yung ano eh, yung Falcons naman yung aggressive eh. Sila naman yung susugod eh. Problema mo lang, Leshrac niya, walang makil.
This is the flip side of that matchup we saw earlier.
Sayang dagger.
He absolutely
Tabanan
took
niyo.
it to Skeeter in that matchup.
Dagger na siya.
Falcons
17
now
minutes.
reversing the script.
3 minutes na nga ata niya finarm yung dagger ah.
Taba pa siya sa mid eh.
Well, at this point, it feels like Extreme are just going to forfeit Roshan. They're going to forfeit Tormentors. I mean, if you're not playing anywhere
4 minutes, tapos mo na yung ano, dagger.
be able to take all these objectives for Falcons.
Ang Fury pre.
Extreme, are they
Bilis
just
talaga yan.
already ramping up for the
Uy,
high
Naruto.
defense in late game?
Di ba siya narot?
Give up that much in this game.
Hindi.
Almost died on this ward down here. Oh, they're going back in.
Secret, boset yan.
This is where you want to be
Kasi
right
yung
now.
hoodwink. Yung hoodwink yan eh, patay na yun. Patay pa rin? Patay pa rin yan. Lambot lang eh.
Without a doubt.
Better him than
May
a
word.
core.
That is true.
Alam ko agad may
You
word.
are continuing to give more momentum to the Sand King and make those
At least this is Ben.
contest whenever Amar feels the time has come.
Lipat kabila. Ano yun? Papatayin na nila dyan sa top para si
To be able to rat the map.
Tormentor. 20 minutes.
Would go a long way.
Amar and Malrine.
Kailangan na nila maklear yan na walang
Checking out
kalaban.
the top part of the map, seeing if anybody's here.
Ayun, umakit na lahat oh. Dito 20 na eh.
Feels like actually you want to make a move with Ame's Blink. You can fight if you bring the Sven into the play and he's part of your initiation. But it's a very risky move.
Alam talaga nila yung oras eh, no?
If that goes wrong, his game just gets thrown down the drain. And it's going to be an instant Roshan or whatever
Problema
from
nila
this
dyan
pair.
pre,
That fight
walang
is a
tatangki.
disaster.
Oh, certainly. Without a BKB, there's a lot of magic damage in these team fights from Falcons. It pretty much means that you have to get...
Masakit naman na si Sven eh. Masakit naman na si Sven eh. Kahit wala pa siyang God Strength eh.
Especially with Ags done on the
Halos 300 na yung palo niya eh.
Perfect here. Just as actually thinking about gearing up for a move, the counter punch arrives and it's a big one.
Yan na. Gugo muna bago Tormentor. Uli ka agad. Tanggalin niya na si Zinq.
Tagasin.
Creep will die.
I think he was disrupting to send his
Pag game 5 pre, salitan lang.
It's a self setup right there. Maureen says thank you very much. That's the kill we needed. Straight into the Roche pit.
Roshan.
It wasn't going to really take much, that's for sure.
Taas pa sa carry.
Now the real question is who takes
Inang
this
carry yan. Binibuhat lang.
It's time to determine who the true carry of Falcons is, and it's Amar.
Siyempre, bigay mo sa Ursa yan kay Paso.
I think he is the better
Tormentor na. Spawn na.
Tapos funny on the road to TI, I asked Amar. Said, should I put
O, susulitin mo na Aegis.
for my core in fantasy?
Yan na, pining na.
And he said,
Nagping na si Skitter.
if you get good stats for farm, take me. That's coming true.
Basher, tas Shard, tas Uggs.
Said Skeeter's going to be the one making space for me, and it's happening in this Game 4 of a TI Grand Finals.
Parang saling kit-kit lang talaga si
He's also top net worth on this gyro. Like, both these guys are getting a lot right now.
Kaya ni Ursa yan, solo.
Kaya mag-isa.
This drinking buddy's tusk is still likely going to go into
Inong
the
yan.
gyro. There's
Malarin
a
pa
lot of
naman to.
problems for XG to solve in this game.
Ay, di bumili na ng Shard data yung support.
We saw in the previous match.
Bumili na ba sila? Si Woodwing, meron na. Si Tusk, wala. Buenas naman niya dun. Pero ba sila ni Tusk sa kanya pa napunta?
This is a massive committal. You're down 12k at 21 minutes. If you whiff here,
Extra kaldag na yun, pre.
long road to come back.
Oh my God, Skeeter, he's back to win. It's looking like they're
Bawal talaga mainip na, pre.
with the position take the safe.
Kahit nagko-cooldown. Ayan, God truth mo, para mabilis.
21 minutes.
Doesn't feel great.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
They did kind of like the timing of that.
Bigay kay Ami lahat. Bigay kay Ami para di may...
BKB.
2v1 yan, kailangan mauna siya.
So he was nowhere in the neighborhood.
Eh, may basher. May basher na to.
Dalawang papalo yung kalaban mo.
Ang isa pa nga lang, hirap na siya dyan sa Ursa eh. May gyro ba?
Kaya na nga ng flash rock yung gyro.
RP lang talaga. Si Jerome talaga magdadala dyan, pre.
Snaking, shoving them back. And on the other side, Rain and Crit, the true threat is here.
Mamamatay ka na. Ganda na ng bushwhack setup
So
mo.
much burst damage with this epicenter. They've got the mag dead. He tries to skewer away. But he
Pag
can't.
tinamaan pa ng boomerang, lalambot ka sa magic.
He can't escape the bear.
Oh, yung Ursa. Wala siyang paki sa ano? Sa ulti ni SD.
Now he arrives back into the fight, gets the stun.
Grabe yan, din.
Two cores dead on the side.
Dinudge lang yung ano. Dinudge lang yung Earth.
I mean, XM went in there, he finds crit, but he pays a big price for sacrifice.
Taga-dip lang yan, pre.
No way you're fighting this bear with 2 lives. Basher already online. He's a catch here.
Mama na, pre. Nalinis na eh. Pwede na siya pumunta.
This pick has worked out beautifully. It's just dissuading Ame from joining in any of these early fights. And both of these carries are getting...
Sabagay, maganda din, pre. May timer yung timer. Gyro na. O, gyro naman na pag timer.
Back to the Magnus pick. You're gonna have to make some magic happen if you're XM.
Pag nag-fall off yung Ursa, may backup siya.
Back to time and time again in their run to the finals.
Kaso yun. Wala, Sun King ni Mal rin eh. Hindi talaga binibigay.
On his shoulders to find the skewers or find the RPs.
Ina nga yan.
Of course, BKB Ags of his own would give him a lot more capability to do that.
Hindi mo hero yan, hindi sumasayaw yan eh.
It's just high ground defense.
I think
Extreme Gaming.
Bawal na pre. Auto ano yan, auto tanggal yan. Ano? Mars tsaka ES talaga, auto ban.
That's not going to feel good against Falcons, who are not known to speed things up.
I'm just going to take the entire map, continue to hunt you, build an insurmountable lead. In theory, your lineup is great at high ground defense, but...
Ayaw ano, hindi ayaw ng Falcons ko na first pick yung Mars.
It's not gonna matter.
XG, nag-first pick ng Mars eh. Patay. Dodge. Nakas na kagad yung snowball eh. May dagger. Oh my goodness. Dito may yung leash.
Does not get the timing for it.
BKB na yun. Wala na akong
Snaking, he watches XM take the
Bakso
amp
level
damage, tries to
snaking.
catch him in the shards.
Level niya.
XM does manage to
Malakas
sidestep
mag-clear yan.
that
Tas
one,
pre,
though.
pag mataas level ng
A
skill,
tool to
yung
use
ano,
for the
yung
next 2
snowball.
minutes. Amp damage rune on a Leshrac. He just needs BKB. The sad thing is, he is still a ways away from that.
Uy, Rebe na. Wala nang paki sa armor talaga yan.
A lot of physical damage in this lineup, particularly with that drinking bundies amping you up. Might get a taste of the bear right here. XM,
Aegis,
that's not
may
who you
Aegis,
wanna
may
run
Aegis.
into.
Aray ko! Pinaril pa.
Not required, but Crit will lend a helping hand. Thanking Amar for the kill.
Ay goodness. Call mo na.
Sulit na Aegis pre.
Next G
Ama call.
answer to the offlane Ursa. was not on their bingo card.
Bagay, may RP kasi. RP Earth Split.
Nagagawa yung combo, pre.
Pag tumama may RP, pre, sa sure tatama Earth Split
We should
eh.
do this for years. I'm from the NA region, Austin. We play with 3 carries. We were well ahead of the meta. I don't know why.
Basta hindi lang mapatay agad yung...
Is that
Ay,
what
yung ano.
Extreme's gonna have to do if we go to a
Depende sa game 5. Kung yung game 5 ganyan,
If they pick 2 carries, you gotta pick 3. If they pick 2,
kung one-sided game 5, pre, boring.
That's
Kailangan
the only
may
way
thrill.
you can go. That is the inevitability of
Ingat kasi,
Dota.
pre, pag main stage na eh.
Right now,
Wala,
XG,
pinakamagandang series pa rin yung BB, ano?
because the lead is
BB
just
tsaka Heroic.
spiraling out of control, man. It feels like every minute this game goes on, that graph is accelerating.
Well, the upside for Extreme.
Tindi
if they
nun,
ever
pre.
do find a fourth
Yung sa
kill this
BB
game,
Heroic. Blinakol yung gyro, pre, nabuo.
as they are currently down 19,000.
Nag-lifesteal sa Aganims.
Another 2
Yung
minutes to
BB,
Roshan.
ano, Beastmaster?
Extreme is
Hindi,
going
ano,
to make
Bet
a move.
Boom
Anticipated
Heroic
to be
na.
around that.
Yung gyro ni Pure, pre.
That'll change the
Napindot
nature
yung
of this
Satanic
game.
bago
Still
mag-black
next
hole.
year's BKB.
Side gunner. Sin yung luma-lifesteal para sa kanya, pre. Survive niya, pre, tas 1v ubus niya.
If you land some clutch stuns, clutch RP,
Ganda
clutch
ng laban
stun
na yun sa
on
over.
Ursa when he's enraged,
Pure.
stuff like this.
Dami rin ng
Slow
hero
that
po
fight
na,
down,
no?
let Ame go to work. This hero can output the team.
Panoorin niyo yan, ano, pre, highlights.
Maybe he can kill Skeeter before the
One time.
Satanic.
Game
Allows
3.
him to heal up, 'cause that is what Skeeter's going to have. Bame has Daedalus, Skeeter will have Satanic. And we aren't even going to talk about what Amar's going to be able to
Pares
have.
sila ni ano,
A
pares
level
naman sila
20
ni
Ursa
Human. Alam ko nag-LD rin si...
with an Aghanim Scepter.
You have to kite somebody in this lineup.
Ghost kasi, pre, yun lang dalawa eh. Medusa.
Likely the Ursa try and take down the gyro.
Para manalo eh.
Skeeter gets to Satanic before this next Roche, which looks
Pag
really
binan mo,
good.
pre, wala na rin eh.
Man, he is tough to bring down too. Then you're going to need to get some good skewers here.
Hindi pa nakakabing with
Use
si
the
ano,
scouting from Exo
Jeroma.
with the ET Spirit. You can find somebody to
Ah,
skewer
kasi
them in,
isda,
look for
pre.
the RP.
Hirap
And then
yan.
you have disruption to bail out the return jump from Falcon Sack.
Puro ad friend pa lang, pre.
Maybe out execute.
Puro ad, friend.
On top of all of that, you have the Elder Titan to fish.
Pero ang ganda ng ginawa nila, hinatak nila yung waves sa top.
If you're going to push into them, it's actually just so
Tinala sa mid.
obnoxious. Stomp after stomp. If you ever do get hit
Wow,
by
yeah.
that stomp, you might be get skewered back
Lagyan ng
to base.
pampapogi, pre. Pampapogi lang. Buy time lang tayo.
There's that punch interrupt. I mean, Snake can
Binan
always
ba yung
bail
ano,
these
Bane?
situations out. He's having a really good game on this
Ah,
team, so he
nakaban.
got a very
Ayaw
early
na nila
win.
bigay yan.
He's gonna be
Nagkamali sila doon.
looking for
Parang
a
ganyan, sa
little
Sun
bit
King,
of
nagkamali
interrupt.
sila.
Of course, Magnus BKB prevents a couple of these shenanigans, but the punch can always land. There are the BKBs for XG. I mean, this is their best time to strike back, right? Triple BKB core timing, long durations on all of it. If you can try and
Buban kaya nila yung
all
next game,
in some
Ursa.
of these heroes, yeah, Amar is strong.
Wala pa, di pa sure, pre, kung may next.
Ah,
Again,
in case lang, in case lang.
insurmountable
Pero feeling ko,
odds,
mangat kasi
extreme
Iban eh.
damage.
Parang sayang ban.
Five
Mabot
man
mo yung
smoke
Ursa.
push out. They
Oo
get
nga, situational lang yan.
a pick off or a team fight that works for them. A fast
Mali lang sila,
Roshan
ano?
could allow them to start changing the narrative.
Mali lang yung
of
mid
this
off
game.
lane siguro.
Amar though, he's
Patay na, nabash. Inultihan mo, inultihan niya yung ano, Ursa.
Hindi pa mamatay.
that battle fury cleave.
Pre, wala na effect
And
yung
Exnova
ulti ni
is way
Zenkyo
out of
dahil sa
position as his team got jumped. He hides away in the corner, gets a good ward down.
walang kwenta yung ulti niya kay Ursa. Huwag niya gamit. Gyro. Patay si... Hindi may BKB.
Have to use his BKB here.
Huwag na mabash.
Another entry has this deep ward on the lane.
Layo, di abot ng sentry. Di abot ng sentry. Ay, abot.
Exalt 2 can't go on him first.
Di, isa magandang PM lang, pre.
Magandang wave lang, pre.
Sama mo ng PM, pre.
Pag nag-wave to each other, pre.
Information might
Pwede
Oh,
na.
nag-ano yung pre.
Between getting the D ward and having their own wards up.
Spider-Man smokes are just usually not the ticket. We're seeing XG all in their base again. When you're in this position, it's very
Gago,
tempting to
madaming
sit
ano yun,
back
pre.
and look for something, but it almost never works.
Ikaw yung Lods, best pa lang.
And you're still closing in on this Daedalus for Ame. You really want that.
Nagkwento yung minsan ano eh. Pag may pinapag-usapan kami na friend daw niya si ganun. Pakita niya may combo na, pre. Parang tropa na.
And I'm really feeling it. Look at this kill score. 12 to 3, 29 minutes in. I feel like I'm back in like 2014 Dota.
May hindi kang
Ano,
friend.
pre? Akala mo, pre, tagal na niyang close. Kung kausap niya.
Be quite a different set of teams here.
Mabilis, pre,
If you're back
mabilis.
that far.
Parang carry, pre. Hindi yata offlane eh.
Does take around 10 years to win
Mabilis
a
mag-farm,
TI.
pre.
Unless you're Thompson.
Ang bilis eh. Wala mo, may stocks
Very
eh.
few Royal Roaders
Okay, ano na pala ito.
DOTES
Satanic
history,
na.
that's for sure. All right, Falcons are the ones to have the smoke. With Roshan
Ano lamang
and
nila
it's
no? Kaya
almost
dalawa
max
kasi
spawn
Gary.
point. Just another minute for that.
21
They know
kaagad.
it's guaranteed. They know it's coming their way.
Sakop.
It's gonna be in this
Ang
bottom
sikip
point, so
ng
they're going to clear out
mapa.
this area. Get some good vision down. Extreme, they only
Naka-gem
have
pa eh.
one ward to play around.
Sa kanya pa yung gem eh.
See that
Dalawang core nila.
Kagi hindi na pwede RP yung Orsa pre.
Falcons, they don't want to reach too far with the smoke. Just
Gyro na lang.
Naka-ags na.
don't force a bad
Kaya na labanan si Ben kahit may stun.
Yeah, you have an insane gold lead, but it can vanish in an instant. All this
Sonic Rebe.
Put Extreme in a position where if 5 people inside their base to play for Roshan, they'd have to just go for a Hail Mary 5-man smoke. And
Problema mo pa yung boomerang ni Hoodwink.
smoke left for time being on X-Nova. So Extreme say, just play for farm. Get an
Ayun to pal lang yung
you were talking about on Ame. This Roshan will give them a solid 30 seconds.
Puro enrage lang gagawin ni Lok.
Get some farm. Ame maybe could take a tornado.
Wala rin, wala rin talab sa Orsa yan.
I think you gotta get something right here. Aegis onto the gyrocopter. This time around, Skeeter.
Onat pa rin siya.
He will siege the high ground with that item.
Wow.
Skewer back on, right?
100%. And even if you do, he might be able to survive through with Satanic. There's the Daedalus though, so big crit's gonna come through. That's an empowered Sven. Almost level 20 as well. Does have the gunpowder gauntlet.
Patay si XSS pre.
Those first few hits. Might just
Tigil mo
decide
na
to
yan,
fight.
tropa.
Ay, nakasalubong!
The gyrocopter and the Ursa in net worth, but the empower adds
Oh,
so much.
niyepi yung mukha.
Gets the Magnus though.
Hindi talaga dancer yung hero
There
niya.
goes all the initiation. Ame is going to try and
Epi.
chase after them, but they're already out. They're up to the high ground, and you cannot go blind up there.
Nagkas siya epi before
Potential or looking for anything else goes down
Galing
the
ni
drain.
Grit eh, hindi nagpa-reveal.
Strength used, 70-second cooldown.
Kaya yung pre, yung facet, may extra cast range every time mag-scurry.
At least threaten it. Look for some opportunities on the jump from the Ursa while the gyro hits. No Magnus, you're not afraid of the skewer play.
Sag na.
Drinking buddies gives you the
Sobrang lumalagpas ng ayaw magpalagpas 40 minutes
Lift timing too. That was not the greatest.
No, with the wave, not even there yet.
Puro fast, G.
Dream done for this Ursa. He's getting to that untouchable state where he
gawin
gets
mo.
to
Sakit yung
25. He's jumping around with the Urshock all the time. He will just be perma-enraged.
Oh, wala na.
Look for the skewer.
Ayun na! Kaso may Aegis yan. Drinking bodies. Wala na, nag-BKB na. BKB na siya. May may RP pa. Pero may Aegis pa nga lang. Ish, logi dyan sa hatak. Logi sa hatak ng drinking bodies.
But he's still waiting on the cooldown. 2 seconds left.
Ayan na, last fight na.
Gotta fish again. Gotta find another skewer.
Skeeter getting closer and closer.
Di mapalo, inatak palayo. May sa panic.
Bago, bro, si
Ursa talaga, pre, ang counter. Pinasok siya na EP, walang BKB. Walang magawa yung Leshrock.
Kahit may buyback, walang GS.
Hindi na nila kaya patayin yan. GG call na. Easy for Amar. Sakto nga pre sa pag-spin pre, counter pick.
Namita ng logic pre.
Amar, Amar rin pre. Yan.
Yeah, that was the last time. TI-10 was the last time we had it.
I mean, we've just had so many one-sided grand finals. I think everybody in this stadium just thrilled to have a game 5 between any two teams, let alone
Motherboard kayo pag si Malvin nagsahanking.
It's going to be an intense
Huwag yung bibigay yung hero pre.
game of Dota with so much on the line, so much legacy.
Oh no, Ame.
So many first-timers that would love to lift that Aegis.
Kinakabahan na ba?
Timer potentially.
Don't forget about AUI looking for that third.
Tatlohin mo na hilamos mo.
I just cannot believe
Ligo mo,
this is
ligo mo na, pre.
game fight. This
Huwag
is
na
the
ilao.
most one-sided
Baka ba naman break, baka
game 5
pwedeng...
finals I have ever seen in my life. It's completely one-sided every single game, and I have no idea who's gonna win.
It comes down to draft, it comes down to laning, and it comes down to those final few adjustments you can make
Drop din
as
eh,
the
no?
clock strikes midnight.
Parang ano, lahat,
Drop sila panalo.
yung apat na game nila, parang walang close fight. Parang puro one-sided.
Games are as a result of that draft.
Salitan lang.
That is why it is so crucial to take as much time as you can, figure out what strategy you need for this final game. One of these teams is going to be lifting the Aegis very soon. Let's head back to the panel to break down
Sino mas maganda draft? Yun na matik.
this upcoming game 5.
Oh, it's crunch
Tatang
time
na, pre.
right for
Game
the
5.
teams for sure. I can't even imagine the pressure they must
Basta tanggalin, pre. Basta tanggalin yung ang tawag doon.
because it was kind of one-sided. I think we did say that
Basta tanggalin yung dalawa, pre. Sun
if
King,
they did well in the lanes, and we were
Primal.
wondering whether it was going to work,
Goods
and it
lang.
worked out.
It worked out so well. Not only did they win their lanes and just do the typical Falcons, farm the entire map, choke out the enemies, they made no mistakes, right? The issue would have been if they were going into that Magnus high ground too early, if they were playing into team fights maybe at the wrong timings, if they went to an incorrect side of the map. They just had so much discipline in this game on Falcons.
I mean, the confidence.
Ba, may tryout na ba? May tryout na ba sa
Know that your
next
character
season?
isn't going to be able to outscore your opponent, and your offlane is getting banned out. So then you go
Quality control.
He doesn't play it competitively. He plays it in his pubs. I'll give him credit. He's using his knowledge of his pubs that he doesn't
Ay,
want to show in
grabe talaga sila. Naglalabas na. Ang laki ng hero pool.
This is it.
Ang laki masyado.
I can combo break the Magnus, but
Ang laki ng hero pool ng Falcon. Labanan.
all of your team's logic, your entire team's approach to this TI, and then you're going, you know what, Amar, what are you doing in your pubs? A week ago, a month ago, 6 months ago. Yo, it's working out. Let's try it in a potential elimination game against XG.
Si Skitter pa ata pinakamaliit hero pool.
He even said it himself. He's 45. He did nothing. His team did all the work.
I mean, I'm kind of shook, and I
Replay
wouldn't be
lang.
surprised if XG at least.
Pero titignan mo talaga eh, magbaban ka ng support. Ban ka. Dami pa nila malalabas.
4-pick Ursa. This doesn't exist. This is not real, but it just hit you and it destroyed you. Like, they win all their lanes, and I will say it's not just Amar and it's not just the Ursa pick, it's everyone. Malrine on his staple SK, he destroyed X and mid. They played so well in the early game, and they go for the thing that they do whenever they win. They go for
Huwag na
all
kayo
the lane winning
mag-beast.
stuff. They take the tier ones. They
Bigay niya na yung beast sa Falcons.
They looked a little bit hurt in this game.
Para malasin.
The fact that Snaking also went to drinking buddies on the Tusk, right? They turned this lane into such a dominating bit of aggression, right? You apply the drinking buddies onto the gyrocopter, you can chase down the lane. You also then have the
Orbi pick yung beast
If
eh.
the game was difficult, Snaking would have been able to step up, but it was so snowbally that we didn't really get to see it shine. But changing up the facets, playing for the offlane Ursa, I don't think XG was ready for any of this in this game.
It was just so funny to me watching the Ursa just play in the bottom left corner of the map while the rest of his team was fighting on the other end. He just bought a Battle Fury from the offlane, but here we can see Malrine as one of the standout players. We can talk and talk and talk about this Ursa, but the real factor of this game, which is what it has
Maganda yung
always
pre,
been,
sulit na
throughout
sulit
all of
hanggang game
Falcons
5.
if Malrine gets his Sand King, if he gets to pair up with Crit's Hoodwink or Crit's Snapfire, they take over the entire game. In contrast to the last game where he had his stacks invaded by
7-0, si
His
tropa.
stacks were untouched, he hit all of his timings, and he took over.
I think a critical thing Falcons identified during the draft is that Leshrac, Sven, Magnus, all these heroes, they kind of farm the lane and then go farm the jungle. They keep doing farm, right? They're never overlapping their
Not
heroes.
good,
They're
not good ang
You
mga
can
hero.
throw like a Stormhammer here, or Lesh might rotate, but it's not as explosive as the likes of the Sand Kings and the Gyrocopters and Tusk.
Oh, 8. Galingan mo naman mag-drop.
That farm game has been punished once again.
I mean, to me, like, what I see also is I think this game is a good indicator of that.
Pag natalo yung XG dyan, pre, ibabash na naman si Shawit. Sabihin,
This is not a traditional Dota 2 draft, but this also goes to show you that this game is so
sinisira yung karir ni Yami.
Because I'm pretty sure if you ask a lot of people after this draft, I did nothing the
Binibenta yung karir ni Yami.
And that's one of the beauties of this game where you don't know whether it's going to work or not until you
Baka
actually
gusto
see
mo
it play
namang
on the highest level.
Yeah, we've
bigyan
seen
ng
Sven
ano
so
yan.
dominant, so I also thought, okay, this
Isang
might be
panalo.
a tough puzzle piece to solve. It didn't look like it, Kezu.
No, and it's like, it's honestly so
Ba't
crazy.
pala ayaw nila mag-alchemist?
Halfway of like this
Marunong mo sila mag-alchemist, di ba?
And Guys, quick reminder, this is not carry to carry comparison.
Alkin ni Ame,
Chad, you know, last pick calls for like some Amar Ursa against the Ame Swen. Because Ame on this hero has looked incredible, but at this point in the game, look at his hero damage, 1500. He hasn't dared even to touch a hero in this game, probably apart from the laning side.
Wala rin nagpipick ng TA na.
Perfect items, got the axe to break him free, the Basher to play aggressive. Yeah, I don't know where to go from here.
Oh, walang may gusto mag-TA. Life stealer, wala rin nagpipick sa...
He had the gem up, right? Because Amar, the way that he played his Ursa is when you get like short stick and I just had like deja vu watching him. Like you basically get two or three items, run through the map, you invite the enemy.
Kung ano, Doom pala. Ba't pala nag-Doom sa kanila last? Ban ba?
If they're thriving, tries to bait their opponent. And when Amar got the gem for all this, he was doing it exceptionally.
Yeah,
Nakaban ba yung Doom last
you
game?
might have thought at some point that it looked like a carry Ursa, but it was a frontlining tanky Ursa.
Yeah, exactly. I have a very brief clip to kind of summarize what I'll show you.
Undying. Ayaw nila Undying din. Lane.
If this was a 4K lead, 3K.
Undying pang offlane ah. Ayaw nila mag ano. Undying. Meron pa ka. Stalker. Dahil pang offlane pwede eh. Mag-ano sila.
Very niche pick.
Ursa aside though, and again it was so cool, very fun to see it on the mid stage from the offlane. Falcons did what they always do to no punishment.
Pag yan nag-ano si Amar, nag-LD offlane yan.
The best thing that he did for his
Ewan ko
team
na lang.
in the first 15 minutes was win the lane. That's what he picked the hero to do, right? But still, he got this Snake King on a safe support, different than the ones he got it. Not it. He got a Sand King.
Darkseer pala no, di pinipick ni Amar mo. Sa offlane.
Very good looking for Falcons, and we keep
Hindi siya nag-Darkseer. Ha? Si Amar? Oo. Wala kasi siya mag-underlord ko eh. Hindi lang niya ano. Ay di, ginagawa rin naman niya. Ano naman siya doon? Aura build tapos Ags. Ang di lang niya ata pinipick Darkseer tsaka Custom. Hindi niya pinipick.
On the right side, trying to stop pulls and things like that X Nova's trying to do, and then eventually the supports just left the lane. And no joke, we were 8 minutes in. You remember this gank that happened where Omar dodged a lot of stuff and they played the music and all that, where he actually got low. Look at this tango in his inventory here. That is one of his 3 starting tangos, and we're 9 minutes into the game. That is how little harassment there was in his lane. He hit creeps, and Ame hit creeps. So it was kind of just a game was solved a lot of ways based on him just being his hero. He got to get his
game lang kasi talaga.
He got to get his blink dagger, and then he just became a normal hero. The game smoothed out because it was a bit of a farm fest. And then again, the best things that Falcon got was they got the Malrine Sand King, which is ridiculously expert. I've made so many segments like this where Sand King does this stack clearing, then he goes into a teleport.
Enigma din pala, no? Hindi siya nagpipick na Enigma.
Usually goes to the off
ayaw niya.
Doing the safe lane. They kill the Shadow Demon. They take the tower with the Sandstorm. Very broken stuff. You know what he does next?
Gusto niya yung ano, gusto niya yung barako na.
So they get the lanes they wanted to. They get the ahead to Sand King that they wanted to. They get the Blink Dagger out of
kaya Monkey, ginagawa din niya yung
first team fight, and they don't get crushed in it. And from there on, the game is basically just in their hands. They have a gold advantage, they have map control, they have the heroes they want, they have multiple carries in this case, which is even better against them. They basically just took the game in their hands with that early pick.
Thank you very much, Kurt. That was a very strong Earth pick, very good pick from Falcons. It's definitely something we're thinking about for Extreme Gaming going into game number 5. But we should talk a little bit about game number 5 because after that game, we will have a new champion for the International. I want to focus a little bit on the people that we have on stage. You can make a great case of why anyone deserves to win the International if there ever is such a thing, but I want to just quickly touch upon one certain individual, and we might do some other ones too, but I think for one certain individual, it's not the first time we go to Game 5 of the Grand Final. It doesn't happen very often, guys. It does not.
Dalawa lang yung ano pre, dalawa lang yung hindi ma-disassemble Giant. Dalawang item lang. Divine tsaka Midas lang. Lahat ng iba pwede niya ano, hindi disassemble. Kaya tataya siya, pwede niya disassemble.
Almost feels like coach versus coach instead of player versus player. So what we really need right now is for
tower is under attack.
focus on what they do before extreme gaming. What they need
pre.
is that mid lane. Sure, there was offlane Ursa, but what happened ultimately?
Anime lang
got to play Dota the way that he always does.
Ano, balikan na yung laro nila.
Shutting that down, they were doing great.
Good Gias yun, pre.
Convert lang sa ano.
Tower is under attack.
Coach versus coach daw eh.
For the other side, because yes, it would be fantastic in a whole circle situation for Ame to be around King with this party, maybe, but on the other side, I do want to highlight that there is another person who would be an uncrowned king as well in the name of Chris, who has attended his 9th international, the longest consecutive LTIs of any player that was in LTI. The big showcase for him as well.
Make a case for like so especially him, he keeps getting his hoodwink over and over. And I will say his game 1, it didn't look particularly great, but he's been stepping it up every game of win. He's got the experience. Like when you look at the other players like Amar and Marine, I'm sure that they give so much not just in like the own game, like how do you help them, how do you keep them
Nag-ano pre? Nag-analyst dyan sa ano. Nagpa-panel. Pero hindi ata hindi siya kinuha ata dyan sa
Kinuha siya, no? Group stage na nga ito siya.
si Fear nandyan sa group stage din. Group stage lang. Andyan ata si Fear nung day 1 ata.
Pwede pixel na ba ulit? Nagkakas?
Sinati ba nila? Si ano pa rin ata hanggang dulo eh. Si Top at si SVG. Last game na pre, papalitan mo pa yung caster.
Pwede pixel pre.
Ang galing rin yan si Cap pre.
Uy, hindi pre.
Wag lang madum.
For the teams at the end of the game is about 10 seconds and sometimes 0 maintenance.
Sakit pa naman yung doom na yun.
On the side of extreme gaming, they seem to have come in with a plan.
Wala mong nung level sa kanya pre kaya may
into 1.5 minutes, 2 minute bonus time being left over.
Pinapaglingan. Pinaglingan pre.
Yes. Every game.
Yeah, like when have you really won the grand final where
Ito yung hero nila, no? Per game.
Umiikot talaga yung ano nila, mga ban. Salitan lang. Salitan lang talaga sila. Salitan lang sila ng win-loss eh.
Ano, walang equal.
One-sided, puro one-sided. No?
Ang ano eh. Anong suntukan ko eh.
Marathon in this best of 5, and they are heading into the 5th game of a grand finals of the international. I cannot imagine the pressure and the emotions they must be feeling right now, and the trick to be able to let it all fade away and focus only on that game of Dota, that is a trick that you don't get to practice very often, Tigo.
Not at all, right? To be in this position, it is so rare, right? And of course, that is now going to be tested. Maturity of the players, the experience around this tournament, the emotions that they've had to harness in game 1, 2, 3, and 4. Everything now comes down to the final game.
It's not the only multiple times guy. You have Jinku and Nova. They all went 2 and 3.
I hope none of those things, right? That is.
How can you possible not to?
No. Chawei had a chat and we really dialed them in.
Allowed them to watch their face.
Yeah.
Like drain that. near impossible.
That Prince, on the other hand, he looks locked in.
Yourself in the zone that makes you feel sitting in front of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands watching at home.
They were listening to that guy do the interview. And he said he asked Amar to do some wall chat to win the game. So whoever that guy is, yeah, shout out. You helped him win the game.
It worked out. All the positive words coming from the crowd during that time. They paid off. They made it happen. Falcons made it happen, and we are having both teams on
Nag-review na.
XXS for Extreme Gaming cornerstone. He has been the one leading the charge to victory. He's getting targeted in the back so
Ano, nag-undying naman siya. Ay, gamitin. May Batrider ka pa. Sabagay, Batrider, madali counter. Pero undying pwede. Isa,
yung mga nag-initiate talaga eh.
Mas masayaw pre, di pwede yung ano.
Kailangan may harap kasi.
Hindi pwede steady betlog. Hindi ka backup dancer.
Hirap nung lineup nila kanina pala. Kailangan may bait kasi. Saglit lang yung makahuli.
Malambot yung lash. Hindi kaya
sa lash wrap. Nalate tuloy yung reverse.
They don't care. But the thing is, with the bans that you're mentioning, it makes it
to 10 minute tower pressure we're applying to your safe lane.
I mean, the momentum is definitely on the Falcon side. Like, you go down, you learn a few things, and then you win this last game in that fashion, where you gave XG a lot of the things that they wanted to. The Ame Sven, you let him open with the SD again, you had the XM, Leshrac, the Blink Initiator on the offlane, you had the X-Nova, like all these Aether heroes too, and you went straight through it.
All games though, it's been one after the other, as an Extreme 1 game 1, Falcons 2, vice versa. Continuously like that. So it seems like teams are adapting. Think about how they would adapt
And that's the thing where they can't get in their own heads, right? Because we've seen before, the offlane Oscar to beat out the anti-mage against BB, I think it was. And then you have, the Ursa here as well. Like, sometimes in certain pick positions in the draft, you can now go, wait a second, they've not done it yet, but new people start suggesting new heroes and maybe get a bit more of those.
Enjoy and embrace, and I think it's also one of the reasons why OG did so well. Like back then, like you have to, even as stupid as go with your comfort. Does not get
Opening the booth, Petty falling down. It is one draft.
Extreme Gaming Grand
And there is a very clear difference going into this 5th game. And we have a Radiant Falcons dire, but the biggest difference is that Falcons
Tabansan King.
in this series.
Bibigay na ba ang Mars, ano, ES? Uy, may malilibre. May malilibre ata.
So which offlane are they going to offer up to XG potentially to take in the first phase, which we haven't seen at all in the first 4 games?
Malilibre, Mars o ES?
Pick between the Earthshaker and the Mars to give to Extreme Gaming. You might as well give the Shaker and try to beat it on lane because Mars does not do that much.
The other one that they have now is the and you get the chance to pick up one of the two yourself.
Ay, iwan mo na yung monkey. Kahit mag-monkey king si Amar, may Mars kayo. Oh, binan pa rin yung monkey. Hindi, di naman nag-monkey si ano eh. Secret tsaka si ano eh, Disney eh. Ako! May ikab! Tapos na to sir! It's over! It's over mo to sir! Snapfire. Bigyan mo yung snapfire kay ano. Thank you.
If we pick X hero, they get Mars and they build a plan. Maybe they want to bait it. So many layers. It really just depends on what and how he wants to do it.
Nag-iisipan kung ano, Mars or ES ang baban.
This is the most time used in the entire finals to get 3 bans before the
Ban ES, tapos pick Mars. Pag-isipan nila ata kung kukunin nila yung Mars. One Mars na. Sila ano. Uy! Lumabas ng naga ni ano, ni Skitter. Ay ni ano, ni Snaking. Makalusot niya pala yan. Malakas yan mag ano pre, mag naga, ano, ka push lagi yung wave. Ano yan? Laging may ano? Tawag doon? Aura build, tapos tulak lang lagi yung wave. May song pa. Kaya auto-ban yan kay Snaking, pre. Parang Chen lang din. Parehas lang sa Chen niya. Nakaka-umay.
His best hero, you have Snake. He used 1 TI on this hero before, just a couple years ago. He is no stranger to Naga support.
I don't even care about analysis.
Snapfire. Nahirapan nata sila mag-snapfire kung may naga, may sleep. Kaso na, binan na yung snapfire, hindi na bibigyan. Wow, walang holding, walang snap, bagong support. Rubik kaya? Pwede pa Rubik kayo yun. Maganda Rubik niya sa Nagos. Kaso di kasi meta. Pero pwede naman sana eh. Gagi Crimson opening. Swerte ba? Pangalawang Crimson na niya pre. Nakuha na niya isa. Bigay mo yung ano. Lion.
Ano may dalang laptop?
Lion. Bigay mo yung Lion. Ayaw mag-skip.
Nag-lag pre. Wala ayaw mag...
Nawala na.
Disconnect. Sayang moment mo. Hotspot nyo. Kuha. Oh no. Dog na naman. Magkamali, no? Malubog yung may echo. Timber na. Tinanggal na nga yung woodwind. Sniper.
Every single pick it has that
Ba-
ability to make a moment in these games.
Hindi, Falcons yung nagban eh. Tinanggal yung ano pre, yung snap kasi combo sa ES eh. Pag na in-echo, may kasunod agad cases eh. Mabilis pa mag-clear wave pag nakapag-shard. Depende sa tapat. Malakas magpango din si ano pre. Walang death yun eh. Mag 7-0 yan pre. Yung kalaban nila sa... Laban nila lang. 7-0 siya. Uy! Ayan na! Nilabas na! Disruptors! Gagi! Counter sa lubog yan ng SD pre.
Lapagan ka lang yan pag nilubog yun.
Pag nilubog yung kampi, wala na. Tataniman ka na ng... Okay, Ami dyan, magla-life stealer ako. Para bago lumubog. I mean, paglabas pala ng lubog, naka-rage ka. Pwede rin jug kung ayaw niya. Parehas lang naman concept nun eh. Iikot ka. Lugi sa pango pre. Uy, naku ka. Sir.
Yari sa ano yan.
Sir, walang gagawin sa pango.
Ayaw ng ano pre, ayaw kay Tata.
Naku, nagdududa na ata si ano pre, si Jerome. Tama ba itong pinik ng kampi ko? Wait, yung pinipik mo. Dinudurog niya talaga yung karoon niya, ano?
Sabotage pre.
Sabotage. Nakataya ata pre.
Tangina bro, pag natalo siya talaga dyan. Baka ma-depress na yan.
Feeling ba nila, ano? Pango mid? Kaya sila nag-ano? SF. Pwede pa adjust kasi yun eh. Pwede pa rin offlane yan eh.
Find out these clutch moments if you are stuck inside static. It's not ready. Pug now.
Pag na. Ha? Sa kabila. Sure offlane na sila sa Urus ay. So di maglagay lang sila. High sustain na carry. Pwede na nga mag-live steal. Pag nag-live stealer rin, wala nang gagawin ulit. Hindi meta. Hindi meta. Walang gagawin. Ay, duso. Yan, walang pakirin sa ES yan. Kaya siya mag-ES. Ban yan. Ban ito, ban. Ban EM yan. Mapupulit niya ng gun yan. Wala rin pa kasi Dusa sa ano eh, sa kasi mahina na illusion ngayon ng
a couple items to
Minusa eh.
but once you enter the mid to late game that we are expecting from
Hindi na kagaya dati yung pag may illusion si... Binago na nila eh. Control your emotion, Thompson. Tanggal si Doom para sa offlane. Pwede nga, tanggalin yung underlook. Merap.
Abnormal yung hero din.
Kasi Oscar. Pag yan nag-Oscar tapos yung XG dyan. Uy! Nagban ng pak. Inisip nila offlane yan. Inisip nila offlane yung Pango na. Isang offlane, isang mid. Tapos carry ano pala no, ESF no. Pwede naman, wala siyang pake sa disruptor. Pango lang issue niya. Tapos Naga. Pero kaya naman niya yung Naga. Pango lang. Pwede pa rin sila mag-offlane eh. Ay, mid-pick eh. Pwede pa rin sila mag-mid-pick. Either offlane or mid. Diyan malala. With Spirit, bigla si Malrin. Iyak dun XG dyan. Hindi ko alam, pero malay na. Mas bigla nang hindi pwede primal, may SD. Oh, yun, Void Spirit. Pwede nyo kawal sa primal dyan, may EX. Malay mo, maglabas ng ano secret strat, mga ano, Batrider.
Yes, pre.
Ayun na, Magnus. Magnus offlane. Magnus offlane, mid nga yung pang... Magnus offlane na niya. Galing din yung mag yan. Yari talaga sila dyan. Ibig sabihin, pag-iisipan na nila kung mag-mid. Pipili sila bagong mid. Ayan na, guys na nga. Sana magana siya, Fury. Meron pre, meron. Pag nakaikot siya before RP, after ng after ng ikot tanggal yung stun. Mas masakit yung ano pre, mas masakit yung Fury build. So, pinakita ni Satanic yun. Sakit ng ano, diba? So,
Crystallis.
Huwag lang yung jug na. Huwag yung jug na pre. May nag-test out din nun eh, full build jug na naka Mjolnir. Mas malaki damage pre. Mas malaki damage yung Fury pre kaysa sa Mjolnir build. May ano ka pa? Wala nang ano pre, wala nang bonus sa ilo. Yung Mjolnir. Hindi, wala nang bonus damage yung Mjolnir sa ilo. In general, tinanggal na nila yung bonus. Kaya sa Fury yun. Pero kailangan, sana magde-defusal pa kaya siya. Ay, hindi nagde-defusal Chinese ko. Okay, sino ba ang panalo sa ano? Kung naipit yung ano pre. Na naman. Hindi ako tiwala dun sa ano pre, sa SM. Parang hindi ko sure na okay. Shaker okay lang kasi ano naman siya, commit talaga sa combo kung may nakita. Ciao. Si Joe 8 parang no doon sa energy niyan. Mas lax eh. Oh, ganyan sila pre pag last game. Pero gano'n, hindi naman naiintindihan ni Xiao eh. Lagi si Cap, yung dugo, umakyat na sa ulo, pulang-pula na yung...
Player din dati daw, itong kalbo.
Sa... Anong tawag doon? BGJ. Kasama din siya. Campaign si Crew, kasama niya si Quinn, oo. Naglaro yan pre, tapos BGJ Storm yung kalaban. Sana future eh. Siyempre matik o tectonic pag core ES. Si Thunderbolt.
These two teams have thought about it a lot. You do not want to leave this stage with regrets. Not now, not when
Miss, this it. Hindi wala talaga ako ano sa SF, ang dali niya kasing sa lineup ng fire, ang dali niya i-disable. Baka di makarequiem kasi mamaya yung daming ano eh. May disruptor.
Man, if you are a coach of one of these squads,
may RP. May RP, lahat ng ulti ng kabila.
The draft is set. The players are just going to play out your picks and like a last pick juggernaut for Ame.
Pag nag-BKB naman siya, may RP. Tapos may Gaze.
Was the only thing that took a game off of Team Spirit in their perfect EWC run. That's the only thing Yatoro could not defeat.
Ay, long. Mobile yung race.
And face his
yung race.
in a Grand Finals Magnus.
Ay, mag-Fury pre, mag-Fury. Natutusay sa Tanis. Mag-Fury siya.
I won't lie, I felt a bit in my stomach when I saw the Magnus come up for Falcons. I saw Ame facing a Magnus in a TI Grand Finals Game 5.
Not again.
Okay, let's talk about it. Let's break it down draft-wise.
Flashback yun pre. Yung tiny niya pre, na hinahatak.
Trauma response pre.
Ayaw na niya ng tiny. Kailangan jag na.
Tiny ano pa yun, no? Tiny aso.
Drafting, there was a lot of back and forth all the way back then. There is now today in this series.
Nakaban, pati Woodwing.
Who do you think walked away with the draft win?
This is honestly impossible to call. I cannot call it.
Di mo siya maglalagay, hindi pa niya kailangan.
Very slight edge to Falcons because they got Naga Siren, and this hero has been a team fight terror. But XG got some decent answers to it. They got the Shaker
Sa balik?
matchup. You have long range disable. You have team fight. They got the XM Shadow Fiend that was a monstrosity in that game 3. They have their saving supports. They didn't want anything else.
Level 1 lang naman sila passive.
Scaling that they will need so much team fight. Just a matter of execution.
Eh, ba nila patayin to? Parang di ata kaya patayin to, walang fissure. Eh, nubos na nila pre mana. Nubos na nila mana. Sana, first mango na.
Don't forget about that innate, the menace that he's able to apply. Skeeter loses a lot of mana for that. and may lead to something in the future. But for now, no
Laki
kills
ng bawas
just
sa mana
yet.
ng ano niya
But the
dahil sa
CS score
aftershock.
is looking mighty fine for Extreme right now.
And honestly, that has been part of the story of this
Ay,
series.
na, walong laro, pre.
In the early game
May pasyente pa. Pasyente pa sa umaga yan, pre.
closes it out.
Do you think that this is supposed to happen? When it comes to the look, I mean, we've got the Shadow Fiend versus the Pango.
Basta mablay na nga yung race sa range eh.
The Shadow Fiend's gonna walk away with a victory on that.
Auto lane win there. I think this juggle free farm no matter what. You can't stop him with a Disruptor 4. This looks like a lane victory for XG. They put themselves in a solid early game position.
Tinatawag si Zinke sa panaginip.
Out of Falcons, right? They went for
Paalalay.
they went for Magnus. This is not a classic Skeeter hero for a reason. It doesn't make early rotations. It doesn't join the fight super early. It does give you more scale.
Ay, kasi sumasablay na yung ano niya.
If it gets reflected off
Last
of
hitting niya.
you can turn this Dusa back against the team itself. There's a lot of small interactions like that in this game. And of course you have Naga Disruptor. I mean, this is a combo.
Naka-enerbon ka pa bago.
Love for this combination. I played on a team where he played carry Naga to set this all up. He loves this little combo. I've been waiting to see this
farm game lang kasi sila.
He will finally get busted out in this game 5. Absolutely deadly in the late game. The sleep into the lockdown static storm. You have a disruption to soft bail you out of that situation. But there's a lot of team fight to back that combo up. There's a lot of burst damage.
In that case, do you favor Falcons going into that late game? If we get into
Ano lang yung pre, respective lang yan kasi pareha sila farm lang. Walang pakialam.
we push it late.
I mean, honestly, I hate to say this, but it might come down to Omni Slashes. It's a gamble of a spell. I mean, you go in there, there's loads there's outworld stats. So much can go wrong, and yet so much can go right here. If you land the perfect ultimate, it can break that late game fight open.
Kailangan, kailangan kasing galing niya si Bata mag first blood si Jerome.
Ganda naman,
He makes the same rotation top he did in that other game. Turn that lane around.
Hirap mag-recover sa ES pre pag nabawag.
XXS get aggressive or have a free farm time up on this off lane for XG. He has been
Maliit po pre, mahirap mag-ES.
If you shut the Shaker down, the game becomes a lot slower for Extreme Gaming, and then you're relying on the lane win from this Shadow Fiend to power you through.
Kahit si Madrid, kamo to.
But this Pango has been farming jungle incredibly efficiently.
Nung nabawag siya sa lane. Patay setup. Tali. Nice vision bro. Uy, naroot. Tanggal ka. Lang gagawin na ES yan early game.
You have to find a punish somewhere on the map. It's just a straight tri-lane now from Falcons, and guaranteed kills with the net plus the glimpse.
You can't really punish the solo offlaner here. It's a double bracer Magnus, and you've got Pugna, Juggernaut.
Ano na pa rin, lipat mid 6 minutes.
The downside, no disable on this Pugna to set up the spin kill. Means X-Nova's gonna have to win.
Early rolling thunder goes after XM. Malrine gets stuck on the cliffs. Still able to find a second.
Marurut ba? Marurut? Ayaw irut.
Unable to do so. Maybe he can threaten it now.
Uy, si Malrine! Malrine!
Galing.
Ganda. Oh, tutip ka talaga. Isa pang race. Inagaw pa. Inagaw pa pre. Class hitter talaga. Kupali ka.
A kill to be a part of 3,200.
Oy, kulang.
Hindi, meron na rin
Eh, raindrop.
Raindrop
Basta ang stick.
What a kill attempt from Malrine. He played that lane so well, salvaging it in the jungle, dodging the rough parts, went for the all
61 CS, tas dalawa tas isang kill.
Sarap. Able to boost back up, turn that play around. And the support's there at the right time. That's a huge turnaround play for XG. When you pick XM, these lane dominators, you cannot let him fall. His Sniper and Shadow Fiend have been go-tos for Extreme for a while for a reason. They build a lead,
ma-under na si Snaking.
take that tier 1 mid
Illusion play.
If you gank that hero once or twice and he falls, a lot of the momentum goes out the window. So keeping him alive is pivotal here for Extreme Gaming. Also building up a lot of stacks for the Shaker. This is something Falcons are eyeing. They would love to get in there and either contest the experience or steal it away with this Pangolier.
But we talked about all tournament long how it feels impossible to do so. You get too close, you're getting echo slammed, you're too far away, you don't get all that experience, and certainly none of the gold. Snaking, the best he can do for now is
Kunin yan. Blocks out na hilo yan.
No echo yet on XXS.
Skewer. X-Nova though still taking so much damage thanks to the healing ward. He will stay alive. And Amar battling out with Ame, but I don't think he's expecting an extra hero here. Shinkyu can't get
there. Again, stocks niya, wala na.
This will be Maureen gets away with some highway robbery on these stacks. Again, no ult on XXS.
Power up
This lane was so rough, he got tri-lane. Can't go here and threaten that Echo.
Hindi, sa baba na. Oy, malas na.
Power spawns top. Invis will go to the Pangolier here. No luck for XM on that.
Anak ng Diyos. Ready na, pre.
His rune pickup for Maureen. We'll see what he does with that. I mean, it's actually a decent rune pickup if you're going to be invading extreme game the side of the map constantly. As
Yasha talaga siya, no? Yasha talaga sa ESL.
still has a decent net worth lead.
Parang pupapalo eh.
XG, they missed the D-ward with this Sentry in the river, so Maureen knows what's going on here. They're just baiting this SF out.
Hindi siya makapag-stack pala na. Pinigilan na ES, pre.
You can see the prioritization from the supports. At the same time, they're not kicking people out of this lane and they're not hitting that tower, which is the progression we saw with the SF when they played it earlier. That game spiraled really fast. This is getting stalled out a bit.
Uy, buy time.
Buying time for the
Domi.
laners of Falcons to scale up here.
Hindi nyo masira, pre. Hindi nyo harang na. Yun, kaya yan, pre. Kaya nakaban na ganyan. Sobrang buwisit.
Gumawa ng reverse. Aga pa naman daw. Gawin lang.
Pinaliyomi.
What a find from Ahmed.
Uy, tinip.
Ano yun, pre? 3K MMR play.
Wave coming in, you really have to get it on point.
Hintay lang mawala yung wave.
Exact damage. I think that was literally the last slash of that ultimate.
Matagal pa dagger. Ano, pre? Matagal pa dagger na. Magkano pa siya? Magdodomi eh.
With these Omni Slashes because this hero is so hard to work otherwise. Omni Slash is just
Amayan, Fury
such a
mo.
fickle spell in that regard.
But he is a Juggernaut master, right? This is his hero.
Double ano lang.
He asked for it in
Double
this moment.
bracer.
He has to deliver.
Ipapalo. Naka-eternal eh. Double bracer ka
At
talaga.
the same time, the Naga Siren is denying the stacks over on the extreme triangle. Snaking has been a menace with the blockage.
Yeah, 9-4. Extreme doing a lot more of the stacking, but considering the fact that Maureen hijacked probably 3 or 4 of those,
Did not get them all.
yeah, feels about even.
Still is XM picking up the farm right here.
Di ba obvious yun ang
He
bot
did not
yung
get that
possible
early kill
next?
on the Shadow Fiend, so he's gonna continue to power up. You just have to trade it out with some empower efficiency of your own.
Damat naman yung malari.
Done for Maureen. Haste Rune in his bottle. Could be a nice little point to look for something if you're Falcons. He's really strong around the map right now. Not a lot of ability to control this Pango either in the fight. That's the one downside for this lineup against the Pangolier compared to some of the ones we saw earlier, with that Bane being banned out first.
Pulubis. Pulubi ES pre. Pulubi. Nahirapan mag-farm. Di kaya na, di na kaya ES pag nag-5 level 5 yung Dose.
So if they make the play right now, which they are, 2-man smoke.
Yan, gaya mo yung ginagawa ni Snaking. Blast mo ng blast yung tower. Ako, patay si Ame. Nice ikot. Pero mo pre, dispel. Kaso may ano, static storm plus ano, plus gulong. Set up sa gulong yan. Set up sa gulong. Patay din si Zenki. Kailangan HP.
Such a nice timing to hit with this Pangolier. You even get to hold the haste rune. And you always have this RP threat on the Jug. You can't just spin TP out. You didn't have Healing Ward available. Didn't have Omni Slash available for 5 seconds. No turnaround potential.
BK mata yan sa ano.
That Shadow Fiend is still powering up, but if you can disable the rest of the team,
Hindi siya pwede mag-manta pre. May ano eh. May disrupt.
in this game to carry it alone.
Para mabilis status resist na.
Saka ano, makakalabas lang siya sa static storm pag BKB siya.
Matched by Falcons rotating supports up here. And while he's not quite up there with the Shadow Fiend, he's got
Mahirap kung manta. Pwede siya manta, pero dalawa. Manta BKB, pares bibilin.
this tower alive.
It's tough against the Pug.
Hindi, pero ayaw niya mag-BKB.
That's true.
You inevitably will open up the map if you're XG.
Ano din yun? Same lang din. Manta BKB ka rin.
Aggressively split push with the spin TP out threat, but again, you have Stone Gaze, you have RP in this game. That is not guaranteed, especially when this blink eventually comes out for Amar. You're going to be worried pushing these lanes super deep, as Ame might have to play this game a little safer than you would normally want. He'll still scale up really well, but he has to get that Battle Fury online and start putting it to use.
Maureen
Look at another power rune and a great one. Amp damage for this Pangolier.
Yeah, it feels like he's just getting everything he needs right now.
ES, tagal pa
Really
mag-online.
surprised if Falcons don't try and start something around this mid lane with this rune.
Sweeping through the jungle, they aren't going to be spotted by this ward.
Naghahanap ng lalabas sa lane,
Just
kaso
sitting
wala
behind
eh.
this tree, seeing if anybody on Falcons oversteps themselves.
Does have demonic purge for the power rune, so maybe that dissuades you a little bit, especially if you don't catch the shadow
May
demon to
RP
start the
ulit.
fight.
Ganun ulit gagawin nila.
Kind of the trend,
I-RP
catch
lang
every
si
time,
Ami.
take the save out of the equation, take the demonic purge out of the equation, no reflection on the Medusa later on.
Di pa tapos Fury niya, no?
Afford to let Amar do this to you. He's taking too much. Falcons are still playing the top side of the map as well, but they're going to sandwich him. They punish.
Kick him out.
Yan, umikot na. Nag-skewer na. Set up vision. Exotic Storm. Pwede ka na mag-tapin yan eh. O di dahil, ano. Baka dahil di pa abot yung SD. Di ata abot yung SD kanina. Pwede siya ilubog.
It's gonna finish his Battle Fury right on time. Nice little kill to snag.
Nice one. May kill ka na. May Fury ka pa.
Under that static storm, it would have been tempting. Still have a free farm Medusa in this game. This Medusa Juggernaut matchup is
Butterfly.
it's a really tough one to measure. In theory, it's good for Jug because he has a little bit of sustain. He can build the mana burn items if he really wants to. Disperser later on.
Kailangan
Has
nga
a great
yun.
tool against you in the Omni Slash to
Pro, ano naman. Pro mana dependent din naman yung kalaban.
wrong if Dusa hits her timings, gets
Pero manta muna, syempre.
taking Roshan's against you and is just barreling down lanes.
Yeah, she's such a damage soak that a lot of times these Omni Slashes are going to feel
Manta yan, tas Butterfly.
Omni.
Yan na.
Looking at Amar again.
Omni.
Without the
Type,
shaper,
type.
you don't have the damage.
Makunat na daw, pre. 2K na HP.
Yeah, he dies once, he just runs it back
Hindi na
down.
kaya.
Says, go ahead.
Kaya siguro nag-domi din, no? Para pag in-omni. Hindi ka agad. Hindi ka magad mamatay.
Trying to run away, but Crit
Kaya
will
pa.
catch up with a glimpse
Last
here.
mo, sabay
Xnova
drain.
doing what he can.
Lang.
But of course, too many disables, not going to be able to teleport away. A 5th kill for Falcons, but on the other side, a much bigger one. Skeeter.
Ba't di kinas yung ano dun? Ba't di kinas yung Requiem?
Stall him up a little bit,
But
he's already out. Extreme really
Oo nga, di mas maubos.
They're trying to go for the Requiem, but
it's hard to get that angle. Once that SF is already
Kung nag-requiem siya nung pre, mas stun siya nung pre.
difficult to walk in there, get that Requiem, believe you have the DPS to bring him
Matras
down.
siya.
He had full on double Lotus.
yeah, that is pretty tough to get through.
Tanky hero at this point in the
So
game.
why not make the same play as last time?
Kita ka
A little
dyan,
bit of feints up to
tropa.
the top lane and then
Ame.
back through the gate. Sandwich Falcons again on this play. If you want to keep playing aggressive down here, we'll keep picking off the heroes. This time they only get the support.
Hindi pa nila kita. Nakasalubong ni XM. Mabangga siya dyan. Pwesto maganda.
Can they get in front of him anyway? Nah, he's too fast.
And they TP'd XXS down here as
Di
well.
kaya,
He
apat
felt
eh.
like he was backed into a corner, but
Kaya sa ano na, kaya siya na.
time, and this is going to give up a lot of map control. Midway pushing in, top wave
Hindi
pushing
nalulubog
in.
yun, no? Pag gumugulong.
Do solutions.
Yan,
Abby,
ano yun? Spell
fuel
immunity.
to the fire here with some Dark Troll Summoner creeps.
Pero pwede mo, alam ko, pwede na RP yan eh. Basta ma-piercing. Saka grip. Pwede na i-grip yan.
Without the initiator though, this could be awkward.
Oh, it's going to be very awkward.
Matayo na siya.
Antok na pre. They'll get the 100 gold for it, maybe take some neutrals, but it's not the smoke that they wanted, especially with all this damage on this top
Yan,
tower.
si Is.
If you're XG, you also don't want
May ano, pre, yung-
Yan, si Jerome, pre.
Naga rat in the lanes fest where you can't catch anything and you have to
Pero may naga, pre, yung gano'n ko buwisit yan.
miserable to play.
Putang
There's
ina,
already
dinay.
Nice deny from Snake.
Buwisit yan, pre, magnaga. Tulak lahat ng ano. Tulak dalawang lane lagi yan eh. Nahigi.
Daming kamay pre, si Gravel rin.
Auto one off the draft.
Evolved na.
I do feel like Extreme Gaming are going to reach this point soon where they're going to have to pick up the pace once they get this Blink Dagger on XM. I don't know if he could play the same game last
Kung
time.
naumay
where he
kayo
just
sa
runs into
Enchantress,
DKD and then to an
may
Aghanim
naga
Scepter.
yun.
I am very, very leery. The potential of the illusion push from the Naga Siren and the Medusa, that sounds... I don't want to get into that world. I don't want to be chasing around.
Hindi kayo makakapush lagi dahil sa ilo.
If you believe in the Juggernaut Shadow Fiend
Daling
scale,
mag-cut, no?
Shadow Demon can turn it around against them, right? You can be disrupting these illusions around the map, pushing the lanes back in. It's a great support.
Mag-grips
and
pa yan,
farming
kunat
off the
yan.
back of that. But I agree with you. Like, this is a game you want to get something done with
Yan,
your time.
sige,
use,
hataw,
particularly these
XM,
Blink Daggers
hataw
on
ka.
the core heroes.
Wala mo,
Start
ano,
looking aggressive for the team
Kailangan
fights,
mo
looking
buy
for
time.
Maureen, looking for the Magnus, and you can find those two, or at least
Kalat
one of
agad
them at the start of the
pagka
fight.
mirror
It can be
image.
very good for you, and you can bring Ame in there, and he should be
Skill
able to
bear.
Uy, nice echo, sir. Yun lang, ang tagal ng fissure.
Gago, nakatulog, pre.
Gustong pre, TP out. Bad trip, sayang echo.
They will simply teleport out. It was a great reaction there from
Hindi talaga pwede bigay yan.
That is the problem with the Naga Siren.
can always bail you out of a rough situation. You have BKBs later on, you can
Ganda ng
power
word.
through that, but for right now, it'll get Amar home.
Pilitin niya magmamanta pa
Super
rin
quick
siya.
jump from XXS. They were absolutely
Manta
ready for
pre
that
para sa
play.
stats.
Still, Amar gets out. Like, this
Pero
tank is
magbibigay
built for
din
the
yan
match.
mamaya. Pag
Proven problematic.
Maganda ata
He'll
yung
throw
set,
some disruption spells behind him.
static
Sustain
Hindi.
later on.
Full duration pa rin yung static storm nun eh.
Quick static storm, X Nova.
BKB lang talaga.
And they're just running a pack. Quick Pugna kill, run the same heroes
Uli,
in the mid lane,
RP.
grab the shaker this time.
Pull him back in with the RP.
Ong, binangga.
Sure that if Extreme were to respond,
Sayang, wala siya echo. Patay na yan. Uy, sayang requems. Binalik. Uy, di pinasa. Ikot? Ikot? Sir? Sir?
Ano yung umigot?
Sir?
Pag-dispel?
Wala na, babalik siya ni crit niyan.
Ame's kill attempt falls short. One hit. He didn't want to spin for it. As you might sacrifice your ability to get back out.
Gagi, kaya siya scare back, pre. Eh, dyan siya iikot.
Unfortunately for him,
Hindi
Crit
mo
was
po,
ready.
hindi na
He hits him with
mapapatay
the
yan,
glimpse.
ikot niyan.
So after the Requiem, there wasn't any follow-up raises, which
Ito
Ame
item.
certainly needed with Malrine so close to death.
Essence ring.
That's the kind of team fight we
Gagi.
expected from XG at this point.
Dagger in Requiem yung SM, pre. Tapos balik lang.
All three cores are punching together at some point in that sequence. Unfortunately, you lose your Shaker at the start. Your SF goes in, he gets glimpsed out. You go in with the Omni, he needs a little bit more follow-up damage. This lineup has
Wala
to
na
really
naman
be
silang
able to shoot those
pakikay-skater
kills.
eh.
Right now, Falcon's just splitting them up.
Falcon's doing a better job of playing the group up game. And that is
Mas
largely
maganda yan
because
sa
they do
hero
have
niya
this
ngayon.
split push in the first place.
Kasi
Right? They
na
do have the
ano,
Helmadon pushing
free
out these
farm
side
ka lang.
lanes. They do have the Manta Illusions running down lanes. They can play grouped up because the side lanes are already pushed in.
There's a lot of lane shove in this lineup. Naga Siren, Medusa, Penguin just go
Free
shove
20
with the
minutes pre,
swashbuckler,
butterfly na
overpower,
yung
you have
Medusa.
the Dom. It's going to be a lot of map pressure for this lineup to deal with. And if your Jug is afraid to show on lanes and get it back out because there is BKB piercing spells in this game, then you're really going to struggle. It's going to fall to Shaker to show a lot more, and he's your playmaker you want off the map, and it's really going to fall on Jin Hyu to deal with the lane pressure by returning the illusions into Falcons. For the glimpse, force the spin. I don't think Amar's in range here to try and turn it around, so no damage, no foul after that pause.
Yeah, the spin on cooldown as well as the Omni slash. Malrine feels very confident he can take this mid-tier 1 tower. The first significant blow of the game goes the way of Falcons. They now have a 3,000 net worth lead.
And they are racing towards this Medusa butterfly. That's the scary part here for Extreme Gaming. This timing for Skeeter is going to be really strong. Their heroes do not deal with it well unless you can just isolate this Naga. And you can't do that until you have BKBs because Song can always bail him out, and then Falcons will reset with Static Storm, Stone Gaze.
The game of initiations is going to be so crazy to watch because Extreme Gaming, they already had the Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker. We saw the effectiveness of that when Amar tries to make his jump. But then you're also going to have a Blink Dagger very soon on Shin Q, and that's going to be a big pickup.
Oh, look at them eyeing Amar down
Ayun
here.
na, nasa
Blink into
lubong mo.
XM.
Sakto.
He brought XM with
Requiem
him,
mo?
he tries to skewer away. One
Hello?
raise, where's the stuns? They've
Wala
got
Requiem.
none. They only have damage, and it's not quick
Wala.
enough.
He blinked into that skewer.
Hold on,
Like,
hold on.
take me with you. I'll try and bring you down. Sick attempt to find the Magnus, but
Wala
again,
pala
the
sila
tankiness
direct
of this
stun,
build
no?
pays off. Amar's able to play very aggressively and get out. This is
20
clean up
minutes.
Tormentor.
Yeah,
Hindi.
Falcons, they see
Yo,
all these heroes
let's
from
see
Extreme on the other side
direct
of the
stun
map. They
pa
know
rin.
this
Wala silang
tormentor.
targeted stun.
It's all
Puro ano
theirs.
lang.
And so the shard, that'll go to Snake King. It's
Oh, that's
a
a nice
really
one.
nice
Tapos
upgrade.
pag wala si ES, lubog
He's
lang
so
yung
rich
ano
now.
nila.
He's only going to
Hold.
get wealthier.
Song of the Siren giving max HP regen per second, so when he gets the save off. But then there's something even more special. Max mana regen as well. That's even more effective with this
Ah, pero
Medusa.
meron yan. Meron yan
It's
pag
great for all
nagsasong.
their cores. Beautiful shard to get this early in the game too. Means you could just
May,
finish
oh,
up that
may-
Solar Crest
may
going
mana
down their
regen.
utility. They already have a drum on crit.
Pati health,
Early
hindi alam ko may health
utility
regen
all
yun kahit
line
wala ka
for
shard eh.
Butterfly
May health
done for
regen. Mas
Skeeter.
malaki lang
Slide
kung
up
may
to
shard.
PowerPoint.
Once
Laban,
again,
laban,
XXS
laban, laban,
speeding
laban.
out
Kasyan,
X-Nova, who's
kasyan.
gonna try and play for the Wisdom Shrine.
Yan, maganda mag ano, maganda gawin, Omni na.
Flashes like that.
Nilabas. May static storm, libre tayo. Right.
They do not get control of the Wisdom Shrine. That goes to Extreme.
Lambot pa niya.
Extreme not able to chase and punish.
Malaki talaga damage ng Fury. Kaya ubusin mana.
Without losing anything in return.
Honestly, this Omni Slash has been doing a lot of damage to these Falcons heroes. You get BKBs on these other cores, you commit it.
Same build sila niya. Bata, after Fury, Bata
Requiem on
Pagan.
top, Omni Slash on top of all that. Some of these heroes are going to explode. Even if the song is over top, the burst damage is insane. This is what XG are gearing up for right now. They will have to hit their stride in the next 10 minutes here before this Dusa becomes impenetrable. And that is Snaking's job. Slow this game down. Buy time for the Medusa to get to this Scotty where she becomes an absolute beast in this game.
Yeah,
look towards that Roshan.
With the butterfly advantage, it feels tough. The Scotty,
That'll
that'll be something different for Ame to have to contend with. He's trying to work on a butterfly of his own. There's that blink dagger for Shin Q. Good pickup. And double BKBs will be coming from XM and XXS.
I do not envy Jinkyu's position in this game, though. To decide between an offensive disruption and a defensive one, which one do you need more? It's very tempting to go for that offensive disruption on the Dusa and turn those illusions against Falcons. At the same time, you use it offensively and you don't have it to bail out one of your
Ganun lang ulit pa highlights niya sa
Naka-dagger
na siya eh.
You're gonna really regret
Dagger na ata Zinke.
And maybe that's where X-Nova is going to have to step up because he also has a save available. Maybe it's not as effective as depending on what sort of damage is being thrown around, but I mean, Falcons
Mabilis na
is a lot of
maubos yung
physical
mana.
damage, to be honest. Anytime you have a Pango, that's just going to be core that's all physical damage, so.
I mean, Pugna's always annoying on that backline. It's just the displacement from the Magnus can be his problem. You pull this hero away from XG's formation. Very hard for Pugna to turn that sort of fight around.
And once again, Falcons having the advantage. Push the
Tulak
tempo
pa
of
rin
the
wave
game.
kahit
They're going to take this Roshan. And Extreme not really in position to contest. They're going to play for farm, play for that double BKB timing that we're talking about.
Believe in Ame, believe in the Juggernaut. That's all you can really do right now because Seer is untouchable with this.
Walang creeps yung Radiant na umaabot tower. Masayang tower. Laging push out.
You'd have to land a massive synchronization of these ultimates to bring these heroes down and win the fight overall.
Dalawang lane kayang i-dip niya. Snaking. Tapos yung Domini Amar dun sa isa.
Way off in the back. Trying come in with those song saves, but the BKBs can't allow them. If Extreme get that advantage, just push through the song, get these kills
Tapos
anyway.
farm lang sa jungle siya, no?
Such a terrifying hero to play
against.
Even if you get the perfect team fight,
Ganda ng ano nila.
Put
Kompleto.
you all to sleep and reset the entire situation. See how much Skeeter can get done with this Aegis. He's got a long time on the clock.
Isang bagsakan per chase.
Scotty, probably enough time to take down 2 tier 2s if you
really
want to force
siya
that
ng ward
mid-ward. I doubt these are towers
Patayo
actually
siya sa
wants
ward
to fight. The positioning is just not that easy. There's going to be Naga illusions in your face. And it's all about the Juggernaut's timing. He wants his butterfly before he has to be pulled into a fight for his life here. You need the damage upgrades on this hero.
GG rin talaga.
Very efficient from Falcons. They take that bottom lane. The Helmet Dom creep was pushing in mid, so they didn't even risk any heroes. Falcons staying grouped up together. Now the
Hindi pa naman pre, pag nasira isang rocks, di pa kaya GG ko. May ES pa naman eh. Ay, laro nila. Puro ano to? Yung series na to, puro stop. Puro one-sided. Hindi abot. Pero mag-aabang sila ng jungle. Saan lang kulang niya? Butterfly na.
If you RP skewer him into static storm, that's it for him. He's gone.
Kind of poke
Eh, pal yung ano,
with the Aegis. It's a Medusa. It'll take forever to kill her the once. There's no way that Extreme are going to go on this, and Falcons know it.
At the same time, they're smoking out.
Mas kupal pa yun kaysa sa ano, sa Enchantress niya.
While this Aegis is online.
There is a lot of information from
Kita
Falcons
si ano,
with these deep
kita
lane
si
wards.
XM.
natin yun, di ba, Brian? Naga support.
Nasty ops in this jungle, not being killed right now.
Mahirap kalaban yung pre. Hindi mo talaga gusto yung kalaban yung magaling mo.
It's made a little bit easier.
Falcons instantly running back to this part of the map.
Oh yeah, they've got so much vision here. Double
Ganda
wards in
ng
the jungle
vision.
area.
Ganda ng vision sa kanila.
The disruption goes out. And on the return, X-Nova.
Hindi nila mahanap yung obs.
Fine. Amar, he thought about stretching out for that skewer attempt, but
nasa baba yung obs eh.
Vision here now. You either fight it or you vacate the area.
Tapos na yung Scotty pre.
Early in this game, I mean the net worths don't look too bad, but they're losing a lot.
Kakatapos lang ng butterfly ni Amit. Tapos na yung Scotty nito.
Little harass the Skeeter here.
Yeah, with the illusions combined with a couple of stuns,
Malaki mapa niya,
Dusa
pre.
does take a lot of damage, but
that's a lot of damage actually. Yeah, those
Aegis
things
pa naman. Healing siya.
Downside of the butterfly, right? Goes both ways. There's the Scotty, however.
Pipili siya pre, lulubog yung Medusa.
side of the Scotty as well.
Ang tagal ng Requiem. Tagal ng Requiem, na-stun siya.
Still, the RP has to be used defensively alongside the song. They just gotta run. Echo Slam got used, but XM does not get off the Requiem.
How did he not get that off? You have to be instant.
Oo, na-RP niya si SF para di...
One jump is never going to be enough in this game. It has to be 2, maybe 3.
Yan in-echo niya eh. Echo setup eh.
A big
Magnus. Problema, hindi nakapag-requiem.
Does get to the butterfly on Ame. You can still look for something with this Omni Slash.
May Disruptor, names back siya.
You never got rid of it.
Your own vision is going to be in danger. Because the early gem pickup from Falcons.
Kita sila dyan.
Going to push into this side of the map again. Once
Setup.
again, looking
Bawal
for
mag-dagger.
a
Glimpse
They know
back.
XM doesn't have his BKB. He just has to
Prenikas yung ano.
But
Uli
the
ka.
Magnus can chase after his snake. He got him at the ensnare.
Uy, uli tatlo. Uli tatlo.
Fisher hits on 4. If only there was some damage behind it. But Ame, he wasn't there yet.
Si Amer.
Wrapping through these trees areas.
Patay na si
He's just
Azekio.
not going to be able to get there to punish anything. It's going to
Well
be
ka.
instead Shin
Tanggal
Q
vision
to die.
pa.
Both supports fall, and they
Tapos
take
Jug.
that high
Farm
ground
pa.
away from Extreme.
What you wouldn't have done to have Echo Slam available
Overmin niya
on
yung-
that 4-man clump. Of course, Falcon's going in there knowing it's on
na yung
cooldown.
pre.
I mean, even just an
Cold
Omni
blooded.
Slash probably would
Nag-shred
have
na
won
yung
them the fight.
Medusa.
But Ame, understandably, he has to work towards his MKB. As soon as he
Nag-shred
gets
na siya
that
para kay
MKB,
Sinkyu.
he can
Para
take
pag
that
nilubog siya ni
man fight against
Sinkyu.
the Medusa perhaps, but until then, it's so difficult.
Kita na si XM. May vision sila sa jungle.
Another ward, another deep ward that spots him on his way up here, and now Skeeter's on the other side.
Nakabul pre.
He's gonna go for the TP away, and Skeeter, he does. No, wait, the glimpse back. He gets a BKB.
That is
Buti din nag-glimpse. Buti din nag-glimpse yun pre.
Hindi ko na.
Maabot.
Wearing through this Aegis. It is now expired for Skeeter. Playing field is even once again as some Blink Daggers coming out for a lot of these heroes. And the more important one, Ame, opting for Blink Dagger before he heads into that
Dikit pa naman sila ni
He saw that
Medusa.
opportunity from that Fisher and was just
100%.
like, oh, if I had a Blink Dagger there, what a world of difference it could have been. Another opportunity like that shows up, I will be prepared.
It makes sense with the
Kita
side
ka
of
boy.
you have to jump together. Ame needs to be able to get in there when the opportunity
Ako, di
presents itself. You
yan
may never get
pupunta.
another one. And you have to get in there quick
Wala
because
sa
that song is
pupunta.
going to come out and reset the fight no matter what
Sayang
opening
oras
XXS
tol.
finds.
Ang dami mong pinag-isipan.
Just
Mas
a matter of
magigit na
10
yung
you find
kalab.
that window. MKB also being built up from Skeeter. Just a
Kita na rin
trigger
yung
match.
dagger.
Pre,
These two
nag-farm
carries
siya.
as the Jug
May
attempts to
kalaban
close the
dun.
gap.
Didewide ni
Ame's
X-Nova
been
para sa
sitting
kanya.
on a ward for a while. Now X-Nova realizes,
Alam na nagigit.
Kita ka
He started
dyan,
going through
tol.
the gate. Falcons thought better of it, though.
Nakita niya umiikot yung ano.
Falcons' words have been on point though. Another obs down
Alam
here.
ko saan sila.
He keeps getting
Alam
closer and closer to the
alam ko
gate.
saan nagtatag. Ay, mablay yung bot.
Falcons, they just pulled the
Di ba
trigger.
play yung
Like,
ano?
okay, we can catch him, but no. Hides away in the trees.
Din-
Skeeter, who went first, did not get him with the Gorgon's grasp.
Space created right there.
Oh, absolutely. Any bit of space for
Pinag-react.
Extreme is worth its weight in gold right now.
Space talaga yun pre. Pero
As
tapos si
Adam
Ags.
Scepter is
Ni
almost done
XM.
for XM alongside that level 20.
May Ags na siya. Next na yan.
Power
Refresher
spike
na.
to have.
So much
Pressure.
execution necessary here for
Pressure
Skeeter to fight
next.
though.
Standard
And
lang.
they're going to need every bit of that.
Pero to may
because
dagger na.
it feels like they're going to have to contest Roshan.
Dagger sa mukha mo
This is
niyan.
a scary Aegis to go away. Your high ground defense is not great other than disruption. You're likely getting skewered off it. 2 lives on Skeeter. That's just too much mana, too much HP to get through. Especially with
May
Warden
games na si Amar. Patay ka. 78%
Probability has
chance.
swung
Ano na?
considerably here.
Oh, man.
Laki ng jump.
XG, they have their work cut out for them. There are pathways to victory in these fights.
Wala. May Ags na si Amar.
It is
Hirap na
very thin
labanan.
margin.
Yes, this is not quite like Game 4. It felt pretty much undefendable for Extreme Gaming. This situation, you can definitely see they have the scale, they have ways to be able to make big team fight plays, but it is without a doubt
Grabe
Falcons'
illusion yun,
advantage.
no?
And it probably will be for some time.
So much can go wrong, right? Like
Oh,
you
yeah,
go in with that
no.
Omni, it
Tatlong
bounces to a
direction
random
agad eh.
Naga illusion and dies.
Dalawang wave.
There goes
Dalawang
the
wave isang vision.
You get songed on the jump in because someone doesn't PKE, that team fight can be over. You get stuck in the stone gaze while you're trying to Requiem, XM can just be a sitting duck. All these little interactions can just absolutely ruin what you're trying to do right here with the burst jump. And Falcons know it. They're going to send illusions out. They're going to play for the vision. They're not going to try and give you
Nasir
an
kasi
easy
pre, sweep
opening.
eh. Oh.
sees a jump, he will take it.
Wag lang tayo mag-timestamp, pre. Ang dami tayong... Ayun eh.
Another charge for them.
MKB na yun,
Roshan's gonna be spawn point's gonna be soon. Somewhere in this next 3
Oo.
minutes.
Pero maraming views yun, ha?
Get the map control while you can.
Uy, kaya Omar pa nga. Skewer range.
Rewarded. Extra skewer range, really nice here with this horn toss buildup.
Yeah, you move these heroes far enough away, it may not matter what kind of team fight Extreme Gaming is able to put together.
Si ES pre, lowest net worth. Or...
Yes, bro, hindi ko
To me, it's
napapansin.
on Ame.
Inabol na ng Naga, pre.
Can he land a good Omni
Inabol na ni
Slash? Can he
Naga.
output the DPS? He gets here.
Pero
he
si
has a
ano pre,
chance to
si
bring this
Malrin
Medusa
din,
down.
ha?
He has a decent
Tayo
shot to bring the Pangolier
net worth
down
niya,
even
dikit
though
lang
Rolling
kay
Thunder.
ES.
Malrin's very susceptible to just getting burst down by this Juggernaut.
Eh kaso mas may silbi yung pangukuhan niya, pre.
No Ghost Scepter online yet. Buys it out, flying it now. That's going to be a huge
Ano,
pickup. for him.
depende sa
We've
item.
seen part of the problem with this matchup for Pango in this tournament.
Ano, wala pa siyang kaya
Rolling
Sanche,
Thunder saying
nag-BKB.
There's really not much he can do if he gets Omni Slash. He just has to steer his way into neutrals or his own
Eh si ano pre, si
and hope
Pango
the
may
Omni
ags
Slash
na.
bounces off of him. But if he is isolated,
Inauna niya pre,
it's just
nagkaya
a
lang. Tapos,
Falcons are building up the cheap answers right now. Double Ghost Scepter across their 2 cores as
Naku,
the MKB
naku,
arrives.
makikita
Bang,
si...
Pango.
Goes fishing, finds a horn
Nice
toss,
to bomb.
disruption, but only halfway through.
Kaso,
And Malrin's gonna ensure the kill.
uy,
He's trying to with
naka-silence.
Rolling Thunder. X-Gnome protects himself. There's an Omni Slash.
Pangit.
He makes it into his team. Malrin is still alive. No, he goes down. And shit
Wala si Malvin pre, takbuhan na.
Is this the opening?
Uy!
XG, can you find more right
Tapos
here?
yung ano.
Lubog agad.
was just a little bit off the mark. Now he's teleporting away.
Uy, yan na, abutan. Ay, hindi na.
He was halfway through that animation.
Shinkyu, you were
Umikot siya.
on the precipice of finding the biggest opening in this game yet, and he was mid-animation. You cannot get any closer than
Si
that.
XM nung nag-reclaim si XM.
Could have been an opportunity for Extreme to take the Roshan, but instead, Falcons will have their heroes up to
May
contest.
palag pa rin.
Very clutch disruption.
Ay, yan pre, tsaka wala pa si ano dun, ha?
That Omni was dicing up the
Nag-farm lang, ang farm
Pangolier
pa rin,
to
no?
get the Ghost
Dikit na
Scepter
sila
off.
network ni Duza.
Base niya na
Tried to build
did
it up,
ano.
but he ended up dying anyway. They do get a
Nababisit
gem
yung
out of that
skewer
fight.
ni
Big
Amar
game
eh.
for Extreme Gaming in terms of that vision advantage. And a misstep there for Falcons. They were thinking they were
Para
gonna
rin
go
sa
for the
replay.
Yeah, with Blink Aether Lens on this shadow.
Kalaban na hindi, ano, lulubog ko.
Kwento ka na lang nun, pre.
Even without the Pangolier, they know some of the ults are on
Tayo na lang
cooldown.
respawn.
In Extreme Gaming, they are very dependent on some of these ults, particularly that.
Pero alam rin, nagtuturo. Nagtuturo ka na lang.
Another 45 seconds for that Omni
Guys, support
Slash
pre,
and
no,
Roshan.
sinasave talaga eh.
They're gonna leave a Medusa illusion inside the pit. We'll see it as soon as it spawns.
I cannot believe they're pushing up like this without Ame.
Ba, no,
Damage to
30
take down the
minutes.
front line without him.
Pag tayo yun, pre. Uy, pre, Medusa doon sa kabila. Kayo na lang pumunta.
Echo, puta,
What
Echo's
about
lang.
Ame? He's trying to make his
Ay, pag si Malrin. Kita si Malrin. Tunggal. I-requiem yung mukha. I-requiem, kaso si Zinkyu. Zinkyu, lubog. Wala siya lubog. Static pa yung mukha niya.
Okay na pre, dalawang support nagsasalita.
This fight is open right now.
It is. Ame wasn't even a part of that
Static.
one, and now he's got his Omni Slash. Extreme Gaming. There's
Wala,
an
farm
opening
muna.
here.
Tapos naman na MKB, pre. Tapos na MK.
Can they force the fight? Can they take the Roshan, or are they just gonna sit back and play for more time?
Such a clutch find from X.
Hindi, di sila di sila nagdi-diffuse sa...
That ward did so
Ganda
much
ng
work
ward
in
dun, pre.
just instant jump. Could see the difference now here in that fight earlier. You get the stun on the
Kampante
Mango,
sila
that's
sa
it,
ano
you
pre,
better
sa
get
raw
something
damage.
in there.
Kaya
You have
ubusin
about
mana.
2 seconds to make your play
Di
or it's gone.
na need mag-diffuse.
Skater is still playing inside this pit. Another roar goes out. Extreme Gaming well aware of what's happening here. Stalling and stalling.
Naga pre, bumabasag sa mid.
He's doing ancient right now.
Yeah, he's almost to a swift.
Ganun din ginawa sa ano pre, sa Medusa.
You're not gonna do Roche.
Walang diffuse, walang diffuser, pero kaya ubusin.
Roshan now swapping over to the other side of the map.
Bulat.
Just another minute of farm time for Ame.
Yan na.
He made the most of it.
Naghanap-
Omni slash
naghanap
back
na.
up, almost level 25.
Si Zinkyu, baka makita.
Yes.
May
XG
ano
will
naman siya,
not give
yung
up this
sama.
Aegis for free.
Sino?
Tough angle to contest.
Si Amar. Neutral.
Fire ward scouting
Nakahanap
the entry
ng
to the
ano.
triangle, but does not see
Ayun
the
na.
deeper in.
There's so much
Uy!
more. They
Saan
play
nag-blink?
backwards on XXS.
Or creep scouting.
Deal with the Watcher.
Lagi, ba't
Roshan's already dead.
blink siya sa
May
Ancient?
dyan.
Now
Alis
the
na kayo.
offensive looking for the glimpse pick off. Found it on X.
Ba't nag-blink siya sa Ancient?
Back inside the Static Storm. These
Ako,
supports are
nilubog.
worth the ultimates.
Nilubog
The
niya.
Says are 2-0 for Falcons. They let the Medusa lead the charge. They don't have to risk anything else. The Swift Blink, it's done for Ame, and he's pushing to level 25 soon.
Sino may Ags Medusa?
Can this Juggernaut, can Ame carry this
Ako
for
may Didi
Extreme?
pa.
They have put everything in this Juggernaut basket.
May Ags yung Medusa. Naka-backpack lang. Ilalagay sa ano.
History of this game.
Siya magdi-disperser, pre.
Lang pre, the spell you have to rely on. The tension in that booth must be at an all-time high.
It doesn't matter how good you are with the spells. Sometimes
it just doesn't go your way.
It just doesn't go your way.
Kailangan si ESD mo. Ano? Kailangan si ESD.
You leave it up to fate. Can you find that opening? Refresher arrives for XM. You'll have double Requiem to play with.
May refresher na, pre.
Time in the fight, a lot more control too if you can land the double fears on some of these core heroes before the Stone Gaze comes out. Maybe make a zone of control so this Magnus can't get in there.
Walang ano, pre. Walang Ags yung Disruptor. Pwede pa.
Mar just finds the jump with the horn toss skewer, but Jinkyu, he's been ready for those plays.
Crowd gig na talaga, pre. Pag natalo pa dito.
It is also something Falcons.
Ikaw, 8-3-2-2 talaga.
I know the Shadow Demon's gonna show. Someone else get that Shadow Demon.
Back to cosplay ka.
It can be a two-sided play.
Knowing how important this Omni Slash is.
Genshin ka muna.
Right there. Everybody knows it. Lotus Orb. Look at Crit's gold. You make the call. What would you do? Would you get the Static Storm or would you go for Lotus Orb? They have Song into Static Storm, Ag Static Storm. It feels like a guaranteed team fight win, but at the same time, Lotus Orb
tapos na ata yung Ags ni Crit. GG ka.
Would go Ag.
Mute na yan.
With the Naga. But Crit, he always plays for the team. He always makes the right play.
Binili na yung tatlong component pa sa base eh. Doon na yung courier sa ano. Doon na yung courier.
He's already bought 3 of the components.
Secret shop.
500 more gold until he's got an Axe. Somebody funnel him some gold.
Eh, pre. 500 na lang. Ayun na, hatak. Tumble ka agad, sir.
Pangina, kawawa naman sa X-Nova. Kanina ba?
There is still this annoying Shadow Demon with the disruptions, but it's on cooldown for a bit. Speedo will take that chance to hit a tier 3 and take down the tier 3 in quick succession.
Sinunggit na, dinaanan pa ng plancha, no?
Flying out for Crit.
Uy, ine-echo! Ine-echo yung Requiem! Namusog si ano, pre. Umusog si Miski. Ulti na. Nag-ulti na. May refresh pa. Kaya pa, may refresh pa. Ayan na, ayan na. Lumubog. Lumubog. Hindi kaya ni Ami. Lagi na bangga si Ami.
Lang, pre.
Bangga yung mga, pre. Hindi nag-omni.
Naka-refresh lang, pre.
Tsaka ano, hindi nag-omni ah. Nahiya siya yung omni sa Aegis.
No buyback available for this Juggernaut right now. He is 600 short.
Rox.
The team gave them an opening. They got the pick
Rox yan, pre. Rox yan.
He got too greedy with it.
And now the team has to hold
Hindi
for
pa
it.
natanggal Aegis.
Can they weather through?
Ba't tinipid niya yung omni? Dati yung omni na.
They're trying to chip away at it. See if they can take it for free.
It's like you have to wait for the Juggernaut here. I mean, you go in and
hindi, before pa yun.
Ay lang malo siya eh.
Oo. May pa ano, para yung Requiem after ano, after Aegis.
Theory, pre. Wala namang Magnus eh. Pwede niya hindi niya kailangan ng dispel.
And there are no tier 2s left.
Takot siguro sa buyback.
They can keep this going. 40 more
Wala na,
seconds
mag-respond
till
na si ano, si Amar.
Dalawa
yan,
pre. Yan yung Magnus.
Diyan pa yung mag, asungkitin.
You might not get another chance like that.
Kukunin na naman si X-Nova.
Static Storm online, RP available. All the
alay, pre. Yan yung alay, oh.
Falcons in 2 seconds. And you still
have
Aegis for 30.
Ubus mana niya, no? Wala na.
Ayan, pre.
Kaya niya patayin agad yung ano, pre. Kaya niya patayin agad.
Amar, a horn toss.
Si ano mo kuha? Si
X-Nova, pre. Putang ina.
Yeah, eh.
Saka na lang.
Tanggal ka.
There's nothing Extreme can do about this. It's just time
Pwede
and
na,
time
pre.
again. Horn
Palitan
toss
lang sila
now.
next, no, pre.
And they have to play 4 versus 5. Ame's finally back up. The tier 3 is almost dead though.
10 seconds, go nyo na yan.
Pressure
Ano
for
pa
10 seconds till the Aegis.
Hindi na pabakin. Wala na, pinag-back nila. Puno na naman mana na.
And a smoke up from Extreme.
Susungkit. Magdedep. Sino magdedep? Susungkitin.
Aegis expires, but they'll make no mistakes here.
Magdedep.
It's time, Avery. Snaking
Okay
out
na eh,
Song of the Siren
nakapitas
back
na eh.
up. He's got a blink dagger.
I mean, this could just be it.
No,
You find a great clump here. You
hoy.
drop that static storm. This game is
Si
just
baka si
over.
Jinky
This
pa
could be
ata
the killing
mahuli
blow.
ah.
Extreme Gaming, you have to play with speed here. They have to make the initiation. They have to be so fast that they
Kailangan si
beat
Zinke,
out
boy.
Snake King's song.
They used their last smoke as well. It's about to expire. The vision is not on your
Huwag kahit
side. The
ilo, no?
buybacks are
Nilulubog.
not on your side.
Saglit na lang kay Skitter yung sarili niyang ilo,
Creeps
pre.
are pushing in, the
Kaya na niyang
illusions
patay.
are pushing in, the Naga Siren, the Medusa, it's all over the place.
Dami na aura list na, ano,
Falcons will give
Snake.
them a moment of reprieve.
Kapag-pipe na.
2 minutes until another Roshan.
Discipline na.
They've got
Disperser
such
kasi,
an advantage.
ano,
There's no
Skitter.
need to rush things with this high ground pushes. They are dangerous.
Hindi na niya kailangan ng
Naga
boots.
illusions
Naka ano
do
na.
the work.
Mas
Let
may
your
ano
high
siya.
ground wards do the work. You have
Disperser.
so much vision control right now.
Wala,
Why
hindi na pa siya
take a bad
24 ah.
fight when you can take a great one?
Nagtain na si Ami.
Skeeter is
Ang
capped,
crown
man.
king
He is
talaga, pre.
six-slotted. He can hit an
Yan yung
axe.
pagtataing di kaya ng diatoms,
Yeah, they
pre.
already have all their shards. There's
nothing.
nobody to get it from this Tormentor.
Nothing left to get here.
Ganap ng tayo,
You
pre.
have almost every advantage you could ask for Falcons. They have Ags on almost every
Ito
single
tayo,
hero. They have a
Toms
shard
yan.
on every single hero.
Parang tayo lang
Extreme
yun, pre.
Gaming.
Sa Clash.
BKB talaga, pre.
They've got
BKB
a
kasi
couple
talaga.
ultimates. We got the refresher.
Miracle nga, pre.
One
Nag-BKB.
XM.
Eh.
We've got the level 25.
Ang
on
sabi
the
ko, Static
Juggernaut.
Storm
Ops
tsaka
with
Pangoroad, pre.
lifesteal.
Wala ka.
He needs BKB though. He
Ah,
cannot
piniling
enter
na.
the fight unless he's just instant omni into spin versus
Tumuhin ka lang nag-BKB.
versus
Kanina.
RPs versus the Rolling Thunder into the Medusa.
Boy,
damage
sama
like
siya
we saw
dun, pre.
earlier.
Makapag-healing
He
word
buys
pa siya.
out. I think this is the correct call, but no buyback available for Ame. It will not be available in this next fight.
No room for mistakes here.
Hindi.
It might not even be
Hindi,
a
pag
mistake.
nauna ka sa
Just
static,
songs into the base.
walang effect
They're
sa'yo.
able to just static storm. Like, what is he gonna do? He's
Pre,
just dead.
paunahan.
You get
Hindi,
disrupted.
hindi ka mamamute, pre, pag nakabig.
That is it.
Extreme
Oo,
Gaming are
ang hirap
gonna
unahan
have to
kasi
be
yan,
so
pre. Hindi mo
disciplined
alam na.
on their spacing.
Pag ano, pagpasok niya, kailangan nakabigay
own
niya.
base.
Kaso,
All the way back behind
kahit
tier
ka lang pag
4s.
gano'n, nauna ka
They just don't know where
nag-BKB.
the jump is coming. They have no vision
Full
right now.
commit siya dyan.
Falcons
Kailangan
are
si
probably
Skitter
waiting for that
maka-miss
Roche.
lang.
But
Solo.
you don't know that if you're XG right now.
Pero syempre,
Medusa.
refresher na si Snaking, pre. Sobrang taba.
Ang na 6%, pre.
Non-stop 6%.
Miracle talaga yan.
Miracle na
Extreme
kailangan
are
talaga.
backed into a corner.
Pre, mataba na yung Naga.
Crown
Will
king
they
talaga,
contest
pre.
for the Roshan? Can
Pre,
they contest
naka-pressure
for
na
the
yung
Roshan?
Naga.
Is Falcons even give them that opportunity? Or they
so
just
Mas
make
marami pa
Roshan
item
roar
kaysa sa
and then
ano.
smoke into you?
Yeah, there's no way they just sit in the pit. I mean, maybe you sit Skeeter in there, but it's
Parang
not going to be a
pre,
clump
nasobra
that
na
you
rin.
take advantage of. There's always
Si
going to be
Amar.
Naga illusions on you.
Kakaroon na si Amar Habibi.
Pang 3K MMR, pre. 2TI winner.
Big questions for these cores.
Oh, yun na.
Do you buy out in these
May
situations?
pag-asa
How
pa, pre.
valuable is your buyback versus something like a refresher on that shaker? 6K gold on XXS.
Commitment, pre, no? Grabe ko.
It's do or die.
Is
The
it time
refresher
for
might win you
matutulog
that
eh.
fight. It could win you
Kailangan
the
ba
game.
natin ano?
Buyback could also win you a base fight. Might not even be able to get to the shop. That's another concern here.
These souls cast
Di
speed.
ata sa
So we're
ganun
gonna have
yun,
some
pre.
instant requiems going out. He's got 2 of them.
Oo, pre, kailangan talaga
You
yun.
are right on top of a hero.
Pero meron din kasi iba, pre. Maraming
Oh,
Hindi
yeah.
naman.
Double
Yung
Salt,
bro,
Ag Static Storm, Stone Gaze, RP, Rolling Thunder. Any of these spells can mess you up.
may iba nga 10 pa account eh.
XXS buys out that refresher.
He's
He's
all
playing for the all-in.
Pero pressure
That
na.
buyback
Tapos
available if
walang
he gets
buyback.
500 more gold or so here, but that is not an easy task with how little map they have to work with.
Oh, yeah.
Pero pressure din yung Naga, pre.
Grabe din yung
They're
pre,
getting
no?
the crumbs
Tayo
that are falling
naumay.
off of
Pag
Falcons'
sobrang
tables
dami
right
ng
now.
laro eh.
Falcons know it. They're going to play it safe. They're going to play it disciplined. They're going to play for Roshan. Put an Aegis on this Medusa.
Ano talaga, pre,
There's a decent chance he just
depende
becomes
talaga sa tao eh.
untouchable. They're
May
getting more
build.
Kahit sa passing nga, pre. Hindi
Hindi
kaya sunod-sunod
available
eh.
for this Magnus. They can build into some more Lotus Orbs.
Kailangan ng ano, show my break.
E-Blade, a Ghost Scepter. That's about it.
Ano,
Surprisingly, no load. They could have just gone for that.
Hindi na, ano normal yun, pre.
Throwing those
Hindi
Lotus
yun,
Orbs on him.
oo.
Played for the bigger kill. This big team fight combo.
Sasalita na.
Back up. Go for the
Yun din pre, yun din yung reason kaya hindi na,
Grabe, empathy.
hindi na, sinotel, pre. Kaya di na bumalik si Notel.
Grabe yung pre, tas nag-ano pa sila, no? Tra-travel pa. Pagod talaga yun.
Kain,
Ano
tapos,
naman pre, nahuli na naman si X-Nova.
uy, kinumit.
Tangina pre, kawawa naman yan.
Kailangan ata talaga nila patayin yan, pre. Kasi ano yan, boses sa mga dagger nila.
These illusions are scouting things out. Falcons leaving nothing to chance here.
Ang bilis na patay din. Ang bilis na patay, pre. Amar will do it na talaga.
Amar the winner na, pre.
Pre. Amar, tingnan natin. Wala. Ethereal. Ano siya, pre? Pre, nagpa-flashback na sa mata ni Ami yung ano. Magnus. Flashback yung Magnus. Uy, hindi ko. Tasarap ko yun. Kaso tulog si Ami. Tuloy na stand pa.
Ay, naging bato pa, pre.
Wala. Kaya ko, Ami. Pre, nag-choke ka. Nag-choke ang king.
Pre, the out-crown king. Ganda nung galaw nung dalawa eh.
Buyback si Amar. Buyback si Amar. Hindi pa nabasag yung ano. Hindi pa basag. Hindi, sweet flash lang. Sweet flash. Ay, di. Omni ata. Wala
pre,
rin.
Omni yun.
Omni. Ay, di mo. Walang ags. Wala pala.
Ags, pre.
Okay, outward stuff lang, pre. Countered na siya. Bobo.
Sync yung dalawa, pre. Hindi sumabay sa amin.
Tulog, pre. May BKB ko. Sabi siyempre, binubuhat nun talaga si Ami. Hindi naman talaga malakas mag-carry.
Nag-BKB nga, pre. Kaso naging bato.
Hindi niya pinindot, pre. Hindi niya pinindot.
Narayuma na, pre. Matanda na.
Lagi, pre. Pag pangit laro nung dalawang kasama niya, talos. Ano niya?
Isa pa, may isa pa.
Hindi siya.
Requiem pa.
Hindi siya yung nagdadala ng XG, pre. Para rin siya si Skeeter, pre. Same lang sila, pre.
Escort lang, pre. Escort.
Hindi sila yung ano, pre. Hindi sila yung pre. Uy, pumasok ko na naman.
Pinasag yung
Ano. Tsaka may ano, pre. May static storm, pre.
Ulong, pre.
Naghahanap. May ganyan, box out yan. Wala na. Iyan na.
Nako.
Ito na ang ano.
Di pa, pre. Puta, basag talaga yung top.
Defense of the Ancient ka talaga yan. Di nila alam may Didi. Grabe snaking yan. Taba na ata sa aura nitong hype na to. Hindi naabot si Crit. May dagger na. Yun na, ginasok. Tulog na naman si Ami. Nag-BKB out? BKB tas ikot? Talaga ba? Pinagsabay may ikot sa BKB, no? Pinagsabay niya yung ano, pre? Pinagsabay niya yung BKB tsaka ikot. Meron pa. 1 minute pa. Pero, pumasok sa ano, pre. Ano ko, nag-cheese lang si Crit. Sayang echo mo. Tanggal nila. Solo. Yan na. Omni mo na. Wala.
Ano, naka-e-blade. Gago, tulog, pre.
Ang ina talaga. Kasi nag-BKB ikot ka kanina eh. Pinagsabay niya kasi yung BKB tsaka
Desperation move na yung kay XXS.
Kung kailan tuloy kailangan ng BKB.
Anong binili niya, Ags?
Ags bigla. Cancer.
Ay, last hit niya, 700 na.
Ang galing mo na yung manta mo. Sobrang kwenta yun dyan.
Manta nga, pre. Walang silbi. Dot in-SNY na lang niya kanina.
BKB talaga kasi, pre. Wala. Kailangan niya
Babangga pa rin siya kahit magmanta siya.
Kailangan niya 2,000. Kasha BKB dun, pre, kasi sinabay niya sa Taas ako.
Tama nga si Gabi, pre.
Talaga
Tulogis
ano
na
yun,
si Ami.
hindi na prime ni Ami. Sabi na ni Ana, too old na nga daw.
It'll be a little hard for Skeeter to make that same read with the Outworld
Buyback na, check natin, buyback.
More control.
Kulang pa siya 1.6 pre for buyback. Bumili na ng Hex yung Shaker para sa kanya. Wala sila mapala sa'yo. Okay lang. Kailangan nila hold pre, hindi nila ma-hold. Kailangan nila hold.
Requiem and these long-range fissures, it pushes a lot of these Falcons heroes who are trying to sit
Ano?
behind the Medusa. It pushes them
Moonshard? Pwede pa siya mag-moonshard. Extra top speed.
Even if a clutch E-Blade comes through, you might still be able to push through it.
Nagre-repressure na secret.
Always have the demonic purge to throw on him.
May nalipayer na yung Pango.
Falcons, take a breather.
Si Amar,
Modra sa Omni yan eh.
Pa-repressure na. Pa-repressure na si Amar. Wala siya nalipayer. Kailangan niya nalipayer. Dalawa na hex nila. Dalawa na hex. Nalipayer na lang. Benta mo kasi manta mo. Pero himala, same level lang sila.
That's like 18 seconds of disable. What do you even
At least di siya gap.
No BKB on this Dusa. I mean, you could just
Paunahan sila na eh.
remove a lot of damage from the
Pre,
You might get RP.
tatalo sila dahil maagos
Slow yung network niya, pre. Oh.
Look at all the
6,000.
CCs stacking up, man.
Oh, they are stacking.
Another Tormentor.
Natalo na sila before pre sa high ground. Ayaw na nila maulit. Last game na yan pre, kailangan sure na.
50 seconds until Roshan has the potential to respawn. I think this is a situation where Extreme, no way they can...
Di makatulog na nakangiti si Amor niya.
Good old-fashioned base defense. It's just gonna be sitting on your tier 4s. Daring Falcons to get closer and closer to your fountain.
Dapat hex nila, kaya nila hold din.
Serious na si Snaking pre, para mag-e-evolve na.
Golem na pre.
Lagi may BKB na siya pre.
Daming kamay pre, nakakontrol lahat na.
Pre, 6 na yung item ng Naga. 6 natin na yung Naga pre. May recipe na nga ng repressure pre. Binili na yung tissue pre. Binili na yung tissue.
At the same time, if you can continue to find levels in this game,
Dami pera ni Medusa. Daedalus. Bumili Daedalus.
Issue pre, si Ami.
Si Mag bumili. May tissue ng pressure.
Pressure na rin tang.
Pag nag-proc yung Aeon ata, baka bumili siya ng pressure. Na. Ito na, kukunin. Alam na next na ba trabaho niya? Si XM ata, pre. Si XM pre. Bigyan. Wala na, nag-sack.
May buyback, may buyback.
May buyback pre. Tapos may RP pa.
Di ba nag-reverse nga dun?
Hindi. May static storm naman eh.
He's gonna wait for Falcons to make another push. And Falcons are certainly gonna go for that
X-Nova.
But how many times can they find this fissure opening? Every single time he goes for it, there's this risk that XXS responds fast enough.
XXS pre. Kaya mag-miracle yan.
Kaso, hindi pa. Binili na ba ni Crit? Hindi pa naman. Hindi pa nag-repressure si Crit pre. Pero mabilis lang ata cooldown. Pagkabuhay ni XM, balik na rin sa Textor.
Isipin, naghintay ng Ares.
Waiting si Ares eh.
It could go horribly wrong, and then if you lose that Roche,
na hindi nag-dip gagi.
Na sila pre sa shaker. Kailangan nilang bantayan yung shaker, di na. Yung shaker yung nahanap nila. Gagi, nilubog niya si
Ano
Amar.
sarili niya nalubog niya?
Si Amar, pre. Naka-lotus. Naka-lotus lang.
Still though, they popped another stone gaze for this. The XM's back up in 10 seconds. It's actually feeling
Ayun na, may buyback naman na si Ame, pre.
they still can't get a buyback out of them. They just have
Most important things in this game right now are the buybacks.
Punat ng illusion na niya.
These are the two things they need to maintain in this game to have a fighting chance.
Gagawin niya.
Doesn't matter how much lead you
Gagawin niya, pre. May ethereal si...
gonna change that much. Maybe
Tsaka si Amar, may ethereal yan.
you've reached your potential with this lineup.
Okay naman, pre. Pangit lang yung item tsaka galaw niya. Kaya naman, kaya naman niya busin yung ano eh. Kita ka dyan sa...
Ito pre, nagkakamot ng bayag.
Tikit pa sila. Ayun din, na-divide. Matras. Alam nila ang ano.
Kagi, wala ng Tori.
Naku, gagapangan na naman si XM.
Patay ito si XM.
Ayun na. Andyan, malayo si ZNQ. Malayo si ZNQ.
Ayun na.
X-Snow bullet. I-draw, pre. Meron buyback. Ay, wala ka pala. Buyback na pala yun, pre. Dieback na yun.
Kasi
Uy, yun yan!
Uy,
Sweep slash. Pero tatakbuhin siya ni Amar niyan.
Puta
Uy, nagpatakan. Patay si XM.
Ano siya nabash dun?
Oh. Pango, pre, nabash.
Ayan na.
Na-hex na! Patayin niya na si Amar! Nagsong agad, walang BKB, pre. Hindi nag-BKB. Yung
Slash, pre.
Slash mo, bobo ka talaga.
Bobo ka talaga, pre.
Yan na, nag-commit na sa XS. Nag-refresh na yan. Ayun na, patay mo na. Patay si Malrin. Boy pa ES, pre.
Buyback.
Ayun na, patay, pre. Patay, kaso AG. Nakasleep. Putang ina ka. Si ano, pre. Shaker, pre. Shaker. May buyback. May buyback. For the last clash. Bakit di siya mapasok? Pre, bakit? Bobo mo, carry.
Ano?
Nag-call JJ. Bobo carry. Carry diff.
Nag-react si Grit, pre. First time.
Carry diff, pre. Carry diff.
Game.
Secret pre, naiyak. Naiyak secret pre. First time, may ano na siya. Naunahan na niya si Arthur pre. Naunahan na niya si Arthur. Magka-ages.
Wala na, hindi niya na kaya mag-last niya na yan. Hindi na siya makakabalik dyan.
Wala pre. Hindi ano. Si Amar talaga pre. Amar tsaka yung dalawang support. Wala namang bilang yung Pango dun eh. Hirap pre, hirap. Si Ame. Paano mo mag-carry pre? Ganun ka mag-carry.
Ganun katagal pa rin, nahabol niya. Makapag-lotus ka talaga nun eh.
Ano pre, mas malakas pa mag-jug si Bata sa kanya. Lagi ano pa, proud sila hotel dyan. Alam nila ano niyan, skill level niya. Di ba yun? Tsaka close pa rin ata niya sila, Sim.
Skater pa, nanalo, nag-farm lang.
At least dito pa lang, pre.
Hindi niya kailangan tumalon, pre. May tatalon para sa kanya eh.
At least di siya na bobo na carry. Binigyan mo ng space, tas ano, maayos.
Awi, 3-time TI winner.
Sila tumalo, pre.
Oh, pre, na-counter.
Alam nila.
Liquid, pre. Ay, di, talo rin pala nila Liquid, no?
Pre, sinaraduan na naman ng pinto si Ami gamit Magnus.
China pa
Pangalawa.
naman, no? Next TI, pre.
Ay, lagi, pre. Lahat ng tatlong talo ni Ami, pre, dahil sa Magnus. Magnus din si Seb nung ano, pre, game 5 nila. Lahat ng lahat ng offlane na tumalo kay Ami ng 5 Magnus. Di ba nila naisip iban na yung Magnus pag
Thank you, my team. Thank you to everyone who supported us. Just the beginning. It's just the beginning.
The beginning. Back to back ba?
ina, pre.
Skitter. I guess the debate is over. Wraith Pact
Oo.
TI was not a fluke.
Kailan nila talunin yung ano eh, sa OG. OG pa lang back to back eh.
Back to back, no? Tapos ano, stampede yung ano, TI9.
The mic is yours, my man. What's on your mind?
Pero kailangan niya back to back. Wala pang tumatalo dun eh. So ito, farm lang.
Ting kabaliktaran ni Ame, pre. Nabuhat, pero panalo.
Ano lang yan, pre? Stable carry. Yan, stable carry, pre. Hindi, si Ame, hindi mo sure eh.
My North American brother, you have been the glue that has kept this team
Gia dun, pre.
Aangas na naman to si Snake. Kay champion na naman siya eh. Lakas pre, malakas. Binigay pa yun na ganyan talaga kasi. Hindi kailangan tatlo pre. Para tayo devolution pa. Dalawa pa lang pre.
Kailangan i-trade pre para
Pero
mag-evolve.
pre, hindi ano pa lang yung Graveler. Nakadalawa pa lang eh. Next win nila pre, next win. Magiging golem na.
And you think you could maybe lift the Aegis for me as well?
Crit, salita ka naman.
There are only 11 different mid laners inscribed on this trophy, and now you
Yan si ano, si Malrin. Kamukha niya yung isang ano, yung isang cast.
Now I know generally you got a lot to say, Malrin, but has a TI made you speechless?
I barely can solve that.
Ayun eh, ano, pamilya ni Amaro.
Mga habibi.
Habibi. Kala mo dito trash talk ng ano eh, no?
Nantitip pa, no?
Ilang taon lang din
Trash
ata
to kayo kay
yun eh.
Gabi.
Ilang taon lang din ata yun si Malrin.
Kawawa na naman sa pub si Ame, pre.
Shout na naman sinisisi ng mga tao. Pero hindi nila
pre.
Hindi nila maano yung tinatanong niya si Ame, pre. Tinatanong niya lagi.
Hindi nyo rin ma-enable si ano eh, XXS.
Pero this time, pre, hindi nila ma-deny na
Galing rin na ito na yun. Galing na coach.
I think just my team, Stas in particular. Thank you, Stas. But no, thanks for all the people who make this game so great. Honestly, like I don't know what my life would be without Dota, and I
Base Amariam, pre.
express my thanks enough to everyone. Thank you for watching.
ina pre yung pattern talaga kay Ame, pre.
And thank you for such an incredible performance. Thank you.
May sumpa sa kanya, pre, pag Magnus katapat game 5.
Ito, good night, Dotes, pre. Yung secret, pre. Ina. Tagal na yan, ah.
This moment is the culmination of 9 different TI
Gusto nyo no kahit anong team mapunta, lakas nila.
Sino?
Secret. Secret.
Secret Press is stable 4 talaga yan.
No matter what the setbacks, no matter what the region, you never gave up. And now the day has come.
Nagbunga.
You are a TI winner!
Nagtayo si Amin.
Pre, mas magaling pa kayo mag-jug doon, pre. Di kayo ganun.
Non-discipline, pre.
Pinagsabay niya, tapos nung naghahabol sila sa... Bobo puta. Uy, pre, nag-number 1 ako sa fantasy. Pre, 117,000 yung fantasy points. Yung ano ko, fantasy score. Tumakas si Skater, pre. Pinangat ako ni Skater. 60,000, pre.
Sobrang sa farm eh.
60. Inangat ako ni Skater.
Nalaglag ako ni Sumail, pre.
Sana mamabot ako sa ano, top 1.5 para libre Aegis. Mag-aangat din ako na Aegis. Ano din, Falcons. Falcons. Sinabi na din nila ano yan, pre. Sinabi na rin nila Notail. Ano daw, sila yung parang nauna sa ano, mag-understand na. Sila unang naka-understand sa patch. Tapos ano, pag pinansin mo daw, lahat ng mga tinatry gayahin si Malrin pero di nila mag...
Oo, sinating to say nga, nag-Sun King.
Ibig sabihin, pre, sila yung standard. Sila yung hinahabol. Kung sino naman yung nagli-lead sa meta, malakas. Parang OG. Lahat naman.
Di ba? Domi.
Oo, sa Void. Pero yung application, pre, na pwede sa iba't ibang hero, sila, ang bilis nila mag-adjust, Falcons.
Sino talaga una nag-innovate, pre?
Oh, tsaka yung hero, mga hero picks. Wala naman nagsasahan king ano, pre, hindi naman effective sa king. Yung Beast Mid.
Classic din yung Dota kasi ng Chinese team eh.
Beast Mid, pre.
I mean, they struck gold with this roster. Ever since Falcons came into the scene a year ago, they were considered one of the best teams, even though they didn't win that TI last year.
Reflect muna yan.
Kaya pa maglaro, pre, kung support role na lang siya.
All of these players are so exceptional.
Trash talk sa Reddit yan, pre. Yung galaw niya ng Game 5. Pangit. Yung sa Spirit, ano eh. Yung sa Spirit, pre, tsaka yung sa OG before. Tumalong lang siya ngayon, pre, ngayong year. Baka may trauma na siya sa Magnus, pre. Pag Magnus kalaban niya, pre, tumatalong siya. Parang sa atin, pag Magnus score kalaban, nahirapan tayo. Baka ganun din siya.
That's not the end of it, you know. There's more to come. This is the start. This is the start. They're both 20 years old. Like they're like best friends winning TI together.
On-crown ka pa rin, sir.
Hindi na ako, pre. Goodnight na.
Yes, pwede na yan. Good episodes. Congrats sa Falcons yan. Amarda Habibi.
Night DOTES.
Yes, please.
I love that team dynamic though, that you mentioned, that there are these two